Yo, there we
Ah,
go.
here we go.
What is good? How we doing, man?
I'm good, and you, mate? Good.
Mate, I'm gravy, baby. I just come back from a lunch date with my partner, and now I feel like I'm
Ooh.
about to explode because I feel fat, like real fat. I was like, oh, I just want to go back and have a nap.
We call it being fat happy.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
you're
I'm very,
fat
very
happy.
happy right now.
Yeah, very fat happy. So you're fat happy at the moment, fat happy, and
Yeah,
that's
very much.
usually because of food.
Yeah, I'm
Dude,
fat
how
nappy.
you doing otherwise?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm really good.
Ah, dude,
Yeah,
I'm happy to hear that. I am so happy to hear that. It
good.
is
What about yourself? How are you
Tuesday.
doing?
I'm doing
Cheers.
well.
It's a
It's
terrific Tuesday.
I haven't I haven't had coffee yet. Firstly,
Go
that's
now. Go boil the kettle and make a coffee.
That's first and foremost, as I have not had a cup of coffee. The second thing is, as I went to the gym, good gym day today. Oh, mate,
Nice. I
I
like.
I got a few new personal bests. Came home and was like, I am the
You
strongest
feel like
man
a
on
man,
earth.
don't you? Like
Yeah,
you hit
So
TV and you're
I
like,
I had that pump, that like
yeah.
post gym pump.
It's,
So
it's it's a psychological pump as well. Like not only does your body feel like you really had a good pump, your brain you feel like the boy. Like you feel like I am the guy right now.
yeah, so feeling
Like,
quite
that's awesome.
energized and ready for the day. So all good,
Oh, I
mate.
love
Good.
that.
And
Absolutely love
and in other news, if my microphone gives me issues again, I have a backup. My backup arrived today. So if
that.
everything fails, new microphone. Uh,
Awesome.
so hopefully that will not be a problem. Um,
Dude, that's sick.
yeah. I want to say hello to everybody in chat very quickly. I see we've already got 55 people in chat. We've got Henry, first and foremost. Good evening, all the way from Australia. We've got MGN. Oh, MGN, you're slacking, mate. You're slacking. You're
Wasn't
usually first. Yeah. And now you're second. You've lost to Henry. Morning to you, MGN. We have Theola. We've got Theola in. Good morning, Theola. I'm not going to bring up everyone's comments because it's slow. So if I just click it, there's like a delay. So I'm just going to say your name and then run through. How about we do that? We've got Deb saying, "Yup, what's up?" We've got
Yo.
Grit saying, "Hi, everyone." We've got Austin. Good morning, all. Trade with Patel, gold selling. We'll have a look at that for you in a moment. Azik saying faces. We've got Insomnia Trader. Morning. For those of you who don't know who Insomnia Trader is, when we had the 10-year anniversary event, there was a community champion, Daniel. That's the Insomnia Trader. So welcome to Daniel.
Yo, what's good, Daniel? How you doing, bro? The Insomnia Trader. What epic name. I was going to swear then. What an awesome name.
Pretty cool.
That
We've
is
got Venoms. Traders, how are you? Is there a giveaway today? No, there isn't a giveaway today. However, we are busy working on the 100K subscribers giveaway at the moment. Just waiting for management to say, there we go. This is the giveaway. So we'll have a giveaway very soon, but it's not going to be today. Theola saying good morning, William and Richard. We've got CM saying, hi, beautiful people, remember me. CM 1014 all. I can't say that I do. You're going to have to remind us who you are, CM. Kveloso? Dude, I'm so sorry if I am butchering your name. Morning. Good morning to you. So I'm trading. Trader saying hello, Richard and Will. Funded Shub saying hey. Stash saying hey, everyone. Just discovered this lives. Hope to learn a lot. Well, welcome.
welcome, broski.
You're bound to learn quite a bit from us over here. Is saying good morning to you all. Venom saying I sell gold from 5235. And then good morning, friends, from John. And then Trade with Pill say I can't TikTok India band. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry, but
Come on.
you can join us on the YouTube if you want to. Dude, tell me about your gold trade of yesterday. How livid were you when you saw what it had done just after you closed the trade?
I don't even want to speak about it. Do you know the worst part was as well? This was a very valid. I only closed it due to the fact that
You were
I was
going to
actually
bed.
walking away. Had I have been on for a little bit longer to watch this trade, instantaneously.
Yeah. I was talking to Samir about this. Okay, well, yesterday we were having some technical difficulties with the internet and whatnot, but uh, the little bits that Samir and I could surmise from the conversation was that poor Will.
Dude.
I was
So
having a look at it
like I
as
was
it was
saying as
happening.
well. Yeah.
I was having it. I was like, literally, like, dude, you closed it at the bottom.
Oh, I
You
know. No,
literally
yeah, I know.
closed it at the bottom. I
Literally
was so
at the
sad for you,
bottom.
mate.
Dude, is and this is what I mean. So like, so many traders would be stopped out a little bit like technically I was last night, and they'll be so frustrated that it's just not played out in their way, and then it ended up playing out in their direction, hitting TP after wicking them out. That's why I
Yeah.
have a discretionary stop loss. However, I have that discretionary stop loss when I'm watching it, so this doesn't happen. However, sometimes, even with the best intention and a discretionary stop loss, sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Decisions were
Ah,
made. Let's put it like that.
decisions were
Decisions were made.
made, and had I have been in the UK at the time, perhaps I wouldn't have closed this trade because it would have been in the afternoon. But it was like it was 10 p.m. at night, and I didn't want to be in this trade at 10 p.m. at night, knowing that I'm not actually at the trade. So look, a decision was made, and I don't regret it. But it's an emotion, man. It is an emotion.
Yeah. No, dude, that yeah, I felt it for you on your behalf. What in
Yeah.
solidarity, you know. I looked at it yesterday, I was like, oh, Will is gonna be upset. um but okay, but let me ask
I
you
was
this. You're in Hong Kong, meaning that your Asia session is technically the best session for you in terms of it's early in the morning, you wake up, carry on doing your things. Are you trading the Asia session?
Nope.
Why not?
That's a great question. I don't know. It's a great question. I probably so on one of my other accounts it's only like a 20k or 22k account. So that I am trading Asia session now and then, but no, not really. Truth be told, I was sitting out this morning having a coffee and a cigar. I probably could have been trading the Asia session. However, because it is early AM session my time, it was actually late London session. I think it was at 11, 12 p.m. Midnight in the UK. So I was chatting to my family, and obviously I'm investing in family businesses as well. So we've got a lot going on back in the UK. So I was actually sitting out listening to some jazz, listening to some Italian music, having a cigar, writing in my notebook, and planning and structuring the physical side of the business that I'm involved in back in the UK. So I think that's why I'm not really trading sort of Tokyo session, is because I've got to give some time to my UK assets or my UK pies that I've got my fingers
Responsibilities.
in. Yeah, exactly. Whereas, from 12 p.m. onwards, it's trading, trading, trading. So I say no, sorry, from 3 p.m. onwards, it's trading, trading, trading.
Yeah. So I think
I think that's fine.
to alleviate this little issue that you've been having with having to enter a trade and then leave it only for like an hour and then have to close it because you're going to bed, you can always go and have a look at trading the Asia session. And
I could. I could definitely do that.
So yeah, that's definitely something that you can do. I see there's a few people asking about giveaways. When is the next giveaway? You're gonna have to stick around on the live stream and have a look at our socials. I did say, like, not 10 minutes ago, that there isn't a giveaway today. We will have a giveaway soon in the next coming weeks for the 100K subscribers giveaway that we're going to have. I'm just waiting for the the big bosses, management to approve approve the which giveaways we're going to do and at what time. So if you're here for a giveaway, unfortunately, we do not have a giveaway today.
Not
But
today, son.
and then I see Ajit is saying that recently got trust issues with the Fivers because my bro from Sri Lanka got rejected a big amount of payout without any clarification. His name was that, although he has scaled his account. So first and foremost, if he was denied a payout, it's with good reason. The Fivers is not going to put its reputation at play just to deny people payouts for no good reason. So if he was denied a payout, there was a reason for it. And saying that with no clarification in the email that he would have received with the denial of his payout, it would have stated the reason why. Now, if he feels like the clarification wasn't good enough, he is more than welcome to reach out to the Fiverr support team. And the Fiverr support team, along with that email, he can send that information through the support channel and find out what is the exact reason. Specifically, they can give him the details, the data to say this is reason why his payout was denied. So that's all I'm going to say on that subject.
Yeah, I was going to say, you even if you get denied, guys, you can appeal it. You can speak to them and ask them why, and say, you can argue your case, and they'll listen to you.
Yeah.
But if you broke the rules, man, you broke the rules. Like, no different to like if you break the law and you go to court. You can argue your case, but if the judge finds you guilty, there's a good chance it's because you're guilty, and the evidence are pointing that way.
Yeah. So if you've been speeding and you've been caught speeding, you're going to pay a fine.
Yeah,
you can
because
argue as much as you want for the reasonings. Yeah. So yeah, and for every one person that has been denied a payout, there's hundreds of people that have received their payouts that have had no issues. So if your trust is based on what your friend experienced, maybe you yourself should experience it and then see.
I kind of sympathize with you though, my man. I get you. Like, I've not done things because a friend of mine has had a bad experience doing that thing, and then I realized that once I did that thing, actually, I kind of loved it, and it was kind of my thing. And I thought, what, this is, I really enjoy this. And then, I've had experiences where I've enjoyed doing something. I've told a friend to come do it with me. Boxing, for example, they got punched in the face once and never went back. Whereas for me, I kind of enjoy being punched in the face. So, not everyone's got a different experience for different reasons. So therefore, I know it sucks. I know it's going to be a little bit of a, you're probably going to dip your toe in slightly with a bit of caution if someone else had a bad experience. However, you've still got to go in and test it for yourself and make sure that you like it, because for all you know, he's done something, he's cocked up, he's not admitted it to you. Instead, just to protect his own ego, he's actually blamed someone else. It's called an accountability issue. There's a lot of cases when it comes to psychology about accountability issues, especially in relationships. So when it comes to human relationships, including friendships, not just like your sexual partner, I'm talking like relationships within friends as well. A lot of people will struggle to hold accountability, so they'll blame something or someone else. So when it comes to your friend's experience, just remember it could also be the fact that he's maybe protecting some form of ego.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sandy is asking, what are some of the rules that one should not break other than that which is stated? So here's the
All of
nice thing about here's the nice thing about the Fivers. We don't have any hidden rules. All of the rules associated with any of the evaluation and the funded accounts is all available in the T's and C's, all of them. So we have an FAQ section as well, a frequently asked questions section on the website, the Fivers website, where it tells you exactly what is allowed and what isn't allowed. So there's no hidden rules whatsoever. However, I would say this. The rules that are there to protect the company as well as the trader. So this means that if it states that risk management is important, then take note of that. If it says that we would like you to not trade more than 2% per trade, that kind of like thing, then stick to that. If you're going to go at 20% per trade, the company might view that as very risky. Now, even though it's not against the rules, it is frowned upon because it's in line with more gambling traditions rather than well thought out risk management. So you become a liability not only to the company but to yourself as well, because that account that you have would probably be more likely to get knocked out in a single trade if you're risking 20% or even 10%. Some of them
yeah.
even 5% if you have a daily pause. So the idea is ensure that you stay within the margins of the rules that are there. Good practices, good consistent practices is going to be the best bet for you dealing with any prop firm. Yes, there are prop firms out there that are shady, that do things, under the table. The
Dude,
Fivers is not
I've
that.
worked with them. I've been, well, not necessarily been with, but I've traded with companies, and I've actually met CEOs of these types of companies. I'm not going to name them, that have been shady, and like that, like they've, told me certain things and suggested certain things, and I took one look at them and I thought, what you're saying, it sounds good and it sounds cool on my behalf, like for me as a potential partner of you guys, but not me as a trader. And I instantly walked away. Like, it does go on, it really does go on.
Yeah. So I remember you, Wasan. I do remember you. And I remember we told you to go and talk to the support team, and that we wanted you to tell us exactly about uh, the confirmation that you received, saying what was the reason why you didn't get about. And it was, what was the reason? Give us the reason, and then you'll see. I can't help you, Wasan. I can't help you. We've already explained to you why, in your case, with the information that you've received, you probably received a violation. We told you to go and talk to the support team. You're talking here currently. You're not blocked. Like, I can go ahead and block you here if you wish, but you won't be
I was
blocked.
going to say, I mean, we can make that happen.
Yeah, you're not blocked. You're still free to email them and ask them, but if they've given their final verdict, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah,
There's nothing
again,
that.
like going back to court, if you get sentenced to something for doing something illegal, and then you get sentenced to naughty boy school, then you can cry as much as you want to the judge, and you can kick and scream on the way there. But either way, you're going.
Look,
Either way, you've broken the rules. So
I
you better
understand.
buy it.
Yeah, look, I understand. $18,200 is a lot of money, especially if you
Mhm.
feel like that you are deserving of it. I understand. All right. But I am not in charge of the company. And if they have made a ruling, and believe me, they have evidence. They're not going to just willy-nilly say, Wasan has, broken a rule or hasn't broken a rule. We're just going to screw him. That's not how the company deals. That's not how it works. So I'm going to be just straightforward with you. There's a reason why they denied a payout for you. and they've given you the reason. You just don't want to accept it. So
yeah. Although don't get me wrong, I've been withdrawn more or withheld from more than 18,000. I'll tell you a quick story about a dodgy firm that I was trading with.
okay. Will, before you do that, I'm going to just quickly hop off and make myself a cup of coffee.
Of course,
good?
yeah, 100%, man. Why haven't you already? This is shocking behavior. Go make yourself a coffee, bro. Yeah, so I'll tell you a quick story about a prop that I was trading with. I got 2 of these accounts for free because they asked me to review their trading conditions, and I agreed to it. I said, "Yep, I will review these trading conditions." And then what they did, they gave me 2 types of different sized accounts. I passed them both. I got a payout on one of them, which was really nice. And the other one I scaled, and I should have had a $64,000 payout. Now, do you think that I got that $64,000 payout? No, because one was a test and the other one was a live that I could keep. So, guys, there are dodgy firms out there. However, there are also very good firms out there. Who do you think I'm working for now? The Fivers. Why do you think I'm working for the Fivers? Because they pay out, they're reliable, they're consistent, they give reasons, they don't go back on stupid things that they've mentioned. They're very clear with all their rules. All their T's and C's are laid out. All their funded programs are predominantly, for the trader, with of course beneficial reasons to the firm as well. Because at the end of the day, we're all in it to make money. So that is why I'm with the Fivers right now. And I did actually walk away from this other firm when they did offer me a partnership, or I say a partner, a collaboration to work with them. And I actually said no, because my morals are a lot better than my need and want for money. I'd rather put my name to a brand and a face of a brand that actually care about the trader. And that's why these guys also deny a lot of you traders when it comes to over risking. You will be flagged and they will look at you and think, right, let's investigate this guy. Because let me tell you one thing now, if I came to you guys, I said, give me 10 grand. And you're like, oh, okay, it's not my life savings, but it's hard earned money. I said, yeah, just give me 10 grand. What are you going to do with it? Oh, I'm going to go chuck it on the S&P, going to put a little bit in Bitcoin, going to put a little bit in the NASDAQ, going to invest in these stocks and shares. And then I gave you an analytical breakdown why I'm going to invest in those particular stock shares assets. You'd be like, fair, okay, but where's your proof that you can do this? And I said, okay, here's my past 6 months of data, 12 months, 12 years, whatever, 20 years of data basing and showing that I can do this. You'd be like, you know what, screw it, I'm going to give him money. Now, if I went to you, give me 10 grand, why? Oh, I'm going to go chuck it on the horses. You'd be like, hell no, I'm not giving you my money. Why not? Are you just going to gamble it away? Same goes with the prop firms, guys. When it comes to a good firm like the Fivers, they are not going to give you money and they're not going to allow you to trade with their capital. When you're trading with their capital as well, they're not going to say, yeah, sure, here's $100,000 account, go blow it because we can clearly see that you're gambling. No, you got to prove consistency. Think about it this way. If you ask yourself, would you invest in yourself? So if you came to yourself in another body, I don't know if that makes sense, and asked for $100,000, would you give yourself that $100,000 to trade with? And if the answer is no, why should the Fivers give you the account? If I had $100,000 and then me somehow mitosis itself and split in two, and then came up to me and said, Will, I want that $100,000, I would give myself $100,000. So I'm like, Will, you know what? You know how to trade. You've got data. You've got a strategy. And I love what you do. And I love what your progress has been like. And I can see what you're seeing. Boom. I give myself that money. I give mitosis Will that money. If me from 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago went up to me and said, Will, I want that $100,000, I'm like, why? Prove it. Show me why you deserve that $100,000. And I probably couldn't prove a good enough reason, or give myself a good enough reason why I should have that $100,000. Same goes with the fivers, guys. Same goes with the fivers. Same goes with this other prop that I was working with. You're able to smell out bad eggs. You're able to smell out rotten fish. It's really easy. However, those of you who can't smell it because you're not been in the industry long enough, people like myself and Rich and all the other guys on the stream, we would not put our face to a dodgy firm. Simple as that. So, yeah. And we're very open about it as well. I'm very open with my P&L. You've watched me. Ooh, this looks yummy. You've watched me pass an account. Yeah. You guys have watched me pass an account. You guys have watched me potentially lose accounts. You guys have watched me go into drawdown, watched me pull back drawdown. All of them have been traded live on stream as well. You don't get that every day. You don't get that with other firms. You try and find another firm that does exactly what we do here at the Fivers. You're not going to find it.
So M1 Lou is asking, why did they deny you? And then Ajita saying the proper reason was not given. Then how is it that Wasan knows that it was because of coordinated trading and IP logging? This was the exact reason that he gave previously. So he was given a reason, and it was for coordinated trading and IP logging. And the thing is, the onus then lands on you as the person that's being accused to give proof, but they themselves, the accuser, in this case the company, would also have to give proof as well. So that's where the onus laid on you, or fell on you, to go and talk to the Fiverr support team and make sure that everything was as stipulated. And then you needed to be able to prove, listen, that what you're accusing me of is not true. The onus is on both parties. So once again, we can't help you here on the live stream. That is for the support and the risk team to address. We've given you advice to go and talk to them. That's as far as we can help you, unfortunately. So as much as I would like for you to, as much as I would like to tell you, yeah, no, you'll get your payout, that would be a lie, because I'm not in charge of that whatsoever.
So, dude, look, I hope you get it, bro. I really do hope you get that payout. But look, if it's $18,000, you're gonna work your butt off to prove it. $18,000 is a lot of money for anyone, even me. Even myself, being a full-time trader, would not turn their nose up at $18,000. I would work my big fat derriere off to make sure I can prove my innocence on that. Because that's a full-time wage for a lot of people. Or it could be 6 months' wage for a lot of people. Point being, that's a lot of money. It's not just like a week's wages. It's not like $100 to $1,000 payout. That's a big, big payout. If you truly believe you're innocent, stop whinging on stream and go prove your innocence. And if you're going to continue to whinge on stream, you're not proving your innocence. You're looking like an idiot. It's simple truth. Sorry,
yeah,
but
we're gonna move on from this point, because we're just talking in circles here. We've already
we're going in circles. Moving on to better notes. I like the look of EU. I do like the look of EU. However, I've optimized it just a little bit, because I kind of want it to come down to this area here, because I feel like it's got a higher confluence level.
Which one is this? EU.
EU. The only thing is, we've not really... I would have liked to have taken a significant area of interest, which would have been my Asia low. But look at this for rejection.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Sorry, that looks really good.
Yeah, it does. So I'd like to see it come down a few more pips, because it would be a break and retest of this consolidation. It wouldn't quite be up my golden zone, which is a shame, but it would be closer to it, meaning that even if we did come down to it, it's a little less drawdown. Whereas if I took it now, it'd only be an imbalance zone or a fair value gap. Whereas at least here is like another confluence, and then here is it's not confluence stacking. It's more confluence labeling, because none of them are stacking up on top of each other. They're not piggybacking each other, but they are all there.
No,
So if I can
agreed.
if I can find like a happy median. So, if we got a confluence up top, a confluence down the bottom, and then a confluence in the middle, usually it's best to go with the middle confluence, because then you've got like a mean average. And then Asia highs, I think, would be a beautiful target. I mean, you could probably target higher, but I feel that's like low hanging fruit for me. I mean, you could have like really low hanging fruit, which would be these highs here. But I feel like that may be a bit too low. I think, unless it's a one, it looks like a less. No, oh no, it's a 1-to-1. So I mean, okay, you know what? Low hanging fruit. There you go.
So you're aiming for what? For the top of
Asia highs. Yeah, I'm going for Asia high.
Oh, okay. That's if it comes back lower.
Yeah. I want to see it come back lower. If I was to take the trade now, no, I wouldn't take the trade now. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till it moves down, and then I'll look at taking.
The 15-minute has printed a higher low after it bounced off of the after it created the Tokyo low. And we've taken that recent, let's say mid high point of the Tokyo session. Yeah, you've already marked it out. Already broken above that. This does look like it's busy presenting with a base. The idea would, unfortunately, the only issue is, unfortunately, on the 15-minute, that Asia high line that you have, the bullish candle, if you draw a box all the way through on that bullish candle, the last one that created the Asia highs, you'll see that. Yeah, that one. You'll see that it reacted exactly off of the wick on that one.
Yeah, fair.
So what I would like to see is I would like to see it break into that zone and then break through the Asia highs, come back down to retest and continue up higher.
Yeah. So if we can break, go on.
I'm saying, unfortunately, right now, the fact that it just wicked off of that whole area is a little bit concerning. But I agree with you. I think we can have still a little bit of a pullback and then maybe a continuation higher. GU is showing a similar idea. The only difference is with GU, we've created a lower low. EU hasn't. So EU's had a slightly higher low on the 15-minute, whereas on
I think I prefer GU. Look at, especially on the 15-minute, look at all this wickage post taken of Asia low. Like, that is beautiful, and then it moves up. Yeah. However, okay, on the 5-minute, we've got a really nice break of structure to the highs, but I'm not going to see anything until we break these highs here, because that will also give me confidence on the 15-minute. So we need to move above this high here, which is 34,921. We need to break and close above that, then pull back, then continue higher. So it's a bit of a crappy entry. I don't think I'm going to get a nice entry on GU.
Yeah, GU. I don't know. I'm a bit on the side stream at the moment with GU. If we go up to the daily, we can see that yesterday had a very large wick above and below, but we closed very close to where we opened up on the day yesterday.
Yeah, fair.
After a whole week basically of bearish action, this could mean that we're going to start building up to try and push price lower, but I'm not sure. We do have this short-term upward trend that we had from Monday the 19th, price push. So this was a strong upward push. So we had this very short-lived bullish structure right here, and we have broken just below it now. Not quite tested, but this could be the potential build up for a new attempt to try and push price lower. Then we've got this low over here that we can test. This is on the daily. Let's see if there's boxes. So this area over here, first and foremost, let's take the last day. Let's just do like that. That is one. And then this whole section over here is another area to potentially come and test as we're, potentially printing downward price action. That is now assuming that we're not going to, from here, start pushing bullishly again. This was a strong bearish leg. This was also a strong bearish leg. And we've almost taken this whole section down here. So from there, that is where we've reacted now. So on this daily candle, the 21st of January, this whole attempt to try and push price lower after having these multiple lower pushes. And then from this area over here, we started to push volumetrically. We really gained momentum on the daily to try and push price much higher. So this was the last time the back and forth. Bulls beat the bears out. Now we want to see whether or not we're going to have a similar reaction as what we had over here. If we don't, there's a potential that it can come and retest again and try and push lower. Time will tell. The nice thing is that we're early in the week. It's only Tuesday. Monday itself did not really give us much details as to what it wanted to do. Today might give us a little bit more thorough movements to kind of like determine where we want to go for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Like you said, I think time will tell. It's only a Tuesday as well. It's not like it's not like a Thursday where we're thinking, okay, could this just be
end of week?
End of week price, and it's still early days.
Yeah. So and you're seeing the same idea on EU as well. So we have this channel here, or the low point of the channel at least, where we're quite far away from it already. Price can potentially start pushing down, retest the channel, and try and push up. That would be great if we could get to somewhere over here, which we've already done, but like test it a little bit more thoroughly, push a little bit deeper. Right now, I don't know if we're going to get that. I would like to see it tank down a little bit and retest this zone, but we'll have to wait and see. Same thing, strong downward leg followed up by another strong downward leg. When we had an opportunity to try and push price higher, we did not take the highs. This is a very strong leg in of itself. So this reaction that we have here over the last few days from last week, so Thursday, Friday, yesterday, and today, is not really saying much to me right now. If we go down to the 4-hourly, that's a very, very interesting reaction. It's technically this box over here on the 4-hourly. Look how perfect that reaction is. But now we're busy coming back down towards it. So, not sure. Not entirely sure. This might be the low for it to try and push up higher after a reaction here from a base area where we had volumetric reaction previously. When we had an opportunity to come back down to it, we did not even remotely come close to it. First reaction that we had here did not really garner a lot of response. The secondary one had a stronger response, taking this high over here, creating a new high in relation to the previous one, but still being within this downward trend, basically. So it's going to be interesting to see the reaction here right now. think somebody asked, Henry asked, I'm interested in UJ, seeing if I want to continue higher or break down. This is the 4 hourly. Let's start on the daily for you, Henry, and then let's have a look-see. This looks pretty good. Not going to lie, it looks pretty good for a potential continuation higher. On the daily, we've already had this whole section down here basically be tested. So this candle over here, if you put it all the way through, multiple reactions, you can effectively think of this as the break, the retest, and then continuation with the higher price action. Eventually, we reached basically a plateau. We had a volumetric breakdown from that plateau. Price came back into that very last section before price pushed lower again. Over here, this whole section here. So this failed to create a new high, and then it volumetrically pushed lower. So to me, this reaction that we have over here is a decent one. We came back into this area over here, which was established all the way on the 28th of October. We've come back to it yet again after a strong downward push, and it seems as though we're starting to want to push up. So let's go onto the 4 hourly and then let's see. What I do like about this is that we've had this whole section here of very slowed, very consolidative price action. So as price was pushing down volumetrically really strongly, when it came back to this area of support, it really slowed down and then eventually started to break out of that area of consolidation, came back to test the area of consolidation, and is now pushed up. So this is giving me a lot more confidence that price is going to continue pushing up. Where can we go and test? So just on the 4 hourly, where we are right now is a base area already that has already been tested once. Tried to push back, and we've already wicked above this base area over here. So let's assume that price is going to continue pushing higher. Where is the next area for us to come and test? So let's assume it closes above on the 4 hourly, retests and continues up. Let's just make that assumption. Let's have a look. We have an area all the way over here on the 4 hourly, which is the highest point to come and test. We failed to test it over here. So this section up over here is untested. So what we can look for is a new area over here to potentially test. So we have a little bit of consolidation. You can almost think of this whole section as consolidation. But we can make it a little bit clearer by taking that base area over there, which we just missed. Okay. So with that being missed, let's look for an area of...
Has Rich gone? Oh dear.
My apologies.
Is he back?
Yeah,
he's back.
Yeah, my internet has been a bit wonky since yesterday. My apologies.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if it was me or not. I thought, have I gone or have you gone?
No, it's me.
Oh, that's
my
fine.
Apologies, everybody.
All good.
As I was saying, we have an area up over here that we can test. So I'm going to take the highs of that swing as well as the last candle. So these are the two areas that I would like to see tested. First and foremost, where we are right now on UJ, I would love on the 4 hourly for us to break above this zone. So 155.52, which is the lower portion of the box, versus the top end of the box, which is 156.14. We've already wicked above. I would like to see us close and continue. So if we were to close, retest and continue up, we will be definitely testing this section over here. And then if this section gets tested and not respected but disrespected by push through, we will come to this section up over here, which is the last time price tried to push bullishly before it absolutely tanked off in a lower direction. If we go down to the lower time frame, the hourly, you see now I've clicked it and it's slowed. So yeah, my internet's not great at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fair, man. Dim problemo.
We've had a nice strong candle coming out of Tokyo. We've started to slow down ever so slightly on the hourly. You should see on the 15-minute, it might look something like this. On the 15 and on the 5, would hope for it to come back down to test potentially this these two bearish candles over here. Just wick off of it and then maybe try and push up. That would be great. Alternatively, we've broken above this section over here. Potentially price can come back down to test it. So 155.64 to potentially try and push up and break the recent highs, which is at 156.29. That would be pretty cool. And then we can have something to this effect. So if I just pull this one a little bit back, you'll see it's the last attempt to push price higher before we started going a little bit lower, creating a short-term bearish structure. And then over here, we started pushing a little bit more bullishly. So you have this upward, oh, that is horrible. You have this upward channel, which we've broken now, and now we need to come and retest it to see if this is indeed the direction that we want to carry on going in. So on the lower time frame, I'm looking a little bit more bullishly on UJ. I don't know if this is in line with what you were thinking, Henry, but it does seem like there is a stronger conviction to try and push price higher. We just need the retest. And look, it might not even come back down to 155.64. We might not even get there. We may just react from here and start pushing up. But I want to see this more. And if that fails down here, I would love to see this area over here be tested. Just for that.
Yeah, a pull back into that area and then continuation does look good.
Yeah. This doesn't look horrible. It's not really great in my opinion.
It's fine. G's just completely left without me.
Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see this tested first and foremost. I don't mind if this comes a little bit deeper and even tests this channel, and then decides to start pushing up, breaking here.
I'm just gonna answer this question real quick. Sheffield boys, any suggestions on how to prepare for the interview and what to expect? Making fake reason, dude. Don't fake the reason, bro. I do the interviews.
It's the risk team. I've got an interview with.
Oh, sorry. So risk team interviews. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Don't. Okay, definitely don't fake the reason then. Man, don't fake anything. Like the risk team will see right through it if it's a risk interview. Be completely honest, please, guys. Don't fake stuff, because it's not going to end well if you fake stuff, because you'll get found out. All truths come out in the wash. Please, guys, let's keep ourselves honest and accountable in chat. But I thought you meant trader interviews. I was going to say, dude, trader interviews. Don't lie about them either. The interviews are pretty chilled out. I thought that's what you were referring to. But for those of you who are getting paid out nicely and have had 10K plus in payouts, let me know in chat as well, and you will be invited into an interview. I say 10K plus. Like 10% plus, like if you've scaled it or if you're like close to scaling, you've had like good payouts, then yeah, dude, like let us know in chat. Brag about that. We wanna brag about you guys, Oh, GU.
Gonna have to do a speed test because, man, I don't know
really? Are
if
you that
I'm.
bad?
Yeah, dude,
You seem okay.
you're super robotic.
Oh, really? Oh, no. You seem okay here. Like, you're reacting fine. But fair.
I'll let you go through Naz for Zara.
Yes. Yeah, sweet, man.
You go through Naz while
I'll
I
go.
quickly do this speed test.
Yeah. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem, man. GU, as you can see, is just completely left me, which is annoying because it was so nice. So nice. I kind of thought we could like tap into this area one last time, or at least tap back into here. But well, it is what it is. Oh well, it's potentially it's gonna leave without us unless it can come back down. Unless it can do something like this. That'd be nice. Anyway, let's go into the Nasdaq. Let's have a quick looky at what's going on in the Nas under the 15-minute. Check that out. Okay, the wick was pretty gopping, but other than that, that's some nice price action on the Nas. So on the Nasdaq, we're seeing this nice bullish momentum here. We've got to these lows, continued higher, broke above these highs here, creating a new higher high. Well, actually, no, that was equal. So, and then a continuation, then finally breaking above higher highs. We can see the order flow is slowly trying to shift up. So we've topped out here. Now we're starting to move back a little bit. We've tapped into this area perfectly and reacted off it really, really nicely, which is looking really cool. If we get our he's gone. If we get our box up here, he's back, and then there we go. Just mark this up here. There we go. Nice. And then what we can also see at the lows down here is we've got this wick under, so a potential liquidity sweep. Let's just have a quick look on where the sessions are. Okay, there we go. We've actually swept Asia session. That was perfect. So we've got Asia session lows that have been swept. We've got Asia session highs just up here. This is on the 15-minute. If we jump down onto the 5-minute, see what's going on with other price action. We can see we can see a nice little high that's been taken. Oh, hang on. There we go. Nice little high that's been taken here, showing some form of structure to the upside. Honestly, it looks nice, but I think I'd rather wait for some consolidation around here, then a break above, a pullback, retest, and continuation. Something a little bit like that. So if we can see that on the Nasdaq, and then maybe consider taking out Asia highs, maybe even moving up a little bit higher and testing this sell-off that we had the other day. That would be pretty nice as well. If we just try and clear all this up a little bit. There we go. So if we can try and head up, that would be nice. We've got good conviction for it. The 50-minute starting to look really, really nice. We've got a nice candle, sort of like a rejection here almost. So if we can close in now, wow, that was good timing. If we can close right this second, exactly how we are, then there's a really nice imbalance area here. So if we can head down into that 15-minute imbalance and then consolidate. There we go. Let's just move this back. There we go. And then consolidate within this price action. I'm just going to try and clear all this up. There we go. I think there could be some nice potential for buys on the Nasdaq. Something a little bit like this, I think, on the 5-minute. If we rejected this area here a little bit better, I'd probably look entering around here. But we didn't reject that area that nicely. It was quite a harsh break and close below. It was literally, we had a nice wick rejection here, nice bullish candle, and then it just melted and closed. It was a very decisive. No, go away. No. Go away. Go. Stupid trading view. Anyway, so we had a very decisive movement on this area here. So not too interested in that. I want to see how price reacts over time here. If we can consolidate, break and close above, retest, continue, then I'm going to be looking at targeting Asia highs. However, the opposite could happen if we consolidate here, break and close a bit lower, pull back. There's always an area that, or always a chance that we can target this area here, which is going to be London lows for the time being, anyway. Unless we consolidate over London. So it'll depend on what happens there. It would be interesting to see if we can take low of the day. However, where would we chase then? I mean, there's an area down here that we could head towards. If we go up into the 1 hour time frame and have a look. That is possible.
That is possible.
Yeah, that is possible. That could happen because if we look on the hourly as well, guys, let me just get rid of these areas here. We swept Asia high, took Asia lows, pulled back into... Oh, you bastard. There we go. There we go. No, there we go. So we pulled back into this consolidation here, which was pre-consolidation to the breakout of this large move here. And then what could be next in the basic order flow structure is lower low, lower low, lower low, lower high, lower high. Here we've got high, lower, low, lower low, lower high. We're just waiting to put in that further break underneath that area there, which is on the 5 minute, this area that we just marked out at the lows. So there is potential. In fact, let me just get rid of all this again. So there is potential for this to move a lot lower. There we go. However, if I'm being honest, if we can consolidate in here and move a little bit higher, I'd love to see Asia highs get taken. But on the hourly, it looks like sells are more in demand, or more in command.
On NAS, it does feel like there's that potential for us to try and put lower.
Yeah, I'd like to push higher. My bias could potentially be lower time frame buys, but I certainly wouldn't ignore the fact that we've got potentials to sell off. It's like a knocking in your car, like that knocking sound. You're hoping that there's going to be a loose nut somewhere in your engine bay, but it could also be the fact that your head gasket's on its way out, or maybe your piston's knocking. There could also be something really bad happening. So just bear in mind it may be the latter.
Byakuya Eisen. I'm just going to call you Eisen from Bleach. I noticed a 50k account on my dashboard. Did I win? If you did not pay for that account, then I think the next logical assumption is that you did indeed win an account. Yes, we did have 50k accounts giveaway during the 10-year anniversary event. I'm not sure if you were there on that day, Eisen, but you can contact support and just confirm whether or not it was from an account that you had won. You should have received an email stating that you won and that you will be receiving an account as well. So if you did receive an email, maybe go and check your spam folder, maybe go and check the important folders, just go and check all of them, make sure that you received an email. That would have been between now and the 17th. So this last week or so, you should have received an email. So just go and have a look, Eisen. We've got Astronomical back. He's saying EG. Let's go have a look at EG. Let's see what is up. Okay, so this is EG. This is I have a drawing here from the other day. Let's just remove that. Saying sell, the target is 209.6. 209.6. Are you sure? 209.6. I mean, we're currently set at 0.8734. What's the 209.6? Not sure what 209.6 is. Anyway, JPY pairs. Maybe it's GJ that you were talking about, or maybe EJ. GJ, I think, would make a little bit more sense because it's 210.
He means pips?
He means pips and points. Oh, so 209.6 points on EJ, or EG, sorry. So from
Yeah.
here...
Oh, sorry, yeah,
so
he did mean... No, he meant GJ.
Okay,
Yeah.
so GJ then, sell from where we are right now to, what was that number? 209.6. So right there. Okay, I'm gonna leave this one here, and then we'll just see. We'll just see. But you're saying it's in 28.22 hours, so it will only hit it in 28.22 hours. Okay, gotcha. Okay, carrying on. Love your show, guys, but might I ask if you could turn on the watermark? Are you referring to which...
the currency. Currency watermark, or the asset.
It should be on the candle right there. So let's say just a description. That should be good. And then let's change the color. Can you guys see this clearly?
Yeah.
Or do you want it a little bit darker?
I mean, it looks okay.
Okay, there we go. Happy with that, Paul? Yeah, Offie, we know, but as Astro said before, because it's 100% guaranteed, you don't need a stop loss. His words, not mine. Anyway, so yeah, let's mark this one here as Astro's trade.
Yeah, but now you need to make it like no stop loss. You got to signify that, by the way. I thought I meant the opposite. I mean, drag it all the way down. There we go.
This is what we're saying.
It's just a 100% guaranteed. Straight to TP. There's zero stop loss.
Okay. But I'm gonna have to go down to a lower time frame so that we can actually say where we got in. Let's assume we got in now. Okay? That's the assumption. So I'm gonna move it right there. Okay. Okay, so we're getting in at 11:20. And this is his trade. So I'm just going to put it there like this. This is Astro's trade. There we go. All right. Carrying on. GU has taken out Asia highs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, unfortunately, it was just a trade I missed. It's just one of those things.
Let's go on to the hourly. Let's have a look.
It looked super nice. I'm gutted I missed it because it was such a textbook trade. But man, it's just one of those things, one of those things. The consolidation breakout was quite nice. I could have gotten in on that one, especially after we swept the Asia lows so nicely as well. So Asia lows were taken with really nice conviction. Then the candle post the Asia low sweep was just stunningly bullish, and then it kind of consolidated and started pulling back, and I just didn't get a chance to enter in.
Oh, let's do this,
which is a shame.
Let's do this. I think this looks a little bit better. There we go. So we've got the on GU 5 minute at the moment. We did have this downward channel from yesterday, from the highs of yesterday. The opening of the New York session printed lower highs in relation to the previous highs. We've got the low of the day, which was during the London session, which we have broken now. Wicked pretty much on the 5 minute, started to react a little bit more. We've just taken the Tokyo highs. We're struggling, not struggling, but I mean we're stuck in between the 75 and the 25% section of this channel. I want to see how it reacts here. Is it going to start pushing a little bit lower, trying to come back down to this base that I have down here? Or are we going to absolutely break through with the intention of trying to, let me just use a straight line, trying to reach 135.24. Is there a 15-minute base to work from? Yes, there is. Okay, so if we are going to push higher on GU, first and foremost, this channel that we have, this downward channel that we have, obviously needs to be broken here. Closed, retest, and then continue up. If we do continue up, we might be coming back to this point. It's a base area. We've already had a singular reaction off of this base area. So once again, you've got a double top over here. So a reaction off of an established area. Double tops counts as established areas. We have, with this movement here, with this leg that we've had here, that recent low swing that we had over here was broken. Price tried to push back up. It failed. It continued to push lower. Took the lows of Tokyo. We made another base. We started pushing lower from there. So to me, this whole section here stands as a very nice area for price to potentially come back to if we manage to break and continue. Otherwise, we'll just continue respecting this channel, trying to push price lower. Methinks. But that's just on the 5 minute, obviously, there. If we go over to the 4 hourly, we had this upward moving channel that started all the way down on Friday the 21st. Got respected here. Not really an attempt there. Broke through. Wicked on the 17th. Broke through on the 18th. And basically came to retest it on yesterday. So maybe another retest is coming, or we're going to try and test for the lows down here in this base area. I shall just use my... Yeah, we'll just do that.
EU looks nice, but I kind of feel like a grudge to take it because it's nowhere near where I wanted to enter. I feel like I'd just be entering for the sake of wanting to be in on EU.
We also have a 4-hourly base that we're busy currently playing within. Because you have the lows down here. There was the local high. Got broken by this leg. Which reacted off of this attempt to try and push price lower. So we're currently stuck in this 4-hourly base from yesterday. What does it look like on the hourly? Excuse me.
Bless you, my friend.
Getting sick. A bit slowed.
No, you don't want to get sick.
I'm a sick individual, but I don't want to be sick.
Ooh, we've got another signal coming out here first.
Oh, but wow, look at this.
Astronomical signal for gold. Buy, target 5,200, duration. Ooh. Oh my god, he's giving you how long it's going to be in the trade for as well.
Dude, look at this hourly area of interest. So
I know, yeah.
On GU, look at this. Mate, this looks so good. I like this. Large area of consolidation over here. Let's click. Area of consolidation. Break. Retest. Test. Break. Test. 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 Oh, I love this. I love this area. This area looks really good. Nice little test here. Consolidation. A nice strong break. We've had a test, another consolidative test, a breakdown, another strong test as well. But this one has failed. This whole section here has failed a little bit more than it had previously. This is a really great test. This is a bit of a failure, and this whole section here is a bit of a failure. Yeah, we're kind of like stuck in this area for now, I think. We need to pick up either some buys or some sells above and below. So we're either going to pick up buys from down here, or we have to pick up sells from up over here to try and push price down again out of this area of interest. Sorry, you were saying something about Astro?
Oh, was I talking? Venus is aligned with Jupiter.
Okay, I'll take over, mate. I'll take over. Astro, we're not saying you're screaming because we don't know what you're talking about. We're saying you're yelling because you're using caps. It's a internet sign of, screaming using all caps. So you'll see, like, Paul is saying thank you, but only the first letter of the sentence is a capital letter, where you are doing everything in capitals. So if everything is uppercase, it's seen as screaming. So no, we're not saying you don't shout because we don't understand. We're saying don't shout because you're using caps lock. So just deselect caps lock, and then it should be great.
Earth tools are limited to Earth. Oh my god, I feel like I'm losing brain cells each time I read a new comment from Astra. I'm gonna be dead honest. Oh, bro. Oh man, I didn't know they allowed, laptops in loony bins.
Okay.
I'm joking. That is a complete joke. just in case. Just in case maybe you are or have been in a Lubin. Moving on. In the wild trades, I dated an astronomer once. She said I was too down to earth.
That's not bad.
Dude, I love that. That is such a dad joke.
She wanted some more space.
Yeah. I love this guy. In all fairness, Astro, yeah, I love you, man. We do love you coming on. You make our day.
Good old-fashioned internet.
Good old-fashioned internet. Facts, my friends.
All right. What else can we have a look at? A little gander. Let's have a look at gold. Gold. I love the smell of it, the taste of it,
the look of it, the feel of it.
On the hourly, we've had this very nice,
What's the plan with
strong.
gold?
Say again. Oh, I think I'm breaking up again.
Saying, what's the plan with gold? Oh, you? We're breaking up. We've only been dating a couple of months.
There's like a heavy delay between I'm seeing Will's mouth move and then the noise comes. Well, not noise. His words comes through.
Wow. Okay. The noise.
Okay. I meant the sound from your beautiful Welsh accent there in Hong Kong. Oh, okay. All right. We've got LJ in the background that's just confirming I'm not going crazy, and that Will in fact is the one in the loony bin at the moment. Right. So we have this small little area of console. Yeah, it was Will. You see, it was Will. It wasn't me.
Was
there? I've got confirmation. It was Will. It wasn't me. Look at that perplexed look on his face. Yesterday, during this section, if I go down to the 15-minute, we had a nice area of consolidation before we had a nice, strong breakout and continuation to try and push price higher. My voice just broke there. That was weird. Anyway, during the Asia session this morning, price has come back to it and has really struggled to break through the lower portions of this consolidation that we've had. But also at the same time, we're not really seeing it push up. So we've basically gone from consolidation. I'm just going to mark this as consolidation. We've gone from consolidation to breakout to retest back into consolidation. But we're consolidating ever so slightly above this section. It's not entirely, actually there's the consolidation. It's a little bit more like this. We've got this area of consolidation now. If I just move this slightly out of the way. So a little bit of consolidation here. We are going to need to see a break of sorts, whether it's lower or higher. It doesn't really matter. Where can we go if we start pushing higher? In the event where we break above this area of consolidation, as well as taking these local highs, we do have an area up over here to try and test. I'm going to use a box because my drawings is always skew. We have a box here. I'm going to call this a base. 5,224 to 5,232. So if price does break above, retest and continue up, this is a port of call. Assuming that this high, local high over here, gets broken and in the same time as we break out of this area of consolidation. For the downside, it seems as though this area of consolidation is a strong area of support, even though we're not reacting volumetrically out of it, but we are struggling to choose where we want to go around about this area. So first, we would want to see it break lower than that and start pushing lower. We do still have this gap over here, which could be tested. And then below that, if I go up to the hourly and see if there's more of an hourly structure. Yeah, this doesn't look bad at all.
I love what you've just marked.
Maybe not the exact like numbers, but this is like 5,085 to 5,098-ish. I don't
if you
think
zoom in on the 5 minute, and I'll show you what mine looks like on the 5 minute that I marked up at the beginning of this stream.
Yeah, this doesn't look bad. Yeah,
no, it looks nice to be fair.
Yeah, I do like this.
Back to the old school. Yeah. What an epic username. Also, looks like you're a Liverpool fan. What's the alternative for a guy other than trading or investing? 9-to-5 job and gambling.
Not the last one. If you want to make money, you don't want to do the last one.
True.
Blue collar jobs. Blue collar job.
Dude.
Get yourself a trade. Be a tradie. Get something that won't be affected by AI anytime soon. Like plumbing. Become a plumber.
I was gonna say, like, physical. So many people ask me a similar question.
Now, obviously, plumbing is just one example, but like blue collar jobs, generally, blue collar jobs are. Say again.
I said bricks and water.
Bricks and water. Sorry, I don't know what I heard.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Fair.
Yeah. So I would say that those
think
are
the thing
good.
is.
Oh no, LJ's got a hangover, guys.
How you doing, guys?
How's the hangover?
I am actually a bit sick though, like a bit of cold. Feeling a bit. I actually feel fine, but like I'm so congested through here.
Same here. I keep sneezing.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm perfect
as well. It's like
Anyway, let's just get him out of there. Let us two sick people talk about how sick we are, and without the disruption from them healthy folk.
How we doing, guys?
That wasn't me. My hands are up, mate. We're doing okay, mate.
No, I think I just like quadruple clicked myself to be. I think I just over spammed my own button.
But as you guys know,
actually, like, what's it say?
It says,
fair. Yeah.
Deadline to complaint expired yesterday.
Yeah, the deadline for complaints expired yesterday. I see that Tandy is saying that she has the same cup.
Well, I just got.
What is your?
I just got blue
Karen design.
Like IKEA.
Typical Karen work mug.
Are you a Karen today because you feel under the weather?
Oh no, LJ's just going to start complaining, whinging. I'm going to talk to your manager. Yeah, well, I am.
I am the manager.
Like, I was going to say, Rich is going to be like, okay, let me go get the manager. How can I help you today?
Yeah, like, how can I help you? Hello? I'm here.
Yeah, hello.
Where'd you go?
Yeah. But I will say, just really quick before I hop off, going back to that comment, I don't know why you would ask an alternative to trading and investing on a trading and investing stream. However, if honestly, guys, I cannot recommend blue collar work enough. So many people want to, and I've realized this, like the older I've gotten, the more mature I've gotten, that I will not look for any other type of income other than blue collar work. I've got trades. I'm an unqualified gas engineer, and it sounds awful, I know. My point being is I know how to do gas.
Really one? Is it unqualified?
Yeah, I'm not actually a gas engineer at all, but I know how to work on gas. So therefore, all I'd need to do to become qualified would be going past the exams, which I know how to do because my dad's taught me because he is a gas engineer. Same with plumbing, same goes with electricity. I've worked on houses, I've renovated and built houses. I know how to do trade jobs. So therefore, worst case scenario, I become, replaced by AI, by other avenues where the finance industry and trading is just not an option for me anymore. I know I can go into trade work in almost any trade discipline and find work and find a job and then work my way up the ladder. Guys, most people I know who are blue collar workers are actually way, way richer than every single one of us on stream. Potentially. I mean, we don't know. Potentially way richer than us on stream right now. So blue collar work is the way forward because you're irreplaceable.
I'm an unqualified F1 driver. So there we go. No worries.
The only issue is LJ's too heavy, mate. You're too heavy, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say, LJ, we all know that's not true. A, you're too tall. B, you're too heavy.
I would not fit in the car.
No,
at all.
You would not. I wouldn't fit in an F1 car, and you're a lot bigger than me.
Like Alex Albon and stuff, like because he's quite tall, right? They're all smaller, but even
they're all like the tallest is like 5'11", I think it is.
Yeah, a bunch of them have had problems with like the seating, trying to get the right length and all that kind of stuff. Because then like you got to take another portion out of the car and basically have a different car to the other car. It's like it's actually not good.
Yeah.
There's a certain range that you want to be in.
Yeah, and it's the same idea with like being a jockey. It's the same idea of being a jockey. It's like it's that extra weight. You want a really light jockey, so you want a really light though strong, like very strong neck muscles and all that kind of like stuff for the G-forces while driving, but in general.
Yeah, because in F1 they do average out the weights, so to make every driver like the same weight, they got to add certain portions. But it's like the construction of the actual monocoque. Right, if you need
there
more
was
leg room.
I can't remember which driver this was, but it was there was a driver that actually had their car modified to them because they were a taller driver. I can't remember who it was.
There's a couple. Alex Albon is one of them. But because especially most of my height is in my legs, not my torso. Right, so
fair.
Like that extends it's not ideal, but I definitely echo what you said though, Will, in all seriousness. As far as trades are definitely a place that pop off, especially now if you get in early, because I think that will start to change, that the supply will increase, but if you sort of get in now, right time, like it takes a bit to get through that kind of stuff. I mean, dude, everywhere has problems with housing, and it all comes down to supply.
Man, literally that. Like,
you can come to Australia, and they will just let you in if you want to do a trade. You can get a full visa, citizenship.
Bro, people love tradies.
And they make ridiculous money. Ridiculous money. Because, again, it's a supply.
All the tradies I know, all the blue-collar workers I know, they drive around in beaten-up vans, and then you ask them, like, why are you driving in a beaten-up van? It's like, well, I don't need to be driving a nicer van because this van does the job. And then next minute, Sunday morning, they're getting their Lamborghini out and flying up to the most expensive hotel.
I was about to say the ones here don't drive in their van, dude. They've got like a $250,000 like Toyota Hilux that's fully kitted out with off-roading stuff like this. Those things are not cheap. You see them and it looks kind of like just a ute, like kind of Toyota Hilux, whatever. But no, these are like the kind of like all the ones
modified, kitted out shit.
Yeah, sort of. It's pretty much here in like Dubai. Like they import a lot of them from Australia to Dubai. Obviously, Australia has the need and the the environment for it. But some of these things, like people are off-roading and stuff, and it's like 200, 300 grand.
Dude, I know.
Mogged up truck, but dude, and you can absolutely beat the heck out of it. They're pretty cool, I have to admit. They're definitely cool.
I think the Toyota Hilux is one of the sturdiest cars. There was a Top Gear episode on it. They tried to destroy a Toyota Hilux. The car just wouldn't die. They actually wouldn't die. They drowned it as well, and it still wouldn't die at all.
Yeah, and there's different Toyota Hiluxes, because the ones in the US are like soft. They're like, they're, if you import one or buy some of the very, very older ones, then they're good.
Yeah.
But
You want the ones with those little electronics. It's the same goes with the Defender, like the Defender 19 and the Defender 110. The old models, bro, like British engineering at its finest, But now, it's full of electronics and it's just a modern day car. It's gone soft.
Yeah. I love the old Defenders, definitely. I'd have that over a G-Wagon, for sure.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, literally. So, like, I've looked at... So, next year, I'm looking at adding to my fleet. And I'm looking at adding a Defender. And the missus said to me, like, because, I obviously, as you develop in relationships, you got to start talking about these things. And apparently now she has an input on what car I buy. And she was like, oh, why don't you buy a G-Wagon? And I was like, well, why would I want a G-Wagon? It's German engineering. It's overly priced for what it is. And if you've actually, like, I've looked at buying a G-Wagon. If you
they are good. They are good.
Yeah, they're great cars. They are tinny cars. They're still military cars. They're tinny. They're old-fashioned to open. They feel clunky. Bro, get a Defender. British engineering.
Just cool.
Okay, so here's a funny thing. When they say, oh, it is military spec, as if that's like I don't know, like this is the best. No, military spec literally means it's the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum that the military is willing to accept. It's the bare minimum.
Yeah, what branch of the military are we talking about, right? Because it's like spec ops or just like ground troops.
Yeah, but what I mean is like something
basic grunt or like officer.
But that's what I'm saying. Like if it says military spec, it refers to the bare minimum that the military is willing to accept. So if anything is branded as, oh, this is military specification, then it's just like it's the equivalent of saying, well, Team U also has the bare essentials. It just conforms to what Team U is willing to.
Because they know most of them are going to get destroyed and blown up and wrecked, and they can't.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you put?
They got to print out 1 million of them so they can replace it. Yeah.
So if you really want to buy something that is of the best specifications, look for aeronautical.
Rolls Royce.
Look for aeronautical stuff.
Yeah, literally.
That's built to last, mate.
And I said this to my partner as well. I was like, see, like you're not going to like the G-Wagon. And she was like, oh, it's such a sexy car. I love it. She doesn't sound about it at all, but for the sake of this comedic sketch, she does now. And I said, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal. I will buy this G-Wagon if you can open the door. I prayed that she couldn't open the door. Because 90% of the things that I've said, if you can do this, I'll do that, I follow through with. And I said to her, knowing that she wouldn't open the door, I said, if you can open this G-Wagon door, I will buy it. She had nails on because I was speaking up in London, and she grabbed the door and she couldn't open it because, again, it's a military built vehicle. It's clunky and it's got these buttons like the old Defenders used to have. She couldn't open the door. And I said, now you go drive and get some shopping, and then the next minute you can't get into the bloody car. I was like, no, it's an unpractical car for 90% of the people. They buy it because it's an overly priced, gangster-looking car. It's overly marketed. It's overly priced. There's so many better options. Buy British. Defender. It holds aura.
Jeez, Will, tell us your real feelings, mate.
The only trouble is like they feel like they're going to tip over as soon as you driving too quick as well, like on the highway or something. Like you just feel like, right? Which they're not, but they feel like that. Right? You can take them full off road. They're not actually going to tip. Right? It's because you need that suppleness with it. But
they're very boaty.
I know, a lot of for instance, with that, like other partners, other friends, partners, right? Females that jump in one of these and drive them in a G-Wagon. They like the idea, then they start driving it and they feel it feels scary because they don't understand that's actually part of how it's meant to operate so that it actually doesn't tip over per se, right? But yeah, no, I think a Defender's way cooler. They've got kind of that like riveted body panels and that kind of stuff, right?
Wait, are we talking about the old one or the new one?
The old ones.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, and then these days, even a G-Wagon, I get an older one. And similarly with Defender, like I do like a resto mod, make the leather new, few quality of life upgrades like Apple CarPlay, the normal stuff. Maybe new steering wheel, right? Because the steering wheel's kind of ratchet. But apart from that, like,
dude, what are you on about?
They're good. Yeah.
Yeah, if you could, I don't know, maybe send it to something like Mansouri or like Brabus. Unbiased trader. I love that, man. Bro, sell your G-Wag, man. Sell it. Also, this is from Umkar saying Land Rover is owned by an Indian brand, Tata. Yes, it is now. However, the old
it's been owned by Tata for a very long time, mate. It's been owned by Tata for a very long time. Mahindra is owned by Tata as well. There's a bunch of like top brands that are owned by Tata.
Yeah, so it is British built. Like the old chassis, like the old Defenders, are British built chassis, and they are great cars, and they're British built cars. It was owned by what's it called now? Because they've gotten rid of Land Rover Jag. It used to be like JLR, I think. Yeah, JLR, Jaguar Land Rover. So that's gone now, and they're like rebranded into something. But they made great cars. Now the new Range Rovers came through, the new Defenders came through. They're not as good, due to obviously other things.
Quality, quality is a bit rough. Yeah,
other quality issues. That's why if you are going to buy a Defender, like, yes, okay, you can buy a nice new modern one. I've actually, my dad's got one. I've driven it. It's beautiful. But
you hold it for like 2-3 years, like through like a lease or whatever, and then you sell it. Yeah. Just get rid of it.
My mate just bought himself an old, I think it's like a 1996 Defender 110. Bro, he took me in it. He's put lift kit on it. He's put some big off-road wheels, like winches on it. He's really kitted it out. Mate, it holds aura. It does. It's a true British gentleman's car. True farm vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, dude, definitely. They're honestly awesome. I saw the Queen, obviously after she passed, they sold all of her old Defenders and everything. As part of, I guess, the estate, like whatever, she held on to them. Like she actually liked them, enjoyed them. I guess the rest of the royal family was like, okay, well,
that's good.
It's gone now.
Get rid of it. It's a crap car.
But dude, so cool to buy that because they're full bulletproof and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah,
as
man.
Well.
That's nuts.
Very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, we'll jump into charts as well soon, guys. But today,
anyway, I was going to say a bit of a digression. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna shoot off now.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, all good.
Yeah, so I'll speak to y'all in about 2 hours or so. So yeah, guys, catch you in a bit, and then hopefully we can get back into see if gold can either head up or down. I've got something very similar to you, Rich, on gold. So hopefully something can play out when I come back. Cool. Anyway, for now, peace.
I'm curious to hear it. Only thing I've traded today is gold. So
only
I'm curious to hear it later, Will. But
just before I do go, that's what I'm looking at. So we'll see. We'll see. Right. Anyway, guys, peace.
See you, brother.
Cheers. What's up, LJ?
Doing all right. I saw Unbiased Trader said this as well earlier. I was going to bring it up. You want to consult Astro if you would have a better career in F1. Don't worry about your weight. That'd be great. Oh, man. And yeah, good morning. Morning, Theola. How are we doing? Lovely to see you. Yeah, today's going to be a little bit quiet, guys. I think even for the week in general, to be honest, so we've got a pretty light news week. Oh, I need to share my screen as well.
Yeah, we have zero news out today. There's some FOMC discussions, but nothing that is going to spark any sort of like real market movement.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we did have a bunch of stuff yesterday, and sort of over the weekend. So Friday into the weekend onto Monday. And I've got a few headlines that I've collated for you guys to basically summarize where we are, and it will highlight exactly why we're kind of now in this kind of pause zone, because everything is kind of a bit frozen. But yeah, so first of all, I feel like I'm gonna pronounce your name incorrectly, brother. My apologize.
Say waza.
Apologies. Apologize. Why did I say apologize? Yeah, waza.
Waza.
Wozang? I don't know. I'm probably completely off. Sorry, man. But yeah, the big move in the yen today was due to, if I just jump over to my screen real quick. And so these are some of the headlines that I've collated for us today. So basically the dollar yen move was due to this. So the new Japanese PM, Takeichi, basically there were comments that she relayed to the Bank of Japan saying that they don't really want to, or she doesn't want to see interest rates rise just yet. So that's basically what those headlines came out from a meeting that they had last week. And that's what spurred the yen to pick up, or dollar yen to pick up, therefore yen down, per se. That said, there hasn't been that much follow through in all consideration with how dollar yen trades, right? Like, this is a pretty tame move. So potentially, if we don't actually follow through here, we could actually see dollar yen coming back down. And basically, the lower that dollar yen comes, the more likelihood of rate hikes, which further accelerates the dollar yen drop. So that's why these headlines right now are quite negative as far as the unwind of the carry trade. What we really need to see for the carry trade to fully drop out is for the Bank of Japan to actually finally say, okay, we're going to start increasing rates at the same time as we've already got the other inflation pressures, we've got the pressures from the bond market itself, all of that. Now, Takaichi, the Japanese PM that's come in, obviously she's taken a very fiscally dominant stance, basically being that she wants to pump out a bunch of liquidity from the actual government to try and stimulate things, stir productivity, stir GDP. Eventually, that does lead to inflation, or at least inflationary pressures, put it that way. And so right now, obviously, having rates lower whilst you do that is going to be better for her as far as a government and balance sheet of the government standpoint. So obviously, she doesn't want rates to go up, right? But naturally, if she's going to do that, rates will have to go up because you're putting these inflationary pressures into the system. And across the globe right now, majority of all these inflationary pressures are mainly coming from that heavy fiscal dominance across the board. We've seen it in Australia. Actually decided to increase rates. The RBA primarily said that was predominantly because of the government side of things in spending and everything. Now, fortunately, Australia has been spending that money in the right way, not just recklessly. We've had some of that stuff. It's not a reason to raise rates. That's ridiculous. No. But yeah. But yeah, and then obviously the US with Trump doing what he's doing, that kind of thing. There's been a more fiscal dominance type stance across the globe. right? And we have needed that. Basically, it's been a continuation of the COVID situation, trying to get everything up and going once again. So apart from that, we've had a number of bits and pieces around the trade tariffs. So predominantly the EU looking at freezing some of their trade talks, or signing on the dotted line with the US. So these are all the trade talks that go back to last year, and they're pretty much on the final line to actually get it done. And now we've had this from the Supreme Court. So Trump does have other avenues that he could jump in. So, for instance, considering putting new national security tariffs following the Supreme Court ruling, right? So that would come under certain things around. First, it would start with like commodities that are needed for national security, then play that into like tech and AI, and then it starts to bleed out into many other sectors all at the same time. And so hence that's mainly the way that you go through that. And then also the fact that we do have, from the globalization situation, many key products are produced solely in a single country. As we all know, far majority of those are in a certain country called China. So that would allow him to enact those tariffs through that. And he will have precedent for that, since we had, especially since we had COVID, where we saw a huge shutdown of the supply chain, which was particularly because each of these countries, there were certain countries that only made this product or that product. Or it was even with the, what do you call them? The like air machines.
Airline masks.
No. For those that had that were struggling, that really got hit by COVID severely, with the
just with the oxygen masks, like for
the
oxygen,
but
CPAP machines and the oxygen
that sort of
cylinders,
supplying that to like hospitals, that kind of thing, and even the same with there were a few other bits and pieces like that, where there's like one random key country in like part of Southeast Asia that makes 90% of everything, that is the pinch point bottleneck to actually create the whole thing. Everyone's like, damn, no one realized this before? Like, oh.
Yeah.
And then that was across the board. So we saw the fragility of that. And that's also part of why we saw much of that re-onshoring. And that was basically the premise of the whole onshoring type aspect, which, to be honest, as far as the security of like the human race, is actually not a bad idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
Regardless of politics, like we do actually need separation of that. But yeah, so that's overall what we've got. We did have Fed's Waller talking about the January jobs data with the upside surprise. So potentially they'd be more neutral going into the next rate decision. And we've basically seen China trying to take advantage of the current tariff situation, trying to talk to the EU to get some trade deals done. So as far as that, that's pretty much your whole news cycle right now, which hence has left the currency markets in particular
a bit dry. Yep.
Yeah. We're kind of just oscillating in a bit of a midpoint, no real direction overall. We did see gold eventually pick up last night.
Yesterday. Yeah.
So I did end up taking that guy towards the end of last night. When I was talking with Dirk, I was looking for a potential break of this, then to buy on the retest and for us to drive higher. But I wanted to go to bed. So once we came up through here, I bought in, TP'd there, and then I hit my account targets.
Multiples, nice.
Yeah, so then I just went to bed. I didn't go to bed technically. I watched an episode of Industry. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys in chat will probably know that. It's like a finance kind of show. Then I played some games of Dota, and then I went to bed.
Oh, nice. So what was that time?
God, I don't know. I had like a nap for like 3-4 hours, and I got up again because my partner was here. Her alarm, she had to go to work, so her alarm got ticked off at like 6:30 a.m. So it was like probably 2 a.m. I went to bed. I got woken up again. I jumped up, looked at markets again, looked at headlines, played some more Dota, then went to bed again at I think 9. So
what?
yeah,
Like 9 o'clock in the morning.
yep.
Okay.
That's
And
the thing. Often I try and stay up till 6:30 because I know she's going to wake up anyway, and she has to go to bed at like 11:30, 12, right? To get up to go to work. So sometimes I just stay up the whole way through because if I go to bed earlier, I'm going to get woken up, get disrupted, and then my sleep patterns all like weird, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, so we've seen the further follow through with gold today. Again, on the back of the tariff situation, which has been shot down, other trade partners trying to make delineations. And Trump is also looking at other alternatives to pass the tariff measures through, of course. The whole AI software thing seems to have sort of dropped out of
yeah,
vogue,
a little bit.
at least for now. We're definitely talking about it on Monday. Very big topic. But coming into today, no one cares, frankly.
I think they're preoccupied with other stuff right now. It's kind of like AI. The talk of the day has kind of like, I don't know, fizzled. It's just like it's not as hot. It's not the hot news anymore. People don't really. They're like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, and I think like there's a lot, like we need more information. It's sort of priced in. Like the Nasdaq last night sort of dropped off the tariff situation. Hang on, let me go out to 30 minutes. So more of the Trump's comments around tariffs and the like, not the AI type situation. Now, we did see this. We have seen a relative pickup through here, so it's not looking too bad. But you guys can see in the overall trend here with the standard deviation channel, we're definitely much angled lower at the moment. So we really need to see a break above this rising 200 moving average. This is on the 30-minute right now. See a move back up into this cluster up here, and then obviously outside of the actual 2 standard divs on this 30-minute channel. If we go out to the 1 hour, you can see the 1 hour is still angled higher. So on the 1 hour time frame plus, we are still looking bullish, but the near-term price action has very much had a bit of a depressive pressure on it. So you can see here now on the 1 hour, we've got a bit of a coalescence of each of the major moving averages, the 50, the 200, the 1 hour. So yeah, we're definitely very indecisive at the minute. And we're basically seeing this across all markets. Euro, Aussie dollar also has the inflation data tomorrow, which will be very important for the future rate decisions for the RBA. Australia's also caught in between whatever movements with the Nasdaq. The pound is kind of mixed. It's slightly recovering. The pound has had it's been beat down a bit from the Bank of England, basically signaling that they're probably looking at another 2 rate cuts. Europe's still pretty neutral. The EU, so yeah, it's a bit of a snooze fest overall. And then dollar yen, we did have that break high. We did meet my target that I talked with you guys about on Monday with Dirk, as well as last week. This was actually my peak target that I was looking for. So we've tapped exactly into that and now pulled back. But but I would have liked to see more of a follow through from this, like some kind of more aggressive bounce, which we're just not seeing right now. So
it's what I also want.
I have very low confidence in basically all of the FX pairs, at least for today, right now.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you there. It's just it's slowed across the board. Yes, you're getting some micro movements, but nothing that is screaming, "I want to go."
Yeah. It's pretty much just gold. We did have JP Morgan upping their targets now. So this past February, they basically pushed them to 6,300 for 2026. That doesn't mean right now. That means throughout 2026 or potentially by the end of 2026. And also seeing potential move if retail participation actually increases, as well as like retirement funds, pension funds, that kind of stuff, personal retirement funds, etc. Accelerates because it's definitely underinvested in that sector. We could see 8,000. That's going to be depending on a number of the other macro developments with stock market, trade tariffs, all that kind of stuff, debasement trade coming back into vogue. But everyone's basically throwing out a number of these calls right now, but there's no clear view at all.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised, especially coming into end of month, where you've basically got a triple witching on Friday. We got 27th, so one day before the end of the month. End of day, end of week, end of month. Triple witching situation. It'll probably be a bit calm, especially when we've got a lighter data sheet for this week.
Yeah, overall, to me, I thought that, and I said it yesterday, was like, with the fact that we have such little like high impact news in the earlier portions of the week, we'll probably see just a very, we're going to choose one direction. We're kind of like going to just dwindle in that direction. If it's sideways, it's sideways. If it's up, it's just going to be slowly dwindling its way in that direction. And then come Thursday and Friday, when we have a little bit more rate folder news, or high impact, let's rather say, we should start seeing something. But then it's going to be at the end of the week, and then everybody's going to be like, we don't care, next week, So it's a bit slow.
We got the tariff stuff up in the air. We got various comments coming out from Kevin Walsh. People are still trying to decide exactly where they're trying to place him on like the hawk-dove type scale. Obviously, his past stuff plays into it. He's said some of the similar things. I was talking about that with Dirk yesterday recently, but it's hard to say. He seems to be more inclined that, yes, we still need to pump QE. So that would be very dovish. Whereas his past 2008 comments, very hawkish. It was anti-QE. But he basically reprinted some of the same exact quotes from what he said in 2008, but now kind of implying that it's needed to pump out stimulus. So it's a full flip. Yeah, difficult to see. And obviously with the tariff situation, what does the Fed do then, right? They're kind of they spent a long time holding out for tariffs to increase inflation. We haven't seen it. And now, not only that, tariffs are potentially going to go away. Obviously, we've got the 10% for the next 150 days, but we haven't seen the inflation come through from tariffs. And there's the specter of them going away entirely as well. So that could rapidly accelerate downside for the dollar, because we'll get more US rate cuts. And then something like dollar yen here, even though we've seen this big drive higher, which is why I think we haven't seen that follow through. People putting this together going, well, if we get all
something
this,
doesn't add up. Yeah.
This thing is going to dump. And the more it dumps, Japan can actually raise rates. The more they raise rates, further it accelerates. So
it's pushing it, yeah.
Yeah, there's very much a We're very tentative right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you think that the yen pairs are definitely going to, well, let's not say definitely, probabilities wise, Japanese yen bearish over bullish in the near term?
Do you mean in what sense? Like yen bullish? Because are we
Yen
talking about
bullish.
like the cross rate, like how it's priced, like dollar yen, or are we talking about so
the yen
basically
itself.
so yen appreciating. So therefore, most of the yen rates are obviously sort of inverse to what we typically talk about. So therefore, dollar yen down, euro yen, AUD yen, pound yen are a little bit different. Euro yen, pound yen, I would say down, not as much as the dollar. AUD yen will probably be the most secure overall. So once it really kicks off, dollar yen will definitely be the big player. And obviously, with dollar yen coming down because of cross correlation, the other pairs will come down in similar fashion, but it just won't be the same kind of acceleration overall.
Not to the same degree.
No.
Fair.
But yeah, so I think that's going to be one of the biggest trades coming forward, especially when we also have potential specter of some kind of economic crash or some kind of problem with the software sector, private credit, a banking issue, something like that. Dollar yen in particular has everything going for it. It already has the background macro fundamental structure plus rates. And like you're saying, is it going to, like, this actually comes down to like just a mathematical finance thing in terms of like it eventually has
probabilistic,
to. Yeah, it's not even, but that's what I mean. It eventually becomes not even probabilistic. It has to. It's like gravity, right? It's just how math works per se. This is why Dirk and I have been talking about it for so long. Like the math just doesn't add. Unless people are going to sit there and just lose a heap of money and be like, yeah, this is fine. No one's going to.
No, nobody's happy with like setting stuff on fire and just sitting and set fire.
Yeah. So eventually it will have to come down. It's just the timing and the intricacy with the China-US relations and then how Japan plays into that, which US and Japan have been very much in talks, trying to sort of work together to get the best deal for both of them, frankly.
I mean, I feel like that is always going to be the dollar's prime objective, is to ensure that they themselves get the best of it. They're willing to go into negotiations and agreements with another party that it benefits that other party as well. But so long as, at the end of the day, the US is the beneficiary of good trading, good policies, and that kind of stuff. So they're not against other countries doing well. We just want to do better than you, that kind of like thing. So
and we know that dollar lower has been a prerogative of the Trump administration for some time, right? So eventually it's basically a timing thing. So when the timing is right, they'll hit that, whether they use the sort of method they hit that through is potentially intervention in sync with the Bank of Japan, right? To do it together. To absolutely smash the thing, and that would send a huge message to the whole globe and absolutely wipe people out. So it's all a very intricate
where do we want to be where do we want to be? Do we want to be on I don't know, it's like that game of like I don't know if you were in school and you experienced this, like we're gonna pick sides, like 5 aside or 10 aside or something, and you kind of like have the two players and you're like, okay, you're making sense, I like this guy, but at the same time this all of my friends have been chosen for this side, so it's just like who do I want to be sided with?
Yeah.
Now I'd rather go with this one. And the question then at the end of the day is like, are you going to be on the right side of it to benefit from it? Because as it seems right now, everybody is getting screwed, or at
Yeah.
least everybody's heading towards getting screwed. Let's rather say. So it's what should be happening and what's currently happening doesn't seem to be aligned all that much. But when it is going to align, it's going to be like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
I was on the
Yeah,
wrong side of
exactly.
this, and now I'm screwed. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, again, yeah, all those alliances are shifting exactly like you said. So like the teams were kind of set before, and that's why Trump's tweeted out a number of times like, hey, anyone that tries to change things, I'll be mad at you. He's, he's throwing his finger up. So
Yeah.
I will say the interesting thing with this, as far as the Dixie, like I've said to you guys throughout this year, I don't think the Dixie is really a good indicator right now of the dollar movement at all. We haven't looked at it much. Last year it was very effective. But I will say with today's drive higher, as you can see, we've failed to meet the prior highs, and now we've come back off. And we've kind of got that high, new high, a lower high set through here. So this is why when I'm talking about the dollar yen, even though we've seen this pump right through, I wouldn't be too
enthusiastic
gung-ho.
in buying.
Yeah, too enthusiastic about jumping on some of the support for it to actually run further. Now, there are a bunch of other bits and pieces going on that should say that it moves higher. But yeah, there's plenty in the inverse as well. So back to exactly what we were saying before. We're in a bit of stasis right now. Overall.
Yeah, it's just overall just very undecisive, or at least decisive, but in waiting. We know what we want to do. We're just going to just wait. So that's what I like about trading. It's the idea that you can see some things brewing, but instead of trying to predict what you think is going to happen, you just wait for it to happen. Yeah. And then you're already positioned, ready to either strike or you've already struck. So in this case, you're like, okay, everything is pointing towards the idea that the yen is going to, quote unquote, become stronger. So blanket term, stronger yen. Obviously not that simple. It's not so simple to say it's a stronger yen. It's like all of it all together. It's like it's the culmination of all of this like geopolitical unrest, interpersonal relationships with different countries and all of that kind of like stuff. And then you're looking at it and you're like, okay, I know it's coming. I just don't know when. So what to you would be the signifier that, okay, it's happening now? Or do you think that it's already happening and it's that kind of like just a slower response? I don't know if I'm asking the question in a way that makes sense, but like it's not going to be a singular trigger point. It's kind of like we understand this. It's not going to be, okay, there it is now and there we go. The signs that you're seeing, is it printing towards the idea that it's already started or that it is going to happen sooner than later?
No, so I think it goes back to what I said last year. My expectation for this year, again, back to a bunch of those calls we talked about back in July, August, September, October, the whole way through. I was saying that my outlook for this year, for 2026, was that we're going to have it's all over. Everything's back on. It's all over again. Back on, over, back on, over, back on. And we're going to go back and forth. So it's going to be much more choppy, much more volatile, big moves, big swings, up, down, up, down, up, down, and very unclear because we are in, you're going to have the follow-on through where everyone decides they need to play the game for the Trump tariff stuff as far as a country, and then they've got their own political interests for the those parties that are actually talking with the U.S. administration, And you don't want to be the one outlier that said like, no, this is ridiculous, and then Trump hits you with something and your economy gets whacked, and then you
Destroyed.
get out of office. Yeah, and you lose the next election, right? So you want to be seen as the guy that made a trade deal. You got one of the early trade deals. You're on lock. Yeah, you did a really good job whilst everyone is struggling. That kind of stuff. It plays politically for them. Now, at the same time, you're going to have different stuff going on with the Trump and his administration's own objectives. We've got things going on with AI, the investing thing, the big beautiful bill, a bunch of moving parts. Infrastructure stuff going on. We got tax benefits. Potentially, we're going to get this rollout of like what do they call it? I forget. But basically, the tariff incentive back to the people,
like a rebate.
Rebate. Yeah, rebate. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll actually pass Congress. It seems very unlikely at this point. Maybe they'll get something lesser shoehorned in, about $1,000 to $1,300 a person, not this 2 to 2.5 or more. But there seems very much a reluctance across the board, even with the tariffs going on. Even the Republicans themselves, not really a fan.
No, it seems as though they're not aligned on that. Like Trump is saying one thing, but the whole of Congress is like, I don't know. So promises are being made that looks good on paper for everybody, but I think it's like a red herring, mate. I think it's that idea of like it's an eye blind. I'm showing you my hand over here, but actually on the other side, I'm doing something completely different. I'm keeping you entertained with what I'm saying over here. Oh, look, birdie, 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 and I don't know, stealing out of your pocket, that kind of thing. Not saying that that's what's happening, but I'm saying that there's this little show and tell happening at the moment that is all just speculation. There's like no, it's guaranteed. It's the same with the tariffs. Tariffs were discussed and then implemented suddenly, and then all of a sudden they're like, but hold on a second, this never even went through the courts. The courts haven't agreed to this. Like, what are you doing? But the reaction already took place and the impact has already been seen. It's just like, listen, there's these things happening already, and everybody's like freaking out. But now it's months later, and it's just like, it's probably gonna get cancelled, mate. It's like the tariffs. There's no like legal standing yet. It's all still. So it feels like even with the rebates, the tax incentives, all of that kind of like stuff that he's talking about, it's all just like, yeah. You're saying a lot, but you're doing very little. You're talking a great game, but your follow through is like it's not actually in your hands. You need to convince. So yeah, it's interesting to have a look at it and kind of like go like, wow, this guy talks a lot of shit, and then but is it actually gonna happen?
Well, I mean that's exactly Trump's game, right? He's always trying to. He puts out like feelers as well. He's kind of hedging the whole time whilst he talks. He's not always serious about whatever he's saying. He's trying to say like, oh, I'll just throw this out and see what people think, and then it was a good reaction. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. If it was a bad reaction, it's like, oh, never mind. I'll throw out another one, right? And just keeps fishing, right?
Yeah.
So it's very much that. There's going to be new trade negotiations, new trade talks. He'll probably try shoehorn tariffs in through another method. There are other methods. Obviously, they've known this.
Yeah,
for
he's going to try.
Time. They have all this stuff planned out. Yeah, it's not going to exactly change. So we'll go through this almost this thing like we did last year, where 150% tariffs, 200% tariffs on China. Then we go back to just 20 or 30 or 40, and then it's 15, and then it's 45, and then it's this and that, right? So it'll be much of the same with that. You also have the midterms. Obviously, the other portion with the midterms is the general populace of America are not in favor for tariffs overall. Even his own voter base.
Have been
they
like,
see it as like a mess and confusing.
Like, we don't really like this.
Yeah, so it's gonna be very interesting to see. The main question, I guess, is if they have to refund the tariffs, that would be about 150 billion dollars. They definitely have the money for that. It would just drain part of the Treasury General account, which I've been talking about. They have stacked up liquidity for that for some time, so I'm sure that's also part of their preparation for this. So it's hard to say because as much as it all seems like it's falling apart, they're very much positioned defensively to combat
It's very
that as
calculated.
well. It's very planned. It's very and part of
Very
Trump's whole
calculated.
thing is to make it look chaotic and like he's a complete donkey, but it's a very orchestrated.
Yeah. So
I think that's the thing the market keeps forgetting. So
yeah.
I'm done with my macro news rant now, so we can get.
So that's the interesting thing. Like, there's a lot of people that know about this phenomenon. Let's put it like that. It's the hero complex.
Mm,
But at the same time, the hero complex has kind of got that the opposite side of it, because obviously the hero is someone that comes in, saves the day, but who is the person that creates the chaos and at the same time plays the hero as well? It's that uh, it's that villain hero complex.
every politician ever. I mean, that's our whole game, right?
Yeah,
You make a
it's
problem first, and then you
you
solve
make a
it,
problem
and then you
and
look
then you
awesome.
solve it, and
Yeah.
then you look awesome. Exactly, and
Yeah.
and I feel like Trump plays that like so finely, where he comes forward as this guy is absolutely crazy and
Mm.
I didn't know that this was a problem, and then it actually wasn't. He just created the problem and then he'll come and solve it now, and then everybody's like, wow, Trump is amazing at this. I'm This is all like, I don't know, it's just when I think of Trump, that's what I see. I see this, here's this peaceful little town, there's no issues, then all of a sudden there's all of these rabbits that get introduced into the town and it ravages all of the vegetables and the crops, and then here comes this hunter and he's like, I'll lay some traps and I'll cull the herd a little bit. And you're like, oh well, thank
Yeah.
you very much. And then it turns out that the hunter was the one that actually released them into the wild. So
He'd be a great D&D motif to
yeah,
echo off for a for a story for a campaign.
very much, very much. Um,
um, Mesh is asking for pound yen. We can definitely have a look at pound yen. So
Yeah.
I will say we did talk about dollar yen before, and I did cross over to euro yen and pound yen. It's going to be pretty much the same thing, right? If I jump over to my chart today, we're definitely looking exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
Now,
EUG,
the pound,
UJ, EJ, GJ, all of them have the same movements.
yeah, the pound has been beat down like a little bit more than dollar yen. That's obviously because we had Bank of England. The previous rate decision was like split. It was like 5 votes to 4. They stayed neutral. Since then, we've had some of the data, that kind of thing, and they're now talking about potentially even up to 2 interest rate cuts. So hence we've seen further weakness in pound yen. So we have struggled to actually get up too much. That's why we've traded more in this sort of range like that. Whereas you go and look at dollar yen, where of course that range ended very early, and then we traded all the way up through here, right? So I'd say pound yen will have that same continued downside pressure, but you will have the slight bid up from the rate differential still, even though they're going to reduce rates, and it will pretty much follow dollar yen. I would question whether we'd get back up to this underside sector through here. That would be pretty. We'd need a change in the pound story somehow, either pound data coming out that would denounce potential of 2 rate cuts. Maybe we go back to like 1 rate cut, something like that. But right now, I would say this is very much a top for pound yen. So I wouldn't be looking to go long from here. I'd definitely be waiting to, at the very least, back to 209.70 to even consider going long. Shorting from here, I wouldn't like to be short either, with the fact of dollar yen potentially getting a bounce off this sort of support area by those prior highs somewhere in here, and at least attempting to take a run at these recent local highs at about 157.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that follow through today, but it's definitely potential. So I would say there's better assets to trade overall.
Yeah, whenever you have like a massive move like we did this morning, I'm always very like cautious. I always look at it and like, okay, I like volume and I like volatility, but there's levels to it that I like. If you have too much volume, you can't get in at a premium area. It's moving too quickly. In terms of volatility, it can just as easily come back down again much deeper than first anticipated. So I want the right amount of volatility and the right amount of volume. This, to me, had too much volume. It moved too quickly in too short a period of time for me to say, okay, this is where I'm going to get in and carry on with this push on higher. Unfortunately, that's sometimes the problem with the JPY pairs, is the fact that you can have this suddenness, very aggressive movements, and then completely lose all of its momentum and just go the opposite direction. So it's a very, very like balanced, a very balanced game. Let's put it like that, where you have to try and balance everything out.
Yeah,
it doesn't always work, unfortunately.
Especially when you have players wanting to get in on both sides, either to rejoin the carry because they think it's going to last longer, or people trying to exit carry anytime we do pop higher, viewing that going forward the carry is over. So they're using any moves higher to get out, exit at the best price they can, and gradually just scale out over time.
Yeah,
so
you've like a justification for
very, very heavy intent players on both sides, and tend to be leveraged on both sides. So that's why we see these very aggressive moves. Much more in terms of like pip movement than say like euro dollar or something, right? We're 155, we spike right up to 156.25 up here. If we saw a 125 point move in euro dollar, something major would have had to happen, right?
Yeah,
in the candle. So
but seeing that in the yen pairs is easy, but it's also in relation to the fact that it's 183 yen per 1 euro, so seeing a 100 pip to 150 pip move in relation percentage wise is not that crazy. So
I mean, even this coming into Monday, like from the basically potentially the tariffs being wiped out, we sort of had that close down here on the Friday. So it's about 117.80, we'll call it, right up to 118.30. You're only 55, 60 points on like the tariffs potentially being deleted. So that's an example of the euro dollar situation where, yen pairs is definitely much more stacked, put it that way.
Yeah. Like I feel like you really need to have all of your ducks in a row if you are going to trade yen.
Yeah, definitely. I was just going to bring this up. I might jump up. I feel like I gotta
blow your nose.
That's right. Yeah, jump up a sec. Yeah, MGN. Yeah, we did mention D&D.
Someone mentioned D&D. You have my divided attention. Yeah. You had my curiosity, but now you've got my attention.
And yeah, guys, throw anything in the chat. Like, obviously, market's pretty quiet here today. So if you guys have general trading questions about strategies, questions about any of the accounts, how the accounts work, literally anything, throw it at us because the market is quite quiet today.
Yeah.
Right? So any questions you guys have or whatever, toss it in the chat and we'll help you out. There you go. I'll be back in
Uno momento, por favor. Yes. Guys, I actually have a question for you guys in chat. If we were to have webinars, so a webinar being like a half an hour to an hour session, maybe on a Friday, maybe twice a month, what kind of content would you guys be interested in? Obviously, we've had Jonathan in the past that has done the webinars, and he's had a very clear idea of what it is that he wanted to do. And if we were to reinitiate webinars, what kind of content would you guys really be interested in? Are we looking at discussing specific strategies? Are we looking at discussing indicators? Are we looking at discussing fundamental movements? Are we like, what kind of content would you guys like to see in general? And then, yeah, we can consider re-establishing webinars on Fridays and kind of like just seeing how it goes. Because obviously we don't stream on Fridays. We stream on Mondays through to Thursdays. So on a Friday, we can have a webinar and we can, like, half an hour to an hour, you guys join in, we chat, ask questions. So not a stream, but a end of the week webinar. So yeah, it's kind of like, let me know what you guys would like to see from there. Primal Light saying, oh wait, before I get to that, Bazooka saying, what's your fundamental bias for this week on USD? My I'll have LJ answer this one because he has a little bit more of a forward projection, forward facing idea around trading, where mine is more like reactionary. So I'll just star this one for LJ. This one is more towards what I it's more in my ballpark, you know. In terms of scalping, any tips? So when it comes to scalping, I think there was another one. Let me just bring my chart up. In terms of scalping is very, very short term. Very short term. You're in the market, you're out of the market minutes later. Scalping can be pretty much one of two ways. You can either do something called tick scalping, which we don't allow here at the Fivers, or you can do just regular, like, time frame scalping. So short time frame, 1 minute and lower, kind of like in the market, out of the market very quickly. And the idea is, when it comes to scalping, you don't want to have moves like that, as an example. You want very short, very quick, very, 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 very tight stop losses. But the problem with scalping is that because generally you're in the market a lot more often, you can see movements that are generally not there. So you can force movements. Like, for argument's sake, if you have this little area over here on the NASDAQ as an example, you can say, okay, I am going to sell every single time we get to the top of this channel, and I'm going to buy every single time that we enter the bottom of that channel. So from here, we get close to the channel, we reject off of it, I take a sell there, I aim for the bottom, I have my take profit just above that. I'm in, done and dusted. Now I do the same thing. I wait for it to wick the bottom portion of this channel. I wait for price to reject. Oh, it rejected all the way up over there. You know, you're not really going to get a good move. So when it comes to scalping, you have to have very, very clear, concise reasons and rules why you're going to take that scalp, because you're going to have movements like this, and then all of a sudden you have that. Are you going to wait for this channel like that and you're going to sell there? You're going to get stopped out. I think for me, when it comes to scalping, it's get yourself a very clear understanding of what it is that you want to scalp and why. In terms of tips, I would say, if you're going to do scalping, give yourself a hard rule for the day, be it a percentage-wise rule or a amount of trades rule. If I lose 5% on the day, I'm done. And if that 5% is 100 trades, which makes me wonder if you're even a trader, if you have 100 trades a day, that's kind of crazy.
No way, dude. You'd have to be running a bot for that.
Yeah.
Like, surely.
I mean, you can get into
100
the
is
10,
a lot.
you can
You
get
can
into
go
the
up to-
10 numbers. You can get into tens of numbers.
Yeah. Dude, I
but
will.
like hundreds, it's
Some
crazy.
days I'll have 1 or 2. Other days it's 20 trades.
Yeah,
You know,
but I'm
getting
using
beyond
100
that,
as like a exaggeration. I'm using
Yeah,
100 as an exaggeration. What I mean is like choose. Let's say you have 20 trades a day for scalping, and every single trade that you have, make sure that you risk evenly across them. If you have, let's say, a 0.1% risk per trade, and it goes 1-to-1 as an example, 1-to-1 risk to reward, every trade that you take, you're going to try and make 0.1. And let's say you do have a 60 or 70 or maybe even an 80% success rate. Remember that on that day, you might make 1% on the day, and then have that be your baseline and say, this is what I'm trading every single day, done and dusted. So for scalping, I would not be going much higher. I wouldn't go high risk. If I'm going to have a high quantity of trades, I would lower my risk significantly and then try and reach my expectancy on that lower scalping. One thing is always ensure that you're scalping an asset or a pair or an indice or whatever that has as close to zero spread as you can get. Because spread can kill scalping. Make sure that you also trade an account that has reasonable commissions, because commissions is per trade, and you're taking more trades on average as a scalper, which means that you're going to be paying more in spread on average than other like day traders or even like swing traders. Swing traders has the swaps that they have to contend with, but commission can kill. So always take into account that if you're going to be scalping, those two things are vitally important. As low spread as you can get, and as good of a commission as you can get as well. Most of the CFD indices you don't pay commission on, but the spreads are a little bit more. Whereas if you're doing
spread.
euro, so there's a little bit more spread and play there. So you can scalp it, but I would much rather go and do scalping on futures, because you have set prices, set tick values, set contract sizes, that kind of like stuff. I would much rather want to scalp with futures than I would do with CFDs.
Really? You reckon?
I think the idea of spreads and commissions can kill scalpers, especially like if you're participating up to, let's say, 20 times a day. Every single time that you're participating, even if it's 0.1%, that's basically 2% across the day. And if your 2% risk equates to one lot size, then obviously you'll have 0.04 or let's say $0.04 per trade that you're putting in. At the end of the day, you're paying that $2 in commission, or in this case, it's going to be $4 in commission for all of your trades throughout the day. But every trade that you're taking, you're making maybe a few cents here, maybe $1 there, that kind of like thing. And I think that at the end of the day, it can really be damaging over a long period of time.
I think with scalping though as well, like if you're going to do that, I think you actually want to. I think if it's that low, either your lot size is too like it's going to depend on your account size.
Obviously, there's more context that's required for that, but
yeah, but you definitely want to be getting at least a couple pips. I'd say at least 3-4 plus. To be honest, if you're going less than 3 pips, the trouble is it's not going to be scalable either. So once if you're actually successful and you start trading higher levels of capital, especially on a personal account or something as well, you're not going to get that same one access to leverage that you probably are looking for, trying to be capturing small bits in and out. And then, yeah, you will get slippage, you will get spread increase over time once you increase that size. So otherwise, you have to start getting into complex stuff of splitting up the trades using an algo, which layers them in separate bits. And then when you close them, it closes them all separately, that kind of stuff. So I would say, let me go over to mine. As far as scalping in general, so depending how you scalp, because there's many ways to scalp, whether you just scalp outright. Some people sort of hedge both back and forth. We're not talking about hedging in terms of accounts, right? When we talk about this stuff, sometimes people get confused. This is hedging within a market, within the same asset, much like you guys have seen Saul does often as well, or sometimes if he needs to like get up and step away from the computer for a bit and come back to it, right? But what I would say is, as far as scalping, I would generally go look at the past sort of couple hours of price action, right, and kind of look at each of these levels, and you kind of go through here, mark out some of these tops, these kind of key points that have flipped or based, and look at them as potential areas. And some of them you're gonna find like a bit of an average, like through here. You've overshot it, you've just tapped over it through here. Now you've got this recent price action structure here. You've got some more through there, one there, here, and then basically through here, right? So these are your kind of relative points of interest, I guess, right? And you could layer up a couple more as like secondaries, like say through this level through here. We've got points through there. And then you do have those through here, so we'll layer out that one as well. Get kind of the midpoint, which roughly crosses through that wick low there, wick high here, the slight overshoot there. And so generally what you want to do is add something else like a standard deviation channel, something like this through here. This is a 1 minute time frame we're talking about right now. And you can take trades like this. Once you've overshot that stuff, find whatever the next level is. We don't really have a good next level through here, so you need to wait or else look for this low down here on the 1 minute structure. Now, the other further time frames through the prior couple hours, nothing exactly clear key. The best point you have is just here, and you've got the underside of this before we collapsed, broke through it, and then came right up. So I'd probably from here, you could scalp this and go short. You run something like a 10 moving average like that. So when I like to run the 10 moving average, when you do have a shift in price and you actually start moving down, it tends to get capped by that 10 moving average each time, right?
Hops off of it.
So long as it's still under there, you can keep pricing that lower to the next structure, right? You go through down to here and potentially get a TP in there. And then you could also then potentially take the long. You can also use the standard deviation channel to go over here. Okay, that's 21.58. So where we are right now, that might take about 40 minutes ultimately for us to actually get down here. A lot of people think scalping is, in and out in like 3 minutes or 5 minutes. It's not. Often sometimes it will be 10, 15, 20 minutes. But you might be taking multiples within that. And then you could buy off that level and go back up to where the 200 is coming in through. And you can see we've got this level here, and you've got the top standard deviation channel. So that might be some kind of level you're looking at in there on the 1 minute. Now, like I said before, when I was pricing this out, I wouldn't take the trade down to here because we've already hit this 2 standard deviation channel. So that's why this is very useful for scalping and such. So you might wait for this to pump back up. You've got the confluence here of some of the other moving averages. You could place that stop above one of these prior levels that you've marked out from the past couple hours, and then look down to that lower base point. And then as you keep going down, let's say we peak here, we come back to this mid portion, you can see that we're running through. You've got that low through there. You could add another position through here. And you could also add a position somewhere in here as we get through. So that's basically how you like stack and layer in these positions. So just like what Rich was saying, you want to massively reduce the risk. Don't be going in on 1% risk on scalping. You want to split it up into like segments of 0.1, 5, 0.2, something like that, and layer in like 3, 4, 5, 6 trades on like small increments. And as they start running and you're actually seeing the trade progress, you keep layering into it. And then you can reverse it and go back and forth. There you go.
Sorry, my throat there. Ooh.
That's right.
LJ, give me a second. I just want to go and grab some water. My throat is itching. Be back in a second.
No problem. Bomzuka. Hey, man. Yeah, so back to your, what is your fundamental bias for this week on USD? Overall for this week, I would say to the upside, net. So I was talking about this last week and even into Monday. And we have seen dollar come up across the board. Let's get off the 1 minute, actually, because we can't really see longer term charts. So same thing with, I've got all these on here from the scalping stuff now. That's all right. We'll leave it for the time being, but let's just hide all that. There we go. That's better. So positioning on euro dollar is near at all-time peaks. Not quite there, right? I think we're about 26.8K longs net. Peak is 31K back in 2021, I believe. So that comes from like some of the futures data, that kind of stuff in terms of like net positioning and like the COT data basically. So we're nearing kind of like full positioning on longs for euro dollar. So that's why we did see that peak above 120 and very swiftly we've come off. We came back up towards 119. It was also trailed back down. Now, net, the options are pricing for a slightly higher euro dollar. But as you can see through here, we've had that for some time and we're really struggling to get up. So between that and where the Fed currently is, where they're not really acknowledging, they're still concerned with inflation popping up later. And we have had some of the jobs data be a bit better recently. Also, with the last Fed minutes, we saw that they actually moved away from their concerns, their prior concerns, which led them to reducing rates, was around the jobs market. Prior minutes, they pretty much only talked about inflation. They just said, we don't care about the jobs numbers anymore. We accept that there's a low hiring, low firing type environment right now. So therefore, we don't need as high of a NFP number for the labor market to be sustained, right? So if you're not firing as many people, you don't need as many people hired. And also we don't have the immigration input anymore because of obviously Trump administration's activities there, right? So they're very much, what was that? Oh, good mind. Sorry, guys. Rich was talking in the background. So yeah, through that, I would say still net we're dollar up, especially after the Bank of Japan stuff today with Takeichi saying that she's basically talked to the Bank of Japan as potentially holding off rate hikes. The only way that the Bank of Japan themselves can actually hike rates is if dollar yen comes down first. So this is where we eventually get that huge waterfall where dollar yen comes down, which means they can hike rates in Japan, which means dollar yen comes down even more and then absolutely falls out the bottom. We're not quite there. And then we have the revision of trade tariff talks going on right now, which Japan is a major key middle component between the US and China. Right? So that's why one of the reasons why they were one of the first to sort of get trade deals and trade talks going on. So for the time being, we're very much in a net space of dollar up for now still, but we might roughly be reaching at least a pause point for now. So I was talking about the Dixie before. I have not felt that Dixie is a very good indication of the dollar at all this year. I don't really like it, but you can see we have had this high through here, high, and then even after today's activities, we have failed to actually reach those equal highs, and then we have pulled down just a touch. So I would be tentatively long the dollar. I would say we might be due for some point of reversal at the moment, though, near term. But going into the end of the week, end of the month, on average, net dollar positive. Put it that way. How we doing, Miss K? How we doing? Better, Rich?
I've muted myself.
No, that's right.
Just realized I muted. Yeah, no, it's a little bit better. Definitely got something going on nasally and throat-wise. Everything is kind of like just... everything is just annoying, you know? Feels like I constantly have to like clear my throat. And then at the same time, I feel like every time I'm breathing in through my nose, there's the potential for a downdraft, you know? Down the back of the throat kind of like stuff, you know? Doesn't feel great.
I'm basically the same. It's all nasally and stuffy. I feel like I need to like snuffle, but then it's also still kind of dry. So very nice.
It's not that great. I did ask people in chat a little bit earlier about the potential for a webinar on Fridays and whether or not they would be, what kind of content they would be interested in. And I see Trading Journey is saying content like just show or somehow to be disciplined, how to follow the rules, follow the process and all. Personally, I am facing a problem where I don't know, I'm where. Okay, it's not following the rules yet. I enter. Sorry if I like change it. Hello, Anastasiia. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Setting things up in the back end.
We're sickly. The both of us are sickly. We're poorly.
Yeah.
What happened? The virus went from
Australia to South Africa.
South Africa and Europe
like
here.
This.
Everyone is sick. So.
Oh, everyone. Oh, you're also sick.
No, me no. Everyone except
me. Everyone except you. Must be something in the European air that makes you not be sick and have us be sick.
If you would see the amount of vitamins I take every day, you would not question that. I have
okay.
Yeah, the amount of vitamins and minerals can be breakfast itself.
Jeez. Okay. I do like vitamins in the morning and minerals, but I get mine generally from fruit and you know.
I do the same, to be honest. I take a full just like munch and just down it all. So
all of the pills. So I just want to just get to this one as well. Shane saying webinars on Fridays would be awesome. Psychology of trading would be very good topic to cover. Definitely fundamentals and structures would be great too. So we do want to reintroduce webinars again. We do have webinars from time to time, but we're kind of like looking at doing it a little bit more consistently. on a Friday, maybe like an hour, half an hour to an hour, 45 minutes or so. That would be great. So it's good to see that you guys do actually want to have a little bit more screen time from us, even though we don't stream on Fridays.
Would you think of it in like an interactive way, Rich, or
Yes,
like a
more,
presentation?
I would think more interactive, almost
Yeah,
like
so I
a
think,
Q&A webinar where we have a topic for the day, as an example, and those that are interested in discussing that topic, you rock up, you ask your questions, we have a back and forth. Yeah, like I would prefer that more than just having a display and me talking the whole time about what I want to show you. Have a little bit more
I agree.
interactive as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All
That's
right.
good. I
Yeah.
don't mind that.
So we're looking at that in the background to reintroduce that a little bit more frequently. All right.
Nice.
Anastasiia, now that you are here, I'm going to hop off. I will see you guys a little bit later.
Get well.
Yeah, I actually just
Still
want to
got to
go.
come back.
I have to come back. I just want to go and blow my nose and doing, kind of like sit on the couch and just like, I don't know, just zombie for a little bit, and then I'll be back a little bit later. Everybody in chat, let's welcome Anastasiia. Any questions that you have for her, please post it. And if you're ever ready, like and subscribe, and then share it with everybody that you know. Let's get more people to join us in chat and drop their questions. All right, guys, I'll see you in a while. Undisclosed amount of time.
Yeah. See you, Rich. Peace. Peace out. How we doing? How we doing, Anastasiia? How we doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good to hear.
How are you?
I'm a bit bored with the market today, and I'm a bit sick. So, I feel pretty okay, or at least I did during the day. But I feel like I'm gradually declining. I definitely can tell I'm not 100%. But the market's boring today anyway.
Yeah, the market
So-
is boring, but you normally also, when you are sick, you get worse in the evening. I don't know how it works with you,
Yeah.
but for me, it's always like this.
Yeah, well, your nervous system starts to, drop off, right?
Yeah.
It sort of starts to wear out during the day. Same in the morning when your cortisol spikes when you wake up and you feel terrible. And then sort of a couple hours after being awake, you feel like, oh, okay, I'm all right, I'm good. And then you drop off again. So, yeah. Have you been trading anything this week in general then?
Yeah, yes. Yesterday I was trading. I was buying gold in the evening in the second half of the day, which was quite good, of course. So
Nice.
right before I closed it, right before the overall market layover, basically. And for a buy, and good things that I did because it dropped all the way back down. So I went to sleep. I didn't look at it. I was like, probably I'm gonna miss the continuation of a bull run, but as you can see, I didn't miss anything. And since the morning, we've been just completely dead and boring on gold. So nothing interesting. So this so far for today, I haven't traded anything because I didn't really find anything good. I was considering perhaps continuation of shorts on GU, but rather than that, I think waiting until the second half of the day and American market opening maybe is going to bring something more interesting. 'Cause for now, what about you? Have you traded this week so far?
Yeah, a little bit. So I did get gold yesterday as well. And then today, this is all I've traded. Literally, that's it. So gold last night, that's all I needed for, at least on prop, put it that way, account targets. So took that through there. Once we had that break, it seemed as though we're still going higher on gold. Originally, I was looking for a break of here, some kind of retest back into the top of resistance now turn support, and then for us to run. But it looked pretty clear we were moving higher. So jumped in there, then went and chilled out, watched some TV shows and had some dinner, and then went to bed eventually. And then today, this is all I've taken. So I was looking for this to actually kick off a little bit higher, potentially, on gold. But we just didn't, right? We just traded sideways through here. So I ended up just taking profit at the top. I think it was on that candle over here. Because, yeah, we're just, we're just not moving
Yeah, absolutely.
anywhere right now. So, yeah, it's a bit boring overall. There was a Nasdaq trade I did take last night, which jumped out right in time as well. I was talking about with Dirk.
I haven't looked at indices since last week, actually.
So I ended up getting out right at the top here on this candle. Right by where this gap was created from Monday. We had the jump up. This was about where the options level was as well, just a touch above here. Then we had further the tariff sort of news coming through. Obviously came off. So that was quite good. Got out there just in time. That was all I needed for the day. So,
Yeah, we actually haven't talked with you about the tariffs cancellation. What do you think about that? What is your opinion on the situation currently?
I think he's going to get tariffs through either way. I mean, they've talked about a million times, even going back to last year, almost a year ago now, like 8 months, 9 months, 10 months ago, when they were first announcing tariffs, the whole thing. People had questions about the legality, whether we pass through in terms of a legislative prospect. And I mean, they echoed a number of times back then. They had a bunch of other avenues to actually shoehorn the tariffs through. So they had that back then. They would have thought about it before they ever decided to put it in. I'm sure they'll still come through in one way or another. It may be reduced. He may not have as much brute force in some of the other avenues like he does now. But either way, tariffs are here to stay, I think. It just depends on the level. Just like he put through, I think, so I brought up some of the headlines from today. So Trump, for instance, was, considering national security tariffs, doing it that way. That would be more of a blanket tariff. So technically, there would be some countries that would be bigger winners versus others. Brazil would be one, China would be one, a bunch of South American countries would be in there too, plus Canada. But overall, there would still be a blanket tariff. But he just won't have the same might to sort of, say, I'm going to up them to 150% tomorrow because I want to, right? So he will lose that ace up his sleeve, per se, if you can even still call it that, because I don't think anyone really cares when he says this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, so
like
I think it's a final point on it is just that I think there will be a positioning for renegotiation. Obviously, because of that fact, he has lost some of his leverage. He has put a number of players offside. Canada, EU in particular. UK is kind of like mixed. Everyone else is pretty neutral as well. But it will be those guys that might set the dominoes for everyone else to renegotiate at the same time. So, yeah.
no, I feel like market is getting used to Trump's craziness over the past months, and it's not reacting so actively anymore to every news release that has been published regarding his actions as well. I'm very curious how the situation with Iran is going to get developed, though. So let's see about that. Um, you know that they brought 50% of the active immediately called army raid or around Iran
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting until this situation is going to get resolved too. So let's see.
Yeah, I was going to say, so oil is definitely in favor, and that's the other one of as far as currencies. Canada definitely has one of the big potential pickups if the Trump tariffs sort of get watered down. They come in at a lower point. Trump no longer has the kind of bully pulpit type powers that he did with the tariffs anymore. Going to massively benefit Canada. Obviously, they've been very anti-Trump, I'll say, not anti-America, but anti-Trump across the board. And then, of course, we have had the glut in oil, been plenty of oil out there, and now we do have the Iran pressures. So this oil trade has been very nice. That's
Well, it's
also
been on nice because we've
Canada.
been super patient for holding it, to be honest.
What's that?
I'm saying it's been nice only because you were super patient of holding the trade.
Yeah, well, it's meant to be it's a swing trade.
Yeah, I know.
So even if we hit like up here, I wouldn't TP. This is not necessarily the TP. Like I just keep holding this
So you're
until
waiting.
there's some kind of until there's some kind of degradation down through here, and then once you have the swaps increasing over time. I mean, this goes back to October, so then you can comparatively carry the trade down to here as far as stops, right? Because the swaps have paid for the extra drawdown, and so that's the way you always want to play a carry trade, where more and more that this plays out, you can actually afford to hold the trade for longer and like deeper if you need to, right? So long as you have, obviously, if there's conviction that the trade is over, then you're going to want to cancel it. So we do have this kind of skewed triangle, whatever, through here. So that's why I did have that level up there as potential. But yeah, nice trade overall. I mean, I think we'll come back down again. I think the Iran situation will settle. I don't think it'll pop off. I don't think it's in anyone's interest for it to. So, especially not the US right now when they've got everything else going on.
Yeah, for sure. And did you move your stop loss to break even, or do you not move your stop loss in the swing trades? So is it different management for the swing trading that you use than for intraday trading, for example?
Yeah. So I mean, I'll. So basically, generally speaking, so say we have this level down through here, right? So this would be the area that look at potential, cancel area. Now you might have some flux like we had around here, but we've got a number of taps through here. So I would take at least two into like a third sort of wick point for me to consider a swing trade. If you don't have at least three plus the other conditions, then you're probably too early. Unless there's been like say hypothetically this was off like a, I don't know, like COVID situation where we went negative $20 on oil or something where it's an extreme, right? So I'd look for that and then pretty much, just set that below those entries plus a little bit for flux. And then you still want to monitor it. Like you can't just walk away just because it's a swing trade and not come back to it ever again. But yeah, so that's generally how I do it. And then depending on continuing conditions, potentially as the swaps grow, then I tend to increase the stop, so long as that is in line with future conditions. Because we still definitely do, at least in this situation with oil, eventually we'll see oil higher overall, but for the time being, it's pretty mixed. Like it's very geopolitical, back and forth. We definitely have the supply there, but there are knee-jerk instances with geopolitical headlines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting, because I'm asking because I haven't traded swing for a couple of good years already, to be honest. So, people have different approach on these things as well. It's interesting that you still allow yourself to have stop loss and make it bigger, not smaller, depending on the conditions that you research. It's a super interesting approach. Different.
Yeah, well, a carry trade, I think you like broke up a little bit there, but I think a carry trade is almost closer to an investment to a
Okay.
degree, right? So ideally, you're looking for the capital appreciation as well, like buying at the right point plus getting the carry, right? Um, and then hence it's like months. It's not. I would still view a swing trade as like at the extremes, like 5 6 months, really. Like if you're holding particularly like currencies or commodities, more than 12 months, or close to 12 months, that's surely an investment, not like a swing trade, like, right? You're bridging over to that point. So, um, yeah, swing trades, or at least myself, I would probably cap like 4 months,
Hmm.
really. I think after heading towards that 6 month, 4 months to 6 months is probably like the plus minus of like the exit point. But beyond 6 months, it becomes an investment, I would say,
Yeah.
in nature. That makes sense.
Yeah. Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the amount of swaps that you probably pay for it is also. Or you're holding. Is it a positive swap now on oil, or is it a negative one?
Yeah, positive swap.
Positive.
So that's what I was saying. So the carry is positive through this
Yeah.
whole piece. So hence, as the carry gets more positive, you can actually increase the drawdown
Yeah.
to have more
Oh,
space.
so
And it's
this is
basically,
why you're okay. So this is why you're allowing yourself to increase
yeah.
basically the
So
swap, because you're covering the potential increase in the stock with a positive swap that you're getting.
yeah. And then so it becomes like a potentially, even down here, it's like I'd have to log in and check the actual
Yep.
numbers, but it becomes basically like a net zero trade even down here. So thus, if we do, say if I decide everything's all over up here and we're going to dip that, or I can hedge it up here, at least for the capital difference, like the trade difference, but still keep the carry going on. And then say we get a break from here. Say we come back down, eventually down through here, something like that, and then as this carry's gone on, and particularly if I hedge this through here, then you could build up the capital differential to make up for that loss, keep holding this through, and then we go up there, and you could carry this
Yep.
all the way through, right? So yeah, similar to like the dollar yen trades where people picked it up from, I don't know, $1.20 to $1.30 and still holding it all the way now, right? But you just got to position, time it well, size it appropriately, etc., which is the hard part, obviously.
Always.
Yeah. What's your outlook for indices?
I don't trade indices now, but let's have a look at this. I did break it down because we had an audience asking about this in one of the communities. So
I saw. I
um,
haven't read it, but I did see.
okay. So you saw it and you haven't read it.
No, yeah, I did join your thing. I was curious.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's actually pretty dead right now, to be quite honest with you. Haven't really, posted anything for a while there.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm struggling with second platform today. So for the ES and for NQ, because I always look at the indices in the futures, right, of indices. So pretty much there is nothing that I'm interested in currently myself. So this is the reason also that I don't trade it. Because if you look good, we have been stuck up just below the previous highs, all-time highs, since essentially the beginning of December. And in my personal opinion, there are several reasons for this. Because on the one hand, we do have the midterm elections coming up, and on one hand, a lot of the things are still holding up. So there are what I was writing in this analysis is that a lot of the different parts of the indices, so the separate stocks, went down massively. So bigger parts, bigger percentage of the stocks, for example, for S&P or for Nasdaq, they had a huge decline for the past months. Whereas the index itself didn't drop that much if you look good, and we've maintained the uptrend. So throughout the period of time of uncertainty with the tariffs and trade wars and Iran and everything, we still didn't fall down, which means that there are several components of indices for S&P and for Nasdaq that are still holding the index up despite the bigger part percentage of the stocks in the index being in the draw in the downside right now. So indexes together with S&P and Nasdaq, they haven't dropped much. With Nasdaq obviously suffering a little bit bigger loss because Nasdaq is a little bit more high risker than S&P, and also due to the nature of text, the investors usually get rid of it the fastest when there is uncertainty coming into the market. So S&P is holding usually stronger, in my opinion, my experience, than Nasdaq. So Nasdaq is getting sell off quicker. So it's a little bit more in the percentage of the drawdown compared to the all-time highs than S&P, but pretty much both of them are holding at the same range just below the all-time highs. Now there are several reasons for me personally why I'm very cautious with buying it, but I also don't think we're gonna sell off right now. Now, the reason for this is that there are midterm elections coming. We do have a very much uncertainty with the Federal Reserve and the rates, and the fact that they cannot come to the middle ground and conclusion, what to do with the rates. There is no place to increase it, but they want to increase it. On the other hand, obviously, Trump wants still the cheaper dollar and so on, uncertainty with tariffs. However, I feel like the market stopped reacting that much to what is happening compared to the last year, and the uncertainty that Trump is bringing towards markets as well and investors. So it's less impactful than was happening before, because we are not only looking at what is happening actually, but we are looking at the reaction of the market and an effect that it has on emotional stability, let's say, of investors. So I feel like it became a little bit better compared to last year. People got used to many things, right? And this is one of the things that we're used to. I don't think personally it's appropriate to talk about the sell-off yet, because we've technically hadn't had any signs of the beginning of the sell-off. We didn't have neither, macro elements of why the price would stop dropping massively, and
Mm.
we also don't have any technical reasons to believe that the downtrend has started. We've been around the balance for February, for example, around 69.36 for S&P, and for Nasdaq pretty similar now for futures, right? We had the balance around 25 200. I was looking at 25 200, 25 300 area. So, and we are holding pretty much on the very big volume zone here, which has been acting as a pretty good support. So there is, in my opinion, in my analysis that I was doing, there is approximately, I would say, 55-60%. So the bigger percentage of the chance that we're gonna keep trying to stabilize in the same range. There is a little bit probable possibility for me, approximately maybe 20 to 30%, that the price is going to try to approach the previous highs again and stabilize here before the next continuation to the upside. So maybe some accumulation of volume before trying to break the highs. And I would give only 10 to 15% chance that the price would try to break through to the downside, because we don't have the reason for this so far. And there is no reason on the horizon that could appear so drastic that the price will drop, and break the previous lows and completely, break through the support and hold below it. So I'd say for the current moment, 14 days, I'm not really expecting the price to go anywhere further. Let's say, I would say that for me personally, the safest option right now, because we are not talking about the trend formation, right? There is nothing in the trend. So if we are talking about the range, I'm gonna keep looking for buys from the bottom, right? If I'm looking at the volume distribution, for example, what I'm interested in is not only support, but I'm interested, for example, in value area. So now we are below the value area. If the price is going to be able to break this zone here and hold above the value area in the previous highs, I'm going to buy it until, for example, point of control and until value area high. Then when the price gets here, value area high, point of control, breaks below, I'm gonna try to look for some sales. So working in the range looks the most appropriate at the current moment for me. I haven't traded it much, to be quite honest with you, myself, because I'm not really interested in trading in a range. I had a request from the audience last week on the live trading session to trade this, but I particularly myself on my account, I don't trade the S&P and Nasdaq right now.
Get out of
Because my strategy is working in trend. So for me, I need volume, I need movement. For me, it doesn't really matter which kind of movement I get, as long as I get movement. Whether it's if there is absolutely nothing, it's more difficult for me to find really good entry points.
Do you want your verdict of what I think?
Yeah, sure,
You want the verdict of what I think?
of course,
Are you prepared for this?
always.
Are you ready? Are you sure?
Yeah,
Might be brutal. I agree with you. There you go.
that was very brutal. That was coming from the.
No, so I totally agree with you. There's no actual proper catalyst right now to the downside. We definitely have had the specter of certain things popping up here and there. We had more commentary around Blue Owl going back to last Friday, especially yesterday as well. I feel like that's all they were talking about on Bloomberg. Also, I don't know if you've caught up with the Blue Owl tech situation. So it comes
No.
back to some of the uh, private financing, private market type funds, and the software companies and their valuations, and whether this would cause some kind of like liquidity margin call cascade as far as the loans on the financing for some of this stuff. So the thing is, a number of the major banks have doubled down on this, added to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether that later, a year or 2 years from now or more, creates some kind of financial crisis because they're doubling down and they're very much incentivized and interested to keep these valuations propped up is another question. But right now, it's not there. So there have been certain bits and pieces where they were saying they sold a bunch of the private equity for 99.7% par, right? But they also had certain forgiveness on interest on a number of these loans since COVID. So if you add up the interest, even though, say you had $100 million deal, sold for 99.7, you've probably got another 30 million in interest on that deal at the same time, right? So you're really selling at quite a loss. So we've seen the stock trade down. We've seen there's different tranches or different segments of the structured bonds, that kind of thing, selling much lower. Potential contagion, blah, blah, blah. It's quite a big firm. So anyway, we've seen a bunch of that. I don't think it's going to kick off right now. Almost like when we had the Credit Suisse thing, and that was big for like 3 seconds, and then it just didn't. All interested parties, both banks, the Fed, governments, seem very aware of this. So I think it will actually pursue for much longer. And also with the Trump administration, quite frankly, if tech or something blew up, I think they'd just bail them out. Not to say, obviously, when that did happen, we would have a massive crash prior to that, but it would rebound very quickly. Quite sure. So right now, definitely, yeah, I don't see any downside. The only pressures we've had is potentially that the Fed won't be cutting rates quite as soon, but I feel like it's the same. They're running over the same stuff. So from the previous Fed minutes, talked about this before, so be quick. Ran over the same things. They've got rid of the jobs concerns, and then going back to talking about inflation and the tariffs and that kind of stuff. And feels like the exact same thing as last year. There's no indication from the tariffs that it's increasing inflation at all. Every single inflation print since the tariffs has come in below expectation. Every single time. So we're going to see the same now, and potentially even with the specter of the tariffs being unwound, or if not fully unwound, maybe temporarily, but then he'll have less leverage. They'll just be reduced to a block level across the board. If anything, it just gives more impetus for the Fed to cut, thus stocks higher. So definitely agree overall. There's a bunch of specters, a bunch of wraiths, a bunch of ghosts potentially going to be risky, but they're all just, it's a bit of fear mongering right now. And we've got the liquidity aspect coming through. Like I spoke about last year, the TGA is very, very fully prepared. They've stacked the liquidity up there very heavily, almost in preparation if they have to pay back the money from the tariffs as well. And so, yeah, we're going to see that pumped out coming into the midterms. That's all I can say. Now, 2027, 2028 might be a bit different, but right now I think we're good for sure.
Yeah, you
I
know,
agree.
it's actually very noticeable what you mentioned about the tariff cancellation, because realistically, if the cascade of sells and the shorting cascade would happen, because I was considering this when I was writing this post. I was like, okay, what is the chance that if panic starts, everyone starts selling? But realistically, knowing that US would potentially have to pay 127 billion dollars at the moment back from tariffs, if this didn't cause the cascade of sells and even any massive drop at the moment at all, we've seen barely to no reaction. In the bigger picture, we've been stuck in the same range. Then I don't really see any reason for the moment that could cause this. So there is no trigger that could cause a sell, but there is likewise, on the other hand, no trigger that would cause a continuation to the upside. For this very moment, we were talking just about being stuck in the same consolidation. So whether we need, if someone wants to trade S&P and Nasdaq in the current state of market, I'd say any strategy that works very good in the range would be the most appropriate. And again, I'm going to just repeat myself that this is exactly the reason I'm not touching it, because my approach works the best in the moving market. It doesn't really even matter which kind of time frame we are talking about, but if it's a range, there is nothing good for me personally to look at it.
Exactly, I agree. So it comes down to like a positioning type thing. So this is what we've talked about before. So at the same time, no one wants to short. Everyone's very concerned about going long. And people have tried to short since Trump came in. There's been a lot of squeeze from that, which hence we've actually pushed prices much higher, because people are trying to short, looking for some kind of inflation spike, market to turn down, that kind of thing. Anastasiia has gone to the grave. Oh no, she'll be back. Don't worry. That's right. The AI failed, guys. There you go. Referencing this. She'll be back in a minute. She just sent me a message, so don't worry. The AI will reboot. But yeah, so we've had people being pretty much fully invested. So this is why we actually saw the dumps before, because we're pretty much at full investment. There was very little cash free. You can see this goes all the way back to 99, right? So we're very low. So we're very susceptible to a drop, and we did see that. But we've recovered and held up pretty well overall. So I'd see NASDAQ going higher. Any guys that are trading that, hang on. Oil, I would be very careful of. We were talking about oil a little bit before. I think with the position we are right now, you can see I've got this relative area at about 68 to the upside. But with the current Iran situation, I would probably be very conservative with that. I'd probably seek to potentially short something in this area, preferably, rather than trying to go long. Because if we get some kind of headline from Trump around the Iran situation, some kind of progress or deal or some kind of understanding or otherwise, we're probably more likely to turn down. Any kind of escalation from here, probably not going to stir price that much higher as well, right? So you got kind of an asymmetric positioning for total upside to about here, total downside, you could even see as far as about 58, 59, right? So from where we are at spot, we're at about 66 and a half. See somewhere breaking through here, potentially up on the candle wick up towards even 72. On the downside, you could see closer to 59. So you've still got a net position to the downside, and the forward possibilities are probably more for a bit of reconciliation, a bit more calm from oil. So other than that, dude, if you guys have anything, throw it in for me, and I'll take a look. Hello, is that
Yo, how you doing, man?
that?
Huh?
Good sir. Welcome
Hello
back.
there. How are you? Thank you very much. Second coffee of the day. You're ready to go.
Top of the morning to you, even though it's the evening.
Top of the
for both of
morning
us.
to you, lad. Yeah. Top of the evening to you, lad.
I was going to say I actually like that. I've got someone that knows how I feel in here. You know, the time, right.
So many people
You know how it
relate
is
to
now.
stuff.
Yeah, but technically,
Like, I'll go back
you're
to the
you're
UK
still
now,
earlier.
and I've like, yeah, like I'll go back
Yeah,
to
you're
the
still
UK now, and
2
I've like,
hours
bro,
earlier than I am.
LJ, I feel sorry for him. Like you said, yeah, I'm 2 hours behind you yet. So like it's only 8 p.m. at night here, dude. Like 10 p.m. at night, nah, nah.
Yeah,
Oof, I'd be tired. And then I got so this is gonna be like another 2 hours now. So that would take me to midnight, bro. I'd be so tired.
that's right. You get used to it. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly.
Just got to reset.
Although
Your
I am
partner would
looking
be
forward
mad,
to
but you know.
yeah. Screw it. You know, she knows that work takes priority. Unless you know it stops her from sleeping, then then she'll have something to say. She's the most understanding partner on planet Earth until you catch her tired. The minute you catch her tired, she turns into like some, like gremlins. Like don't feed them after midnight sort of thing. It's a bit like that.
Yeah. She knows what she got into. It's fine.
Yeah, man, exactly. Hey, look, I did warn her.
It's fine.
Oh man.
How you doing though? Doing well?
Yeah, good. Yeah, doing really good.
Mate,
kind of hoping we go on.
hang on. Modsy, dude, we've been talking charts the whole time here. Like, if you want to look at the price action, we can look at price action in like a 1 minute on the euro if you want.
Dude, 1 minute. I don't know about 1 minute, but euro pulled back.
How's that? We're not going anywhere, dude.
I
That's
know.
why we're covering some of the
Gold.
macro general trajectory stuff of stocks in general, because that's going to layer into why the entire reason why we're pretty neutral right now. Right, we're
Mate,
not moving
talking about fundamentals,
at all.
America and Iran. What is going on there?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So I believe Anastasiia is coming back in a minute. She sent me a message. So, but yeah, dude, we run through all of this stuff. If you even go back through for some time.
What's your thoughts on Euro, by the way, on the 5 minute?
Euro actually don't mind upside pulls overall. So at the money, volatilities have come down. As we've seen in the markets, volatility has dropped. 25 delta risk reversals, pretty much flat from where we are, but there are some bigger expiries up higher. And you see right through here, say this is the 30 minute, we've got the 10 moving average coming through here. We are starting to base. I don't believe Euro should be trading below 117, right? Into the low 117s into 116. I think that's a bit ridiculous right now, especially with the current situation as far as tariffs. Now, it gets very hard to price this with tariffs. The Euro has benefited whenever tariffs actually go into place as far as a protective element. But weirdly enough, Euro is also positioned right now, if they unwind, that potentially Europe could actually benefit more than any other country overall. So with the new agreements with China. So this is why I actually don't mind upside for Euro dollar. However, I will say I'm limited in how far we go because of the current position.
Yeah, fair.
Considering
Euro,
taking a long on Euro dollar from here.
Yeah, so I'll bring up my chart real quick so you can see what I placed out earlier, or I drew out earlier. I don't want to say I placed it, so I don't want to misinform you fantastic people. So we hadn't swept the prior session lows, which was fine. You know, it is what it is, because, you know, nonetheless we still had some really nice. You know, we still had some really nice sort of price action rejection here, again here, followed by this absolute dreamboat of price action 3-candle push. You know, so I was kind of being like, you know what, okay, maybe we can come up to the highs. That would be pretty cool. However, you know, we didn't seem to want to. Because we came up and took out this liquidity with a nice bullish candle. Okay, slight wick at the top, but then we just sort of we played about a little bit. I thought, okay, I don't know if we're actually going to come down to this area, and then we wicked this bit and put in a lower low, which I thought, okay, then broke structure and put in a lower high, and then broke structure and put in a lower low, and I thought, okay, it's dropping, and now we're consolidating around this area here, which is exactly where I wanted my initial entry this morning. However, for price to come down to this initial entry that I wanted to see this morning would have meant that we would have had to have broken order flow to the downside, which potentially suggests a shift in structure. So, man, I don't know. I want to see bullish price, but I don't know if I want to participate in this price action.
I was going to say I would like to, but I don't know that we will just yet. Also, we got some characters in the background, so.
Oh, we have as well.
Welcome, Griff.
Yo.
Hiya.
Anastasiia, welcome back as well.
Yo. We have Chryso, Griff, and welcome, Anastasiia.
Thank you, Will. Dio. Yeah, I don't like the look of EU either, Will, right now for buys. I think this has kind of shown weakness, hasn't it? It's moved up, it's struggled, it's moving back down. So yeah, I see what you're seeing. If that's any like assurance.
Yeah, it is, man. All sort of, you know, assistance in my direction is assurance.
Yeah, like we were talking about, we're in just like a neutral, very indecisive trading
dude,
week this week.
Speaking of indecisive, look at gold. Like, what the hell? What even is that?
Is that indecision or is it very, very precise decision? Everybody has decided that price is somewhere within this slim range.
Price must go here, then straight back down to there, and then straight back up to there. Just global conglomerates just like agreeing.
Yeah, well, gold is just $5,176 all the time. That's it.
Yeah.
That's decision.
The only fluctuation is now actually retail people selling their gold and buying gold.
Yeah, that's
Institutions are like, we're out. We're done.
I was just telling LJ that I got very lucky yesterday because I was buying gold and I decided to close it before the market overnight layover, just because I didn't feel like staying up at night and watching it because I was tired. And I was like, I'm probably going to miss out on the continuation of a upwards movement, but I feel so tired that I'm really not staying up. And I closed it. I woke up in the morning and it drops all the way back down. So I was very lucky to just close.
That's good.
Do you want to see something really unlucky on gold? This was my trade from yesterday.
Oof.
Oh yeah, I know. You dipped out and then
Yeah. So my stop loss, Anastasiia and Griff, was down here.
Oh.
And you guys know that I trade with a discretionary stop loss, meaning if I get a close under, if I get a close under this line here, then I'll automatically take out because it's my invalidation zone. But therefore, I must be watching the screen for that to happen because, I need to know when it's going to close under so I can take out. However, it was coming to the end of the session. We'd wicked under here, but hadn't closed. So the trade was still, in theory, valid. But I was heading off stream, and I was heading off the screen, and I was like, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. I don't want to have to stress about it. It's 10 p.m. at night. I just want to go to bed and just chill and, go to sleep, wake up and then, tomorrow for another trading day. What did I wake up to? A full, stupid TP.
Dude, I was sitting here and Rich was on stream basically saying like, right, Will is going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, man.
Classic.
Yeah, you can protect yourself as much as you can, especially when you use discretion and experience in the market. But even then, you're going to get caught with your pants between your ankles. You're going to get caught out. So that was just yesterday, man. It was just one of those stupid days that no matter what I did, it was going to take money from me.
Yeah. I just want to answer this from Bombazucos again. So basically, I was saying my bias for the Dixie was long. I asked why. We are looking for longs on euro dollar. Very good question. So what I also said with the Dixie is, as far as the direction this entire year, I've seen the Dixie is not a great indicator of overall dollar direction for this year. So last year it was great. Everything was very much in sync. So this comes down to correlations of a bunch of the majors, right? Where we have dollar yen kind of doing its own thing right now. We have euro dollar doing idiosyncratic stuff. We've had a bunch of the central banks basically shift. So the ECB is pretty much neutral with potentially one cut. Bank of England was neutral per their last meeting, now shifted to potentially two cuts. Question will be if we just see one cut or two cuts. We've seen the Aussie dollar with the RBA, basically they've shifted to hiking rates. We got CPI tomorrow, potentially increased rates. Now the Aussie is not part of the Dixie, but we have the commodity aspect, right, which plays into the whole trade tariff war type situation as well. That bleeds over into Canada, the whole bit, right? You get that coming over into China with the yuan, The Dixie right now is very mixed, very confused. We don't have clear inputs for the Dixie. One of the other portions of the Dixie is dollar franc, right, which has been on an absolute tear lower. So the franc appreciating. Now, if the dollar yen starts to unwind, we will likely get the dollar franc also unwinding. So we'll actually see dollar franc coming up. The Swiss National Bank wants to see the Swissy stop appreciating. It's becoming too much. It starts to hurt their company, right? Sorry, their country. And then they can't quite deal with it. And obviously, if you have that much inflow, they can't exactly intervene either, right? You can see through the chart and through their current account balance, they have tried to at various points. But yeah, not great. So you've got it's become a bit more of like a washing machine, if I can put it that way, for the Dixie right now. We don't have clear direction, right? You've got a number of depending on the weighting of each currency in the Dixie, it's being pulled back and forth. So if we look at the dollar overall, yes, I would see most dollar pairs higher in general, right? And also, like I said before, I was seeing that through last week, the week before, and into this week. Now, after Monday, yesterday, we had a shift in the tariff talks. Now today we've seen consolidation because we're at more of a neutral point. So like I was saying earlier, we're potentially at an inflection position. So like I was highlighting on the Dixie itself, we've got that higher high, and despite the push we've seen, we've failed so far to meet this high through here, right? And potentially break it. So if we don't break that high, you're quite likely to see a dip back down overall. So that's basically where the dollar situation comes through. So it's very mixed right now. So each currency is going to have its slight idiosyncratic positioning, much like we've seen with the dollar yen, which has had a much stronger push higher. We were looking at pound yen earlier, which we had a greater period of consolidation through here and just the pop today. So that comes down to the idiosyncratic portion of each individual currency, not the broad spectrum of a single currency, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. Just watching gold now. Gold seems to be dropping, which is nice.
What's your thoughts on gold then, Phil? Come on.
I don't know, man. It seems to be dropping quite nice, but everything seems to be tanking all of a sudden.
Yeah, EU as well. So good job.
Yeah,
gold.
EU and GU.
A little bit, but
DXY seems to be heading up quite nicely as well. If I go into the hourly. What does this mean?
we had Bostic saying that Kevin Walsh will have to build relationships with staff and colleagues at the central bank.
Oh, okay. So,
Wow.
wow. Yeah, fair. Okay.
And,
Is that breaking news? That's just
about
come out.
15 minutes ago, but that was
Okay.
basically where we started sort of trailing off in general across the other dollar pairs.
I wouldn't yet rush into selling gold though. Because if you look at it from a little bit bigger perspective, we are still in the same area that stopped the price overnight.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't jump in this anyway on the 5 minute. The microstructure, the move's too big for me to get into. And then, like you said, on the higher time frame structure form, it's still a bit, it's not really done. It's still within this sort of Asia low area. If we want to be selling, I want to be breaking below Asia lows, close in, and then potential pullback and continuation lower. But
Yeah, I think it's just a capitulation because that was the sort of general headlines we had earlier, and now we just hit certain key points and then break. So
yeah, dude, that's interesting.
Oh,
I was just on Forex trying to work out if there was some news.
I figured out what it was. I think I'd left. Sorry, this is my fault. I'd left my water bottle on the sell button. I've taken it off now, so that's. I'm sorry about
So
that.
it's going to bounce back up now.
Yeah,
Is that meant to be a signal for everyone to buy? Is that like, you took it off, so...
Yeah, now we should fall back within the 5176 range.
Now it's bouncing back, look.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. For God's sake,
bad.
Griff, you and your absolute whale account.
I've closed the positions. I've taken my finger. I've taken the water bottle off the sell button. We're fine. It's okay now. Sorry, Manish. I think it's not looking good for your position. I'm afraid it's coming back now.
Well done.
Dude,
No, that's nice to get a bit of volume.
Yeah. Well, I've actually just bought myself a telescope from my local in Hong Kong. So if it continues dropping, I'm just going to pop out to the balcony quick and look up at the stars. See what's going on.
It's like, Will, show us your trading setup. It's just a telescope.
Where's the old mate gone?
He was in earlier.
Where's Astro gone? Yeah.
Oh man, what an absolute legend!
Astro.
Bro, you see so many quirky people come through, and I love it. I love quirky people, man. It's amazing. There's nothing worse than someone without a personality. So when you see people with like really rich personalities come through, it's like, oh, you must be awesome to chat to after a couple of beers.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good.
We might actually get a trade here though, which is nice. We've had a bit of movement.
Well, that pullback sell.
Yeah, I mean the Aussie's gotten dumped as well. We've got CPI tomorrow though, so I'm dubious about buying the Aussie here after this dump, especially when we have another Trump headline send stocks lower this evening, and then we're gonna have to like sit on this trade for tomorrow going into CPI into Asia. So
dude, screw that, man.
I mean, CPI right off.
Wow, that is a drop.
Yeah. So you can see we've got kind of this like general. This is like the next line of support. Otherwise, we're pretty much.
Dude, I don't know. That looks like
See, this is going like right off.
Savage drop. I reckon it's coming down.
Here, you probably were looking at down around like 70 cents in general, right? So
yeah, fair, man. That's damn.
Considering it, but I'm very dubious on the prospect. So maybe it might just end up being like a scalp. But like the distance between here, I'd probably prefer something like that, at least.
I'll go for.
Like this is a bit. I don't know. It's not great. Like the setup isn't amazing. You'd have to be counting on. I don't know, basically a run back up to 70.57 or so, or potentially 70.56, 60.
What do you need to see to be looking at buys from that area there? Have you got from there, crocodile B strategy or?
Yeah, from there I go down to like a lower time frame like this and potentially buy through here. Look, at least the first standpoint be something like this. Like if I was scalping, right?
Mm.
Go something like that.
Oh yeah, I'll rate that. The only issue is that it's obviously 1 minute scalping. You'll find out real quick whether you're right or wrong.
Yeah, so it basically comes into the base piece of that.
Yeah,
and kind of into the rough neckline through here. So
yeah, nice. I think on the on the higher-ish or like on the intraday time frame anyway, with the drop off that we've just had, I feel like some form of pullback is due. So therefore, I think a scalp long wouldn't be not necessarily a bad idea soon, but I don't know.
I don't think it's a bad idea. It's just when, like,
Yeah.
we're getting this massive dump now ahead of New York Open, and normally you only see this when the Nasdaq has actually dropped a bit more heavily than this. Like, this is pretty tame, right? The Nasdaq drop. So normally, once you get into the late European session and into New York, it's normally the indices that are pulling, risk sentiment one way or the other for the Aussie. We do have the CPI tomorrow, so I don't know whether it's a lead up to that or else NZD.
Yeah. NAS as well just absolutely wicked above the prior session highs and just melted.
I don't suppose you have any trades going on, Griff. I feel like this week is absolutely terrible. You definitely don't have any.
I was 100%.
Yeah, no, I've got nothing going on at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I could have predicted that. How's the move going, bro, by the way?
Yeah, it's been okay, thank you. I mean, I'd say we've basically moved in. It's just that there's still so much renovation to do on the property. Like upstairs, we don't have any flooring down, and I think I've said we don't have central heating. So it's still a lot of just like cleaning up dust and painting, and so I've got to plaster a few areas. Yeah, there's a lot of DIY, so I'm a bit of a DIYer right now, as well as a trader.
Hey, look, like we said in my last session this morning, blue collar work, man. He's saving himself money because he has the skill.
Dude,
Yeah.
I think it's fun though as well.
It
Like,
is.
it's
I've
enjoyable.
learned so much.
Build it how you want to build it, make it your way. You can.
One of the luxuries of trading is that I've got so much free time to just mess around with it and make mistakes, and that way I can afford to not have to pay for someone else's time at a premium, who obviously may be an expert. But I mean, we're in like an old farmhouse, so like if it doesn't have to be perfect, it kind of adds to the charm if it's kind of not perfectly smooth and flat. But yeah, it's fun. I don't know if you guys have ever had any experience doing anything like.
Yeah, I renovated three properties, and I'm renovating a third when I get back to the UK.
No way, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You'll have to come up and help me out. I don't know what I'm doing.
Dude, I would, man. Yeah, 100%. Dude, like you're literally like an hour away from me.
Yeah, well,
if you were less than probably, I mean, how long is the flight to where you are, Griff?
Okay, fair. Well, if that's the case,
if it was less than that,
15
I
hours?
would come over there as well.
Yeah. Yes, is it LJ? You're like what, 24 hours? I think Anastasia's like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, LJ, you're real far away from us.
That's right. You can recruit Anastasiia instead.
Yeah, Anastasiia, get on a plane.
I'm sure she'll be plenty happy to help. Right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Anastasiia, me and you will meet at like Gatwick Airport, and then we'll go straight to Griff's house.
Yeah.
Do some painting.
Anastasia's like, no, I got paddle that day. Like I can't do that.
Every day. I think I can find a gap in my paddle calendar though.
I mean, we've got paddle in the UK, I think. Maybe.
Course only upper.
Well, I didn't realize you'd renovated so many properties.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, yeah, we do. We're a very, very multi-purpose family. We do a lot. Very entrepreneurial family. So, yeah, it's good fun, man. It is really good fun. Yeah. So, yeah, man. If you need any help, bro, literally just give me a message when I get back to the UK.
Sure.
I'll 100% pop up. That'd be a lot of fun.
Sounds good. Thanks, Will.
We'll make some content check on the Fivers as well.
Yeah.
when 2 of the fivers traders DIYing.
I was going to say, if you want to pay for my flights and give me some board while I'm there, I can sleep in the place. You know, it's fine. Then I'll pop over there. It's fine.
That sounds good.
Dude, that'd be sick. Well, I mean, hey, look, I got rental cottages. Hence, that's literally what we were renovating is rental cottages. So yeah, I mean, I got the board covered. I'm not paying for your flight, so that's gonna be expensive.
The question is, what car can I drive? Will, what do you have?
Ooh, I don't know. Or what? Oof, I got a couple. Do you want a 5-liter V8 Mustang? Do you want a Bentley GT? Do you want the M4? Which one do you want? Do you want? In fact, I got a Defender. We were chatting about Defenders earlier. Do you want one of them?
No.
LJ, but
Say
I'm
Bentley.
the right-sided or left-sided?
Dude, I've sat in that Bentley twice. Like, my dad hides the key from me.
I was going to say, yeah, I bet. Yeah.
It's a one-of-one Bentley, made for an anniversary as well. Like, it's nice, like proper. In fact, I don't know. I may have some pictures. I'll send you some pictures of it. It is stunning. When he showed up with it, I was like, "Give me the keys, then." He was like, "Yeah, nice try." He was like, "Dream on." Like literally, he couldn't be any more serious when he said dream on, because like, so I was looking at buying a DB11, and he used to have a DB11, and I said to him, I was like, "Dad, can I test drive?" Because they wouldn't let me test drive the DB11 because obviously I was under 25, and I was like, "Dad, can I test drive it?" And he thought about it. Whereas this car, yeah, straight up laughed at me. You know? Yeah, but I'm sure, you know, like we can kidnap him or like I don't know, put some chloroform in him and we'll just rob the car. Take it up to Griff.
As well, like straight piped, dude. Those things they're menacing, absolutely menacing. They sound that good.
Oh, bro, it does. It sounds
Sure.
incredible. It does sound incredible. So that was one of the first times I got in the car. Straight away, turned it on, revved it. It was just, you know, that inner kid in you, that inner child. I was like, "Dad, give me the key. I want to rev the car." And I did the same at the Ferrari garage. I was sitting in a Portofino. They gave me the key, and he knew that I was a young lad. You know, he's like, "I know you want to." Straight away, just got in and revved it. It's just like, it's law that when you get in a nice car, you just got to see what it sounds like.
You have to, of course. Let it warm up first.
Obviously, obviously, of course. You know, you got to let like the oil warm up. You got to let it go through the system. Like my brother, when he gets in his car, so he's got a Mustang, he'll turn the car on and then go have a cup of coffee or something, and then he'll wait about half an hour, and you can hear the car cool down from outside. It'd be like, "Bro, the warp." You know, it'll have like 3 different sections, and you're like, "Dude, wow!" Like I usually like 5-10 minutes, boom, I'd drive the car. His car, 20 minutes, half an hour, and then it like has that final warm up. And I was like, "Wow, that is crazy."
Anastasiia does the same in a Porsche every day as well. So, you know.
Oh, nice.
You can hear it. Wait, are you taking a sell now back into the chart on gold? I consider it.
No, so I was scoping this out. I'm considering because, to be honest, like I don't know if we're gonna. So if we don't see the kick on from here, like my preference first of all is to go long, right? But if we see the break down here, then potentially I may short. Because this sort of top section was my kind of target area, at least for gold. And I would have thought we'd actually kick on from today. It's somewhat similar to dollar yen, where we got the pike up, we came down, we basically met support through here, but we haven't really convincingly picked up from there. It's not been convincing. So we had this slight pickup through here, which I think was mostly actually attributed to cross correlation with euro dollar coming off, Aussie dollar coming off, pound dollar coming off, everything else. So similar to dollar yen rising, not necessarily because of the dollar pickup. But yeah, gold, I've been wanting to... It's the same with this trade through here. So I was wanting to see gold actually rise up through there, back towards top side with that wick and the underside of this higher trading cluster before we collapsed, right? We just haven't seen that, so I TP'd down here on this adjacent bar. Once we stopped, we just weren't going anywhere, right? So I pulled out of the trade. I don't know. What do you think of that then, Anastasiia?
I'm gonna share my second screen 1 second because I'm looking at the volumes on the futures.
Alrighty. Let me know and I'll bring your screen up, and then I will jump out for half a sec, guys. I'm kind of sick today, so just gonna get the water from my nose.
Yeah, dude, go away, man. Go take
right,
a
sounds
Lemsip or a lozenge or some chamomile
So I'll come back
tea.
for another like 5 minutes, and then I'll dip out. I do need to have some dinner. So
Yeah, nice. Dude, it's like 10:30 over with you as well.
yeah, 10:30 now. So
Man, that's... Yeah, fair. Crazy, man.
I mean, markets are pretty quiet, so I might.
This is worse than markets are quiet as well. When you're doing an analysis and then you run out of analysis to analyze, you know,
Yeah.
it sucks because then it makes it longer because then you're like, you know, it's late, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm sitting here, charts are doing nothing. So that's why it's enjoyable to like stream with multiple people or when chat is participating as well. You know, it makes it good fun then.
So I was going to say, dude, Griff, run us through anything you're looking at recently. At least
Griff,
potentials.
I'm gonna just log out and log back in because it's not letting me share my screen for just 30
No problem.
seconds. And then go through
Give me a sec, I'll be back as well.
Yeah, sweet.
through.
No problem.
Yeah, honestly, this past week, most of the pairs have just been moving sideways. So I've not really had a huge amount of opportunity. AU is my best pair, right? And you can see how it's just been moving maybe in a slight descending channel. And I've been waiting for this breakout, but it wasn't very convincing. We just started moving straight back down again.
Is it AU or NU?
This is on AU now. NU is probably
sorry.
quite similar. Yeah, and NU's fairly similar, just with I guess a steeper descending. And yeah, the breakout, we just didn't get the follow through, which I need for my strategy. And then we did have some pretty big moves on the JPY pairs, but it was just like one impulsive candle, and then momentum just immediately like halted. And it's really important to see momentum over several candles to be able to determine that we're moving, like that we're going to continue moving in a trend. Like you were saying before, Will, on the 5 minute on EU, you commented that there were 3 really nice bullish candles here, and I think that's actually better than getting one large candle. Like if this was 3 fairly large candles, you're getting momentum over the course of 3 hours versus just getting a quick burst over 1 hour and then immediately pausing. So yeah, I think that's something that I learned that I think could help a lot of people, just having sustained momentum. So focusing on momentum over time. Yeah, and we've not been getting that if you look on any of the 6 symbols that I trade. I mean, potentially on EU last week, you could say that we had a bit of momentum here, but you can see how we kind of just started slowing down. Like if I zoom in, we got maybe one nice candle and then we just kind of lost it. And then over here started looking pretty good, but then we got large wick, retrace, and we haven't broken this low. So yeah, the sustained momentum I'm looking for just hasn't existed for the last 2 weeks or so, and I'm just waiting, as usual.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Oh man,
lower time frames
you're
look solid though.
patient. So again,
Lower time frames looked pretty solid though. Like I quite like
yeah.
one pattern I kind of like is when we kind of have like a descending channel, a breakout, and then kind of another descending to like this level right here.
To
And then quite
long
often
from.
we'll get a reaction like that. But
Yeah.
I think we didn't really get that. I was thinking, maybe we could have this move, and we've kind of approached this area
No,
now.
I was going to say, if you look at that sort of area consolidation, yeah, like if a little bit lower there, bang on. Like, I mean, if we could have a breakout and like some form of order flow structure break above the highs, creating that, that sort of shift in trend, then I think, yeah, that could be a nice potential opportunity. But
Yeah, I mean, it was looking promising, literally where you were looking for a trade earlier, I think, because we had this breakout, and then, we didn't really see a massive shift until later on, but, you could say this is descending, and I was looking, if I zoom in, I was looking right here for another breakout, right there. These two candles, I was hoping that they would kind of have the momentum that I was looking for, and that we would break above this blue line here that I've marked as a high. I was hoping that we could potentially break above it with a candle that looked like this or something. That would be amazing. And then I would have set a pending order around here, something like this. Let me clear up some of these lines. And yeah, unfortunately, like you saw on the lower time frame, we just kind of stagnated and started moving back down. We just did not get the momentum, and you can see that reflected on the lower time frame with this like smaller ascending channel. So yeah, we nearly had a decent pattern there, in my opinion, on EU. This pattern I described up here, but yeah, it's not looking as promising right now because of that lack of momentum on the breakout there.
yeah, it looks okay, but it's not looking great. It's
Yeah.
not looking nice enough for me to be like, oh yeah, come on, Griff, let's enter into this.
Let's jump in. There's still potential, like, maybe in the next 1 to 2 candles we could get, I mean, that would be nuts, maybe something like this. That could start to introduce the beginning of a trend. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we got something like that. But I feel like it's fairly unlikely based off of just the initial breakout that we had over here. Are you looking for anything in particular at the moment, Will, or is everything kind of off the table for you?
GU sort of, it didn't allow me to get in. If I just bring my chart up real quick so you guys can see. There I am. So let me get GU up. There we go. So GU kind of left without me. So I could have gotten in if I wanted to, I suppose. I was kind of wanting it to pull back a little bit more, but I didn't. So we got this sort of like Asia structure zone here, it looked okay, and then we got this really nice sort of rejection, and then one last sweep of that rejection. I thought, yeah, okay, cool. Like, let's see what happens here. Last time it just dumped down, so maybe at least this time we can actually get a push above. And we did. We got that push above the 5-minute structure point. And I thought, that's pretty cool. That's quite nice. I'd kind of like to have seen it break above this high, but, nonetheless, it's still pretty valid. And then it consolidated. And I kind of wanted to pull back here, like a sort of like almost like a fake out, like almost like it's trying to bait people into the sells, and then a move higher. But we just didn't get that pull below. I could have, I suppose, entered here on my break and close above the consolidation zone strategy, but I didn't because that's my gold, not my GU strategy. And then it just left without me. So TP on GU in theory, but that's the only valid trade I've seen. EU has just ranged and done. Is ranged and been deranged. It's just been a bit crap. Gold has. I don't even know what to say about gold, man. It's just consolidated until literally just now. So I'm gonna try and decide whether I want to sell gold or not. I'm gonna see what happens. Other than that, that's pretty much the only three pairs I trade. Nasdaq, I suppose you could say it did come back down to we did sweep the come back. There we go. We did sweep the pre-session lows. We did break structure form. We did retest and give me an entry, and then we did eventually take out Asia highs, meaning there's that point of area of interest taken. But I kind of thought we'd take the Asia highs and continue higher. We whipped them and dropped. So my reason for taking the Asia highs was wrong, but nonetheless my analysis was correct. But again, I didn't enter this. Why didn't I enter this? I don't actually know. I think it's because it was outside of my stream time. But either way, I didn't enter into NAS. Euro, I didn't enter because it was crap, and then GU left without me. Other than that, nope, not looking at anything.
All right, I think I'm gonna go get some food. I'd probably go to bed. I feel like I'm declining rapidly.
That's fair, man. Losing the patience, the will to live.
I've survived this long. I thought I'd hang around because Marcus kind of chilled today, but I think I need to get some sleep, get some rest.
Yeah, my dude. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah.
Peace, guys, for today. I will see you guys again tomorrow. Good luck to everyone. Ciao for now.
Good to see you, mate.
Ciao for now. See you later, brother. Have a good one.
Care of yourself.
Peace.
Bye.
Okay, after struggles with my streaming, I don't know what was the problem. I was able to bring at least trading queue up, so my other platform is still loading, and to reload the whole setup. So the reason I'm not looking for particularly anything on gold right now is because we are, from my perspective of how I trade, stuck in between the volumes. And if we look good at the volume distribution over the whole bull run, recent one, and this particular area, we've pretty much came now down towards the same big volume that the price has been holding overnight. So this is the point where after the overnight crash, we've stabilized. This is when you said that the price started falling. I said I wouldn't rush into selling it because until we are above 51.50, for me, we are still not in a shorting place, good place for the shorts. Eventually, I think maybe we would close below this area, so somewhere between 51.41, I would start considering maybe shorting this. But at the current moment, for me, we are most likely going to get stuck in this area, or even perhaps pull back above this, and then continue higher. So for me, the price action on gold right now doesn't particularly look the best way anyway, because this is the majority of the volume from this week. So this week so far, for the last couple of 2 days, we've been between 51.72, which is the point of control of the week, and 51.50, which is the point of the volume from the upwards movement was accumulated here and is currently playing as a support. And very similar situation is from silver's perspective. That's also why I'm not really rushing into the gold shorts yet, because I always compare both of them, and only when they are both in the good position for either of the sides, then I take a trade. Because from the silver standpoint, we are located above the point of control of the week, which is at 87 currently, 87.24.25. So we didn't even went below the volume. So if for gold we are stabilized at least below one big volume area, their zone of interest, and for silver we are still above all of them. So, and silver didn't create any bearish structure at all. We've continued to create the higher lows and the higher highs consistently, really. So for me, we are not yet any close to the potential bearish scenarios for both of them so far, to be honest. So I think I'm waiting for the U.S. market to be opened to make my decision. Maybe we're gonna have something more interesting, because so far I don't want to get into in between.
Yeah, I'd like to wait for the US market to open, but I will be catching Zeds by then.
Yep. What time is it now, Will?
It is 8:50, so 10 to 9.
Okay, so it is
Yeah,
pretty late.
yeah, yeah. It's getting there. It's getting to the point where I start feeling that tiredness. I'm usually pretty good until about 10 p.m. 10 p.m. onwards. If you want me to function, like I'm hammering back the coffees. Like I'm drinking water, coffees, the lot, trying like cold air. But so yeah, it's getting to that point where I'm like, I wouldn't want to analyze, the last half an hour. So 9:30. So you got about 40 minutes until I'm like, I'm done now. I'm just gonna coast and just chat with you guys because my analysis is up.
How have you found it trading in a different time zone?
Stressful because psychologically it's different. I've traded all over Europe and I don't mind the 1 hour, 2 hour difference. I don't even mind a 4 hour difference. It's the 8 hour difference. It's huge. And I'm waking up Asia session, of course, and I don't trade Asia session, so I'm like I said to you guys a little bit earlier, getting like my sort of like UK business admin out of the way with, and just giving that attention. And then sort of like me and my partner will have lunch on the daily. So when I get back from lunch, it's about 2 p.m. That's when I start getting ready to trade. So it's different. I miss the UK for trading because I can wake up, go to the gym, go for a run, do whatever I need to do, come back 8:30 a.m. stream, and then I'll be done by 2 p.m. And then 2 p.m. I got the rest of the day in the evening to do whatever I want. So that I do miss, and I miss my setup. I'll be honest. I spent so much love, care, and effort designing my office just to walk away from it. So I do miss my big screen. Now I'm currently on one laptop, so it's adjustments.
That's
I remember you got all those new lights and stuff for your background.
Yeah, that was sick. I put a couch in there, put some frames up, put some shelves up, some new lights, a fake plant just to make it look chic, And now I'm trading on my laptop with 3 posters behind me.
I'm moving into the new office next week as well. So with all the lights,
Nice.
a whole bunch of the new microphone, new camera, 2 different lights,
Awesome.
and I'm really excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, there's nothing better. Like I didn't realize this. So obviously, like I said, funded freedom. I've gone away, and like it's been like a week max trading from Europe. Trading from different countries a week max. And then I'm always glad to get back to my setup. I'm like, it's like after a holiday, you feel good to get home. I never knew how much I would truly miss my office when it's gone. I think that's the biggest thing is that I would be working in my office and then I'd go sit on my couch for a bit and I'd go do some reading or go do some chill out on the couch, go back to my office, and then I'd have a standing desk. So then I'd raise it up and I'd be able to stand there. And then I'm going to show you something. This is what I stream on every day. It is nowhere near as comfortable as my proper office gaming chair. So
How long are you there for? You're there for the foreseeable future, right?
No, we're probably like I got a couple of things I need to do back in the UK, so I'll probably be back about May-ish time.
Okay.
So yeah, we're out here for a few months. Yeah.
Because I understand what you mean about kind of moving away from a really optimized kind of desk setup. Because when I went to move with my wife in London, I didn't have room for a big desk, and I was working on her makeup table. and I just had like thankfully I wasn't on a laptop. I had enough room for a monitor and a keyboard and stuff. But like when I would knock the desk, the whole thing would wobble like
Yeah, yeah, oh man.
And I was
Yeah.
there for 4 years with that setup, and now, I've been like over the last 4 years, I've been collecting various tidbits and things for when I knew I'd move out, and now I've got
But
a
you do
proper
though, don't you?
pair
It's
and things, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I rate that, man. Like, no trader just says, I'm going to buy it all at once. I've never known a trader just to go, I'm going to spend 5 grand and just put a setup there. It's always what they collect. It's like side quests in a game, you know? You're like collecting Easter eggs and little bits along the way. And then next minute it unfolds into this magnificent masterpiece. And that is basically your sort of off charts trading journey. You know, you're picking up different monitors, then you pick up different mics, then you pick up different keyboards, and then before you know it, you've got some absolute awesome setup. But it's taken you 4 years to get it. You know,
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
don't realize that it's cost you like 4 grand, but over the that's £1,000 a year if you think about it, and it could be a lot of money, but at the same time, it's like it's part of the game. It's part of the excitement.
Yeah, having a really nice like office space is one of my favorite things. It makes working and like because trading can be tedious at times when it's the same thing every day, you know. So having a really nice space to work, it makes a big difference, I think.
Dude, 100%. Yeah, I couldn't agree more than that. There's nothing better than it's peace of mind. You know how they say like messy mind, is it messy room or messy house, messy mind, something like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same with your office. You know, if you don't have a comfortable working environment and a comfortable office and something you're proud of, you know, it can pay and it can be tedious in your trading. And the same goes, you know, when the markets are crap in Hong Kong, I'm not happy trading. I'm like, this is crap. I'm not enjoying trading right now because I'm in a space where I'm like, this isn't what I'm used to. You know, like this is technically what, a bit like you said, you know, my partner's makeup desk. Like she took one look at it. I was like, don't even think about it. That's my office. You know, don't even think about having that as a makeup desk.
It's funny because trading has got a reputation for, you know, you being able to travel and trade, but realistically, it does negatively impact your performance if you're not in one place. Like if you're all over, you know, you're on your laptop, you're on your phone, trying to execute a plan consistently. When you're in inconsistent locations, it doesn't. It's not effective for getting consistent results.
Fun. It is fun. A lot of fun. Say again, Anastasiia.
I'm not sure about this because since I started trading, I've been constantly traveling and moving. So literally for the past 9 years, I've been constantly traveling and moving, and that's going to be the first time when I'm aiming to get the office and actually get this proper setup and be in one place longer term. Because even when I moved here, even in Spain, I've been still moving around a lot. So that's going to be the first time. So I guess we'll see, how it's going to be better. But I did, I did get used. I even used to live in Mexico for 6 months and in Bali for 3 months. And the time zones are completely different, obviously, So, but I can't complain about, for example, the Asian time zone because for me it was super comfortable because mostly I was trading basically the beginning of New York session and London session. Whether it's in Asia, for me it was starting around 2:30 o'clock in the afternoon, so I had the time for my gym, for my sport, for my breakfast, for my walk, for all the other stuff in the morning until 2:30 when my trading started, when the London session and just only opened because I didn't trade the Asian completely. So for me it was extremely comfortable actually, but I can I understand. So
well, that's like semi-permanent living, you have a space for several
Yeah.
months at a time, like what Will has. I meant more along the lines of like not
a
having
week
an
to
office space at
week to week.
all, being
Yeah.
on the beach, being in the jungle on a boat, you know what I mean? That's not good for getting that's difficult to trade in. Hi Richard, by the way.
Hello Griff, what's up?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, friend.
we're rotating out, I think, because you've just come in and I'm going out now.
Yeah, one day you and I will have a full stream, just the two of us.
Sounds good.
Two of us. We can stream if we try, just the two of us.
All right, good talking
What's
to you
the new
guys.
one?
Oh yeah. Good talking to you guys. I'll see you
What was
next week.
Nice
Bye,
one,
Griff.
Griff. See
Have
you
a
later, bro.
good
Bye.
week.
Nice talking. Bye.
Guys, I'm also gonna bounce. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm still not in any trades because the market is still not really giving me what I want. Gold is still back in the range, so nothing for me today. Perhaps gonna be better in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Let's
hopefully.
hope that something happens.
Something good.
Yeah.
Something good.
I'm sure it will.
What you wish for?
Yeah, fair,
I wish
fair.
for something. I wish for something. Whether or not I want
No,
that
you
something,
wish
I
for
wish for
something
it.
good.
I'm just
If
wishing
you're gonna
for
wish
anything
for
at this
something to
point in
come
time.
true, at least make it positive.
Well, sometimes you need to have something negative happen to you for you to really appreciate the good things that happen in your life.
Damn, what are you getting all philosophical on us for? It's a Tuesday, man.
Because Anastasiia is leaving, so I have to have some philosophy, like parting words. All right, Anastasiia, you have yourself a lovely day further, and then we'll see you again on Thursday.
Yeah, see you on Thursday.
See you later, Anastasiia. Have a good one. So I do apologize, guys. I want to be bringing your chat up, but for some reason it's not loading on my screen. I have gone over onto the YouTube, and I've just seen Alessio saying, "Just entered, seeing Will singing. I'm leaving." Joking, nice voice. I appreciate that, but we all know that's not true. It's okay. You can say that I've got a bad singing voice. I'm a trader, not a singer.
Yeah,
I have no intention of quitting my day job for singing.
Yeah, we're not little what do you call it? Little snowflakes, little fruitcakes, and whatnot that we would get offended if someone said that they didn't like our voice. No, you have to like my voice. Please tell me you like my voice. I need everybody to like me.
Guys, can we crop that and someone's like DM me that little snippet?
Dude, if we can get the local recordings to work properly again, I can send you that video.
Dude, if we can
free of
post
charge.
that, oh yeah, if we can post that on the Fivers, that would be sick.
Okay,
Just
now we know
completely-
that Alessio's lying. Just straight up. Now we know you're lying.
really liked it. So I'm guessing Alessio is potentially half deaf, maybe, or perhaps just
Didn't
fully
like-
deaf and he's got subtitles on.
Didn't like the song, but the voice was nice.
But you like my voice. Okay, now I'll take that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right. Let's have a little gander at gold. Gold broke out of the consolidation. Finally.
It did indeed. I know.
But what did it
literally.
do with it? Nothing. What did it do with the breakout? Nothing.
Not a lot.
Like, it's
Not a lot,
horrible.
man.
It just literally came to the low of Tokyo.
It barely swept it as well.
Equaled.
It kind of swept it, but
Equaled.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, it literally equaled Tokyo lows.
So yeah, gold is doing gold things. Nasdaq decided at 2:00 for some other odd reason that it wanted to start rallying out of the blue, wicked into the top of Tokyo, and then just came back down again. So I'm gonna go and have a look and see what is going on at 2:00 in the day that we are getting such sudden volatility in Nasdaq. Why? I couldn't find any news events whatsoever to kind of enlighten me at all as to why it was moving like that, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was a bit odd. Euro's been a bit odd as well today. Euro's just been. I don't know if I like the euro at the moment.
To be dead honest with you, none of the pairs today to me is very tradable.
Yeah,
very, very short-lived movements. I mean, the whole range today on EU has been 28 pips, but that was from the top of Tokyo to the absolute bottom of Tokyo, and very, very little in between. Now, technically, that's a nice range. It's like really nice top and bottom section that you can aim for. But we're going from consolidation, get a bit of a breakout, pull back, consolidate, push up a little bit, consolidate, push lower, consolidate. It's Alicia is saying, Goldsby remarks at the National Association of Business Economics, the NABI conference. Chicago's Fed, Goldsby, not obvious. Fed's rate stance is still restrictive. Fed's Goldsby, 3% inflation, not good enough. Where did you get this information, Alicia?
let me have a look on Forex Factory. I don't know if it's...
I don't see anything on Forex Factory whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. No, it is on. If you go into Forex Factory, in fact, do you have it on your? Yeah, let me just
I do.
Yeah, go to news. If you look at the top, you see news.
Yeah, but that you got 2 minutes ago, not an hour ago, which is when Nasdaq moved.
Yeah, fair.
That's what I'm referring to. It's like an hour ago there was nothing. Like this is an hour and 17, which was the dollar 2026 decline, more cyclical than structured.
You did have the tariff shock lift on gold. You had Trump mentioning about the Fed. I think LJ was mentioning. But yeah, I don't know. It wasn't. I don't think it was anything strong enough to actually do something.
Saying that it was posted now, but he spoke earlier. But that's kind of like strange still as well, because he's scheduled to have spoken at 3 p.m. my time, which is now 5 minutes ago. So unless there's a bit of a delay, but yeah, in that case, if that is the reason, then it makes sense. But other than that, I couldn't find a reason why we'd moved so suddenly on the Nasdaq. So let me just remove that. This was the 2 o'clock candle over here, and out of nowhere we had this, or we were busy at least, let's rather say, with this little bit of a downward channel, and this downward channel just. Even if I do take the bottoms, this isn't an exact science, obviously, but this was a nice volumetric candle after a bit of a slowdown, but this did not make sense to me whatsoever. So yeah, but it did come into an area. By the way, this was not a trade that I took; it was just a trade that I marked out yesterday. But this was that area of interest that I had. I think it was on the hourly. 4 hourly. Yeah, it's this. Oh no, it's over here. It was this little section over here that seemed to me to be a little bit interesting. Wait, why did I mark this up? Now I actually don't know why I marked it up.
Was it not a lower time frame thing?
Oh no! It moved. It's supposed to be here. There we go. Yeah, it moved.
Dude, I just left the air conditioning on. I am bloody freezing. Oh man, you know when it takes a while for the air conditioning to really circulate around the room.
Mm-hmm.
I left the air conditioning on, and it's in the living room, and it's taken a while to get to me. And I'm not wearing any socks or anything. I've just hopped out the shower. I am freezing. Just drop my jumper back on.
And what is Cece saying? Is she like, yeah, it's good. I love this weather. This is not cold.
No, she's probably freezing as well. She's worse than me for feeling the cold. never mind. She's just said I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Good.
There you go then.
FX Doff Veder is asking, hey Richard, what is plain in gold?
I think he means what's the plan for gold?
That makes a lot more sense. What's the plan in gold? Metals down here. I've removed it since this morning, but what I did have was this was a consolidation area down here, and I did say what I would like to have is either a break above retest continuation up or a break and retest continuation lower. So what we did have was the break. We did have the break here, followed immediately by the retest and then a push lower. We took this low over here, but we did not sweep the low of the day, unfortunately. So we came back into this area of consolidation over on yesterday, but pretty much this last section here before price started to volumetrically move up. So struggling all the while in this area, trying to break higher highs and higher lows, not really doing anything, just kind of sitting around. And then eventually when we did start moving volumetrically, it was off of this reaction down here. So we already had a singular reaction from Tokyo this morning. And then you can see we had a secondary reaction there as well after the breakout. But yeah, this is just untradeable to me, all of this. I mean, we were stuck in this consolidation from 5:30 until 14:15, so 9 hours of consolidation, pretty much. So, well, not 9 hours. No, is my maths not mathing at the moment? It's 11.
I don't know. I tend not to do mental arithmetic. It tends to make me look a bit thick. So you got to give me a moment to really think about it and write it down if you want any form of maths.
Yeah, I was looking at the 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, which is 7 hours, and I was like, I was looking at it as 14 hours. And then I was like, okay, then let's minus 5 from 14. It gives us 9. And it's just like, no. I'm tired, mate. I think it's definitely because I'm getting sick at the moment. I was sitting upstairs talking to my wife, and she was talking to me, and I looked at her. I was like, "What were we just talking about?"
No, that's called aging, mate.
No, just like straight up. And she's like, "Oh, we were talking about what we were gonna do for dinner now. Like, quickly gonna go pop out to the shops and get this, and get this." And I was like, I have a vague memory of this, but it feels like this was yesterday. I feel like we had this discussion yesterday. So I don't know.
The worst part is when I feel like I'm ill, or when I feel like, slightly off, like something feels funny. I'll be looking at like my partner, or I'll be like speaking to my brother, and I'll be looking at them like that, and they'll be talking to me, but nothing will be going in. And then like I'll sort of like wake up and be like, "What? Yeah, what did you say?"
Divi Harsha is asking, tell us one trade. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing anything that is interesting me whatsoever. GU is horrible at the moment. EU looked like it wanted to start. It consolidated, started to break out, basically came for a retest. We just wicked above this consolidation. So this whole section here is consolidation. We did not break new lows whatsoever. We did not even come and test the daily low with this downward movement. I have zero interest in trading anything today. GU, same idea. It looked like we had a bit of consolidation over here. We had the breakout. We came back to retest it. No movement up higher whatsoever. We took the highs of Tokyo, just wicked, started moving lower. It does look as though it is potentially presenting a new downward trend, but I am not happy with how strong this leg is in relation to how slow this downward tick is. So I'm going to be a little bit careful with this one. Same with UJ as well. UJ has been naught but ranging. EJ, same idea, naught but ranging as well. So as it stands right now, we need breakouts across the board. You have a little bit of consolidation here. We had the break, retest, try to continue lower, retest yet again, try to continue lower. Price action is just absolutely
it's the
horrible.
fact that we're failing as well. You know, you can see so much potential to rebalance the markets lower down, but we're just not managing to get below that lower low. And then on the higher time frames, we're equaling lows. There's
no conviction.
Lows.
There's no conviction. There's no conviction. Yeah. We do have GJ this morning. This was Astro's trade. It's kind of like a little bit into profit, back to break even. This is not a very clean price action on the. Well, it is clean. It is making lower lows and lower highs on the lower time frame, except for now. Now it's made a higher low in relation to the previous one, and it looks as though it might want to try and break out above. So it's just price action is not
garbage. Simple.
So I'm on the same boat as LJ and Anastasiia. I have zero interest in trading anything today. I did see that Laban Lang is saying NZD USD is bearish. Yeah, it is. That actually does look pretty good. You had this upward trend. It was broken and channel, let's rather say, and then we volumetrically started pushing lower. We did have this area over here where price struggled to push lower from. So one reaction, secondary reaction, a third reaction. This is where we started pushing higher. We eventually broke it, came back down, pushed lower, tried to push higher, failed, and then started pushing lower. So yeah, I agree with you. This does look quite bearish on the lower time frame. What does it look like on the hourly? Yeah, hourly looks good. We had a reaction here to try and push price lower. Swept these highs over here with this massively strong candle, but no follow through to push price higher. We started to create downward order flow. Over here, we were a little bit slowed, but it seems as though we have a nice little drop lower. Are we going to potentially come and test the lows from Friday? That is definitely an area to test. What do we have on the 4 hourly? Ooh. This is looking nice. Don't you think? NZD USD 4 hourly looks pretty good.
4 hourly, I'd like to break under that local low to the left. Not that far. The closest low, the previous low, let's call it. Yeah.
That's one.
So if we can, no. The one you just marked out, the rejection one. There we go. Yeah, I'd like to break and close below that on the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, I'd like to close below the previous low, which is literally the bottom of the 3 candle push. Yeah. So which we're equally at the moment. You know, we're wicking it. So I'd like to see a break and close under that. But if I'm being honest, what I'd really like to see is a break and close under that 4 hour that I mentioned to the left hand side there. Yeah, there. That would show me a little bit more conviction in the bearish momentum, I think.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what Victor's opinion is going to be on EU and GU.
He's coming in
obviously
a little bit later, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming in a little bit. So we can kind of like see from the order block perspective, I think.
Interesting.
Daily support, yeah. I mean, you have this whole section here that it's reacting off of, but this daily reaction after this volumetric pushdown and then follow up bearish candle, even though we did not sweep any of these previous lows, could mean that we could try and test it. And we are getting closer to a potential flag pattern. So with a nice long upward pole in this case, and then get to the flag. So very, very strong bullish movement here. This was initiated on the 19th. Had a bit of a pullback, tried to have a reinitiation that failed, pushed even lower. When we tried to come back up again, we could not take this high at all. And then we kind of dwindled here for a while and then had quite the nice bearish candle yet again. Try for a follow-up bullish move, failed yet again. Follow-up bearish candle. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. There is a potential for us to come down here to test that. Ooh.
I think we could come down. Yeah, I think we could come down a lot further if we are going to. If you look at the higher price, like the price just above as well. We've tried to push higher, we've rejected, consolidated, then dropped. I think we can move a lot higher. Oh, sorry, lower. A lot lower.
Lower.
Yeah. Hold on.
Where's it go? This is April of last year. This was the lows. I mean, technically we tested this already.
Yeah, true.
Which happens to be all the way over here for a base. This is a strong area of interest, I would say, because of the sheer amount of attempts that we've had. Just wicked, almost just touched it, broke through, reacted back on it. So this is a much stronger area of interest for me specifically. But this is on the daily, and I don't trade the daily. If I go down to the 4 hourly, there's quite a bit to break through before we get there. We have this base area over here. This one over here is followed up by a base area as well. So this is just a much higher confluence. I think if we can break through here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if we can break and close, or if you look at that wick to the left, that's tapped into it.
Ugh. My earphones cable got stuck under my control button. So as I'm trying to press control, it just goes and sits on the cable and nothing. Yeah, can't delete. Anyway, yeah. Would like to see it break below.
Yeah, bang on there. If we can break and close under that, then that will be really nice.
And the reason why I think that we can potentially come and break through this is because of this reaction here. When we came back to test this section here, basically it was quite slowed. We really did struggle to try and create new lows. However, when we did try and push higher, we respected this 50 EMA as well as this 4-hour base area. So I think we can potentially carry on going lower. Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, I think so. If we can close, if you think about like the lower time frame, if we can break and close under that 3-candle push, it'll give a better conviction to break underneath those wick rejections. And if we can break under those wick rejections, then we're heading towards the large wick rejection, which is that low that you've marked out. If we can break and close below there, then there's going to be confluence towards the bearish trend. Therefore, then we can potentially look at targeting that area of interest lower down on the 4-hour.
7 Gold is saying, I see a double top chart pattern at NZD USD. On which time frame? Which time frame are you seeing a double top, 7 Gold? Just let me know and then I can have a look.
Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Dude, I'm struggling to find any price action that I like. Even like if you look at UJ as well, EJ, even EJ is just absolutely flatlining. Like we need to get a defill on these pairs right now.
But that's exactly what LJ said this morning. This move over here was definitely on the idea of the new prime minister's viewpoint. And we were not really going to see follow through just yet because he doesn't believe that the DXY is to be, trusted basically. Because it's showing an upward trend, but you're not really seeing it on much of the other pairs, like at least not to the same degree.
If you're wondering what on earth that banging noise is, it's my partner trying to break it. She went out to the shops and picked up some fresh coconut, and she's just been trying to smash into coconut with a really sharp knife. So cool. I don't know if you can hear it.
I can hear it.
I'm trying to like mute my mic in between talking because she's just slamming this coconut. But in all fairness, this is amazing,
delicious. Will, I'm going to have to jump out, mate. I have a meeting now in 2 minutes.
We've got the fantastic Samir in the background anyway, so it's all right. You hop out. I'll keep Samir company until
Victor
gets in.
Awesome. All right. Everybody, have a good day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good time with Samir, Will, and soon to be Victor. So everybody have a nice day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Sweet. See you later, broski.
Have a good day.
Samir,
all right.
What is good,
Will,
my man?
how are you? I'm good.
Man, I'm gravy, baby.
What about you?
I'm all good. Please tell me you've seen something in the markets today.
I have just came to the charts and let's do some analysis. Let's see if we have any opportunities.
Let's grab your screen up. Let's have some fresh eyes on the market.
Let's see.
Right now,
and yesterday, me and Rich was talking about your gold trade,
No. Oh, Samir, man.
Was you seeing the charts?
Mm-hmm. Literally
we was having discussion on it, like you just closed and it just shot it up. I don't know how many points. Anyway, so part of the game or whatever, so let's start with the major pairs. I have all the major pairs here, which I know most of our viewers love to trade these pairs. And let's start with GU. Okay, GU wise, we have swept the daily low, and overall structure is also bullish. If I just see the daily structure, as I mentioned a couple of times, I just like to see the recent leg that we are printing. So till here we are bullish on daily. Even if we break this, I will consider this as a liquidity move. Then maybe we can come back to the upside again. So this is just the long term view. So we are
Mm.
intraday traders. I'm not a kind of a trader who hold his position for like many months. So this can be the reference point. Maybe we can use that in future. But as of now, on the daily, based on this current leg, I am bullish. Let's go to the 4 hour. This blue line is already the daily low, as you have seen. So let's draw some areas. Okay, we was having this kind of a demand area from where price has shown some kind of reaction. Let's go to the 2 hour now. 2 hour.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we just reacted from that daily area also. This fair value gap was never tested, so maybe we can move to the upside. But for that, we do need some kind of confirmations. And on the 15-minute, actually, I don't see anything unless we break this trend line, which we have. So if we break this trend line, then this area can get tapped. For the short side, you don't even have that much, range to play, which is it is 30 pips. So if you get something like this, then yeah, you can take some sells. But if you get a closure above, then I think we can definitely at least have this area, then we can look for these areas. Again, waiting game. So let's see, we can draw some areas. Then we have to wait for price to either close above or below our areas, so that we get some kind of confidence that yes, price is respecting our areas. So these are my areas for today on GU. So I don't see any. Let's see if we have any other better opportunities. This I don't have that much confidence, so that I can suggest you guys this is the A plus setup for me. So I don't consider this as A plus setup just based on the analysis. Yes, if we close above, then we may can get a push. So let's find some A plus trades if we can get. This is the trade I was planning, as I'm not a forex pair trader. So all right, we have Victor here.
Well,
Hello, hello, Victor.
hello, Victor.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, everyone in
How
the
are we?
audience, ladies and gentlemen. How is
Welcome
the
back.
welcome? Thank you. Let's see. Getting my. You're looking at GU. What is your? If you had to choose a direction on GU, Samir? I know you said you don't really
Okay.
see an opportunity right now, but if you really really had to, would it be long? Would it be short?
Uh, I have some areas here. If we close below this area, then I will be looking for shots. Definitely, we have these equal lows. We can target these areas. But if we reject this area and we started to push to the upside, then definitely we can see these areas or these areas to get filled. Again, right now the bias is 50-50, because if we close below, then I will sell. Close above, then I will buy. I don't like the 50-50 bias. I will consider something which have more confluence on the one side. Either can be buy or sells. So I just did the one analysis here. I was going on major pairs. If we can see some A plus setups, to me this is not the A plus setup. If this impulse was very beautiful, for an example, if this was let me give you an example, something like this, impulse, something like this, or candles showing some good momentum, then I could have focused more on buys. But as this is not the strong leg, so right now we are in the 50-50 zone, definitely. So
Mhm.
we can go on to other pairs. Yeah, it is also not showing anything. Yeah, we are at the resistance. We don't know if it is going to hold or break. Let's go to the daily if we have some information. Definitely this can be used as a liquidity point. So as the structure is already bearish, so you can use this reference point to plan for your sells. You don't have to catch the whole move, even if you catch some pips here, at least till here, I think that is fine. So this area is very good reference point that you can use to short this pair. So I will keep this eye on the USD CAD in case we set up for any shorting opportunity. Let's go to the USD CHF. We are in the middle of we are kind of in a range. So daily wise I don't see anything. So again, this is not the A plus setup for me. A plus setup can be USD CAD, so I'm just gonna mark it here. Euro USD, we already are, this is a very big pin bar type of candle. So I do think we can test these areas. So let's see if we have any pattern going on the on Euro USD. uh, we don't have any pattern. This is the support break, but again we have many reaction points. I will like if we get a deeper pullback, and then we get a shorting opportunity maybe from these areas. That will be fine, just based on the candlesticks that we have got on the daily, and we are also rejection, we're having rejection from these areas. So definitely looking good for shorts, but again we don't have any good area so that we can enter off of. Yeah, bias is short, based on some candlesticks, some levels, but we are traders, we need some good entry points. As of now I don't see any good entry points. USD JPY, yeah, we just missed this move. Gold wise, I think gold can fill this gap today. What do you think on this analysis? But again we do need some solid confirmation. Let's go to the 1 minute. If we see any good pattern, yeah, I do like this consolidation. It means we are getting some fuel. So I think if we break this, we can definitely fill this gap. So
I
I
like
think gold.
I like the idea of selling on gold, but I said to you guys earlier on, once it passes 9:30 at night for me, or 1:30 in the afternoon GMT time or London time, then I'm not even going to bother entering a trade, because I can't see it being in and out within half an hour. So that would be me out. So that being said, guys, Victor is in now. So I'm going to love you all and leave you. And I shall see you guys in the morning. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. And I shall love you and leave you in the very capable hands of these two fantastic gentlemen here. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. Please do click the thumbs up if you have enjoyed, or if you are enjoying what we do in here. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because it's just awesome to have you as part of the community, and B, it does do a huge amount for the channel as we grow through and venture out into new audiences. So, guys, thank you very much. Peace out. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you,
Take care,
Will.
Will.
Thank you for your insights. Take care. Bye bye. So let me know
All right.
your thoughts on EU and GU. So I am kind of 50-50. I don't, I don't see that as a A plus setup. So let me know what you think about these major pairs.
Are you referring to the audience or to your colleague?
No, I'm talking about. I'm asking to you. So what you think about these major pairs? For me, we are in the 50-50 zone. USD CAD, I would love to have some liquidity setups around this area. So again, a waiting game. So yeah, gold wise, definitely
Sure.
looking good for shots once we break this area. But again, we are having this EMA. I will not classify this as A plus setup. US 30 wise, I will definitely give you my points or my views once we come near the NVASI zone. This was my trade for yesterday, but I didn't took it because I'm waiting for my withdraw. So I want the withdraw first, then I will resume trading on my the fibers account. So yeah. By the way, guys, I
Yeah.
have scaled my account to 25%. It is
Nice.
amazing. Once you hit the 10% target, then your accounts get you get a scale up. So that is really wonderful. So I was not able to take this trade, but setup was nice, and let's see what we get today. So I will give you my points once we are near the NYSE session. Then we will know what kind of candlesticks we are dealing with on the 15-minute or the smaller time frames. Because right
Mhm.
now, um, I will just wait for some kind of impulses. I do like the shorting bias on this one. Why? Because the EMA is bearish and 15-minute structure and strength is also to the downside. But how I will plan my trades, that you will see near the NYSE. So I will do some live trading there. But okay, gold wise we are breaking. So yeah, let's see. I do want to see
Um,
this gap to be filled today, so then we can
Go
plan
ahead.
our trades. Yeah, now you can take over. You can share your buys or what you're planning for today. I will love to see that also, along
Before
with our viewers. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, before I we start discussing charts and price action, how are you doing today, Samir?
Thank you. I'm doing okay actually. So yeah, we are traders. We have to perform every day. Yesterday, last week actually, the performance was okay. I got my stop loss was slipped on one position. Because of that, I was in negative. I am in negative, on some accounts. But this week, let's see what this week provides us. And how are you today, by the way?
Before answering you, you seem a little under pressure. Do I read you correctly? Because I would think my follow up question would be, did you get your 7% payout already? But you already answered that you're still waiting for the
Yeah,
date
I'm
to
just
arrive
it is approved.
before you can.
Yeah, it is approved, but I will it takes 2 to 5 business days normally, so it should get to me in like 2 to 5 business days. So it's not the issue, because you know withdraws will get to me.
Nice.
But how are
All
you, by
right.
the way? As I mentioned, I want to know.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, my friend. The I will take a look as well to those pairs that you mentioned, especially the pound dollar, the euro dollar, because I do see that the market is a bit difficult, bit more difficult than usual
Yeah.
to read. There isn't a clear direction, although we can, take a few points from what price action is telling us right now. And I'm want to congratulate you again on your 7% payout that is coming up and
Thank you.
your scale up. Very nice milestones to be hitting. That's when you become uh, when you learn from yourself, right? You learn about your weaknesses and what helps you, what not. I mean, you're in a testament of that, right? You look, for example, I very often refer to you that you had issues in the past about over trading. You've told us
Yeah,
many
yeah.
times, and you implemented a very simple, not so popular rule, but still very effective to you, which is the one trade a day rule, which seems like too simple to be that effective. But and we've talked about this before since we stream a lot. You have mentioned that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
actually a very important part of your success about controlling your that impulse to overtrade into something that is more manageable and actually more profitable.
Hmm.
And you're getting these results. You have been getting these results already for some time. It's not like this is your breakout or your breakthrough. But it's always nice to see our host, get these milestones in front of everyone, so they can enjoy the ride as well with you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And yeah, as you mentioned, I have been a big overtrader, strategy hopper, all these things. But I had to do something, and I came
Mhm.
up with the idea: if I take just one trade a day, uh, will I get any better? And surprisingly, slowly, I got better. My decision making got better as I was getting experience, as I was, losing here and there, winning here and there. So my decision making got better. And of course, I think one trade a day really keeps me in good shape, the mentally or even financially when it comes to trading, because I know if I do one mistake, then I might can blow my account, because as I mentioned couple of times, over trading, it has been stayed with me for a very long period of time, like 3 4 years. And yeah, I still make the mistakes, but I don't make those big mistakes, so that I cannot cop up with them in near future. So yeah, I make small mistakes here and there, but I try to keep everything in check. I do some journaling at the end of the day, or maybe tomorrow, if I did any mistake. So what can I do better? These type of things help me to perform better in next trading day. And today, as I mentioned, it is Tuesday, so I will not be trading on US 30, but just for the analysis purposes, I will definitely share my points on that.
And Primal
Gold
Light
dropping.
thinks gold is dropping, so let's take a look at gold, and I'll switch to mine if that's okay with you, Samir.
Yeah, just let our viewer
All right,
know what are your
that
thoughts
is
on.
yes. We'll
Okay,
take a look at gold for our viewers. I'm sure people are. Remy, could you give us a hand and adjust the screen in the meantime? Let's let's take a look at the market. So on the higher time frame, there isn't anything other than the gold being bullish as ever. On the weekly time frame, there isn't any market any candlestick combination other than as same as before. The what can be said is that any whatever happens in this time frame, as long as it stays above this line, it is solid for continuation. Even if it comes lower into the middle of the range, it's still bullish in my book, waiting for a continuation. um, I'm not able to remove William. Um, Maybe Remy can help us. All right, so let's take a look at the daily time frame. So this is gold for those who are those gold lovers out there. So we have the all-time high that was created. After that, we have a huge move down, but as you can see, it did not break any structure, right? Not only on the weekly, but also on the daily. This is the area that needs to be taken out, and it hasn't been taken out yet. So that gives you an idea that even though it was very cruel, that drop, if you were in that trade, at least if you were long, it is still holding up quite nicely on the greater scheme of things. That being said, we had a very
I
typical,
think Remy is not
um,
here, so that's why he
yes,
cannot remove that. Now he's here. Yeah.
okay, yeah, perhaps
Okay, you can
Remy,
continue. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
no problem at all. Remy, uh, could you remove our colleague who is no longer present? Thank you. Um, just in case Remy wasn't around before. All right, so let's continue. What we have is a very simple, starting from the top, right on the monthly, weekly. It's not really telling us any signal, anything other than just pure bullishness, but it doesn't give us any targets or any in the structure that we can use for our entry. What we do have is a fresh order block after that drop, which is this structure right here, and we had a beautiful retest, right? So we have the impulsive move. Let's mark this down. You had the impulse or the buyers creating that order block and then retesting and moving away. When we have these kind of structure, especially with the market structure from the left, we can project the most of very high likelihood. Thank you, Remy. Very high probability target, and that's this era right here. That's statistically one of the things that I've been one of the other things on order blocks that I know about, and that target is much likely to be hit once you have the order block and the retest and it moves away, it has a higher likelihood of reaching this level than breaking the structure it came from. So that's something I have in the back of my head. I mean, that I think we had this already for some time. On the 3rd of February, actually, we wrote it here. That's the target for gold, and it's been moving in that direction ever so slowly, but still steadily going up. So that's one thing we had. Other than that, there was a bearish order block that was invalidated yesterday, which is also a bullish sign, right? A breakout. Other than that, let me take a look at the H4. So actually, let me eliminate this one as well. There you go. On the H4, we have the breakout line, which is from this level. The level was a little bit lower, of course, and we're coming back to that level let's take a look on very short term. So that's interesting. Is it going to be broken? Meaning, is this breakout out of that breakout line, is it going to be respected or not? So as far as we know so far, we don't have any indication of either. Whether it's going to continue right away or break down. If I may say so, the more likely, there is a case here of a break, right, and a retest before a continuation, but it doesn't have to be as surgical as textbook all the time. Sometimes it can come back and retest some other structures, maybe one of these highs before it continues, and sometimes it doesn't really continue at all, right? So you never know in advance. What we can say, however, is that on the lower time frame, this break and retest was going on until this level. From this point, from this high point, the order flow changed completely. You can see it on the H4 as well, creating that bearish order block. And once that happened, it did come back and retested bullishly the H2. But that was short-lived. If you go to the 1 hour, you see that what did the market do, right? After we had this retest of that H4, we did come back. That retest, that reaction was to be expected. But what happened afterwards? No follow through at all. Not only that, we were making clean lower levels, lower. If you go to the 5 minutes, you can see that clearly the market was very indicative of not having any follow through whatsoever. So you can see here, let me point that out and make it a bit tighter. You can see that the market had increasingly difficult to break out. That's not a market. That's not price action indicating follow through coming up. The market pushing higher, and as soon as it break down, if you take these levels, it had previously had some deviation by the open right before the open of London. But you can see that the market was, already from the beginning very, very weak. We were expecting after hitting this H2 a continuation, maybe a sort of a triangle, but eventually a breakout. But that never happened. So you could have seen that pattern breaking down before. Doesn't mean it's going to break all the way down. So we still have to wait to actually, let me take this line out and just mark it from the top, from where that breakout line is, because that makes more sense. And so what we want to be watching for gold and as an indication what's going to happen later is how does it react to this structure, right? We have the possible entry. Let's remove that because, of course, that was already broken. What does it do with this break and retest? Does it come and have a reaction on it? And can we start creating bullish structures after that point? Same way we had a change of character, so to speak, when we hit that point and starting going sideways or actually downwards, are we going to have that change of character again, bullishly again, to continue? It's not about predicting, but I would assume, we had such a big run, even if we break that temporarily, close that gap, as you mentioned before, Samir, which I think is highly likely, it doesn't really change much for the continuation. I think that the probability of a possible reaction lower and then coming back recouping makes a lot of sense, right? It doesn't always in forex and in trading in general, it doesn't always react, to the level precisely. Sometimes it deviates to the downside, it squeezes a little bit, comes back, and in hindsight it looks fine, but at that moment it looks kind of scary. It looks like it's breaking down, but you just have to zoom out and look it from a higher and watch it from a higher time frame, so you don't get you know panicky or anything. But I don't have anything here telling us right now which is more likely, that break and retest or the breakdown. So we'll have to just wait and get more information as time passes by. Let's take a look at some other. I think we have Peter, our good friend Peter says, hello. Hi there, my friend. Thank you for coming in on our show or on our stream. As you know, I use your strategy and fractional risk based on daily drawdown. Oh, that's nice. Yes, I do know that, Peter, but thank you for reminding me. It works perfectly, but feels slow with small lot sizes. How long does it usually take you to pass a 50K account? Well, Peter, it doesn't matter what the size is of the account, since it's all fractional, and being fractional, it's a percentage or a fraction of whatever account size it is. So this what I'm telling you is what I'm going to tell you applies to any time, whether it's a 2.5K account or it's a 100K or a 250K. It's all the same. It depends on what account you're going to, what the drawdown allowed on the daily drawdown is. If you're talking about daily drawdown, you're probably talking about the high stake account, because the other ones have daily pauses. The hyper growth had daily pauses of 3%. The It's 5% on the daily drawdown on the high stake account, assuming that's the case. And then what I use to give you an example, it depends on the ratio of what the target is against the daily drawdown, because I use that as well, the daily drawdown. Um, Actually, I use the max loss limit, as well as the daily drawdown, right? Superimpose one, impose the other, and it takes me about 2 to 3 months to pass a 50K account with the comfortable settings, right? I can, if I wanted to, gear that up, if putting maximum risk and putting on a copier so I don't feel the stress. But I don't like doing that. That's not the kind of trader I am. I like to do it slowly, steady, and keep it controlled, so it just goes better. And in the end, there's no rush, there's no need to do it very quickly. You can, if I do it quickly, it would be something like 20 days, 3 weeks. But then there's a higher chance of blowing the account, reaching those limits, and I don't like that to happen. So that's the answer. All right, let's take a look at and you said small lot size.
My check. Is it me or Victor is frozen?
Hey, Samir.
Hello, Dave. How are you?
Good, good,
I
good.
think
I think Victor froze there for a second.
yeah. I think there might be some network issue. But
Yeah.
how are you doing today?
Doing good, doing good. How about you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
All right. Today's
So
Tuesday.
I don't
You're
know
not
what
gonna.
Victor. Yeah, Tuesday.
That means you're not gonna take any trades today, correct?
No, I'm not gonna be trading
All right.
US 30. Let's see what US 30 is doing. Yeah, we don't know if we can correct this move or we can fall. But for the analysis purposes, definitely I will share my points. But as of trading, I'm not touching indices today. So I might can throw 0.01 lot size just to be a little bit active with the market. But gold is really doing well. Uh,
Indeed.
the plan that I gave, I think it was shorting from this area for the gap fill, and we have filled the gap. Now guys, I think there is a 50-50 zone if we push more lower, as I think Victor just lost the network. I think he was talking about this only. If we hold this as a kind of a level, or we break this level to maybe get a deeper retracement. So I think you trade gold, or
Um,
you also trade gold.
yes, I trade gold from time to time. I actually
Okay.
traded gold before it broke my zone, which was 5,100. That's what I had. Yeah,
5100,
flipped it back.
somewhere around here. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around here. So, it broke above there. That's what I was looking for, but you would have to go back a little bit so I could show you where I took the trade. It was
Yeah,
around this
somewhere around
area
here,
where we had
maybe.
the first, no, way before that. I think around the 11th or 12th. Yeah, exactly. As we were
Yeah, yeah,
breaking there, I thought we were going to make the move we made today. I saw we were coiling. I had a
something
little
like this.
bit. Exactly. I
Okay,
thought we
okay,
were
okay.
coiling. It would look like kind of, you know, a breakout was coming. Took the trade, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it rejected, and I got stopped out. So didn't go
Decent
back in.
area, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, there
Okay.
we go. We're on my screen
So we
now.
have, yeah,
I could
you
show
can
the trade.
show, yeah.
Yeah. So it was. Let me put the weekly analysis. Every week we send the analysis. So that blue line was my line, and we had pulled back, went back up, pulled back again, and then started breaking out. So since this blue line was my line in the sand, and we had pulled back there, and I entered somewhere around here, looking for. And I think I took a big. My stop loss was pretty big because I
Okay.
was taken out. Actually, when we were live, I wasn't looking at it. My stop loss was all the way. I'm trying to move it. It was all the way down there, somewhere that level. I think 49.50, and then I got stopped out there. So yeah, that's what happened. I didn't go back in. We're
Okay.
waiting to see. I was trading actually on my personal account, the 1 ounce gold. I don't know if people are familiar with this contract, but it's like a smaller contract of gold. Um, they call it 1 ounce, so you're risking $1 per point. And it's easier to control your risk,
Yeah,
especially
and
if
I
you're
think Forex,
trading.
it is one lot, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. It's not yet available on the futures platform for us, but it's there. By the way, guys, I'm drinking tea because I'm dealing with a nasty cold. I don't know if it's cold or allergies, but when I have the
Yeah, I think
lights,
tea can help.
oh yeah, I'm drinking a lot of tea. Some what's it called? Some turmeric tea. Um, what's that other root? I forgot the name.
Turmeric,
Ginger tea.
maybe.
Ginger tea. Ginger and turmeric
Ginger,
tea.
yeah. Yeah, it is helpful thing when
Yeah.
you have cold or anything like that. Okay, let's take some questions here from our lovely viewers. Okay, most people only know how to trade one side of the market. It's not okay. We can cover that. Okay, I am on
Oh
the
yeah.
$25,000 challenge futures. I
Hmm.
took two losses yesterday and then added micros and switched to scalping strategy to recover most of the losses. Would this be acceptable? If not, how do I go about it? Maybe Dave can give you more insights about the future platform.
Sure, no problem. Let me read that again so I understand it clearly. So he's on the 25K
Okay, yeah,
challenge. By the way,
definitely.
hello, Scribble 4072. First of all, congrats on taking the challenge. That's good. You took 2 losses yesterday, then added micros and switched to a scalping strategy to recover most of the loss. Would it be acceptable? If not, how do you go about it? I think this is a multi-tiered question. How do you go about, first of all, what would be acceptable? The fact that you're recovering the loss or not? The first recommendation I'm going to make is if you're revenge trading, which means you're trading to recover losses, you want to avoid that. That's when you start making mistakes. I'm glad to hear that you switched to micros and that you're trading smaller, so you keep your risk under control. So that's a good thing. So the first thing I would answer is it acceptable? Well, is it acceptable to you? If you're trading to properly, you're following your system and you're doing what you usually do, that works for you, then that's great. Now, if you're trading just to recover losses, that doesn't make sense. So you need to trade, follow your system, follow your strategy, and you should be fine. And now, you said, would this be acceptable? Yes, I suggest you continue to trade micros. You trade with discipline, and you should be able to, pass the challenge. Just take your time, go about it slowly. Earlier, I heard somebody was asking, how long does it take to pass a challenge? Really, it
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
depends on who's trading. I personally, the fastest I've ever passed a challenge was just 2 days, but I was taking ridiculous risk. It was just for me to see how fast I could pass a challenge. But usually it takes me a month or two if I'm trading, with discipline. If I'm trading the way I'm supposed to trade, it usually takes me 1 or 2 months, depending on what challenge it is, to pass it. And then the first time I ever passed a challenge, it took me about 6 months to pass. So it's don't rush the process.
Yeah, you
The
mentioned a
idea is to
very good
survive.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the idea
as
is
you
to survive.
mentioned that
Sorry.
yeah, exactly. I think most of the people wants to pass it quickly, but as you mentioned, first you passed your first challenge in 6 months, so you are not taking this thing for granted. You are kind of doing this thing as a career. So I want our viewers to think the same way. If you are, buying a challenge, just treat it like an opportunity, and don't overtrade or do these practices so that you lose the account in probably like 3 4 trades, or maybe one trade.
Mhm.
So don't do that. Just follow the plan, and when you follow the plan with a decent risk management, it is going to take some time for you to pass the accounts. And as you mentioned, 1 or 2 months, I think it is a very sweet point. 1 month if you are averaging decent wins and losses. 2 months if you maybe got in some losing streak, 3 4 losses. Slowly you are climbing back up. So I think that's how you should look at these challenges. Don't try to pass it with one trade, or maybe don't try to pass it in like 2 3 days. Just take it slow, just follow your plan.
Exactly. I see he posted a follow-up question, and now I understand it better. He says, I plan to
Okay.
pass in around 2 to 3 months, so that's very good. But because of last night's overtrading, I'm a bit worried I won't be funded if I do pass based on behavior. Thank you for answering me both. So you will be able to pass however you behave, whether you took, well, you have to take 4 trades minimum to pass because of the 30% consistency we have. But if you want to take 100 trades or 4 trades, that's up to you. The important is, are you following a system? If your system calls for 100 trades, which would be tricky, but anyways, you could take 100 trades. We allow people to trade however they want to trade, but you need to be following your system. And now to touch on overtrading a little bit, because I know Samir has dealt with it. I have dealt with it, and
Yeah, yeah.
I won't lie, it comes back from time to time. I tend to be trigger happy. There are different ways to go about it. But I read something the other day that really made me think about a different approach. So one way to think about it is if you're thinking you're overtrading, you're probably overtrading. That's basic rule. If the thought pops in your head, you're probably doing it. Now, the other way you could go about it is what's working for Samir. He's just being able to take just one trade a day, and then if it's his day, it's his day. I've tried to bring my trading down to 2 trades a day, even though I've broken the rule a couple of times, but that's what I've been trying to do. But there is the best way to know if you're overtrading is to have parameters that your strategy needs to follow. And if you're taking any trades outside of those parameters, then you're overtrading, right? So if, for example, you trade breakouts like Samir, and then your rule is I should enter once the candle closes outside of my breakout area and not before, well, if you're taking trades before that, then you're overtrading. And it's easy for you to know, am I overtrading or not? So if the setup shows up once in the day and you traded more than once, then you're overtrading. But if the setup appeared 4 times in the day or whatever period you're trying to trade in, and you took all 4 setups because that's what showed up and it fit your criteria, then you're not overtrading. So I think a good approach to that is to have set rules and maybe numbers and clear criteria for you to take your trades, and then you won't be overtrading. So that's another way to think about it. I hope it answers your question. Scribble 4072. And Victor's back.
Yes, at least
All
that's
right. Victor is here now.
yes. Somehow the internet completely died out in my. I don't know about my building, but my at my house in any case. So it wasn't a Wi-Fi thing, just complete blackout on the internet. But doesn't matter. We're back, and that's what counts. Dave,
Nice. Yes, sir.
hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. As you can see, I was telling Samir I'm drinking tea because I'm dealing with cold and I think allergies. So, the lights are making my eyes cry. Don't worry, I'm not crying because I'm sad or I'm sad to be with you guys. It's just the lights. But apart from that, I'm doing okay. Drinking my ginger tea and doing good. Doing good. Excited to be here with you guys as usual to look at the markets.
Yes, I saw your inflection area for a minute there, for a nanosecond, for a fraction of a nanosecond. I didn't see the N, I didn't see the L. So I said, I read their infection area. I said,
Infection. That's where we get infected.
Just sharing that little. All right, so nice. This is the gold futures we're watching here. Have you taken any trades today, Dave?
Today, no, not on gold, but I was actually talking about this last week. Was it last week or the week before? I took an entry here on the breakout. So my long-term inflection was 5,100, as we discussed way back in the day, or I think it was with Richard. And I took my trade here on the breakout, putting my stop loss here at 49.50. It was a pretty wide stop on my personal account. And funny enough, I think we were live that day when I got stopped out. So I haven't taken another trade on gold just because I've been focusing on the indices. Been trading a lot more ES and NQ and waiting for, well, it's starting to happen, waiting for sort of a pullback on gold. So we'll see if this resistance area I have right here and my old 5,100 inflection turns into support. And once we kind of show we want to recover, then I'll enter long. I like buying dips, but not catching falling knives.
Exactly. And what are you waiting for in the sense? What do you want to see before you can, assess? It's okay. It's not a falling knife anymore. It finds. What does it need to tell you before you can take that bat, so to speak?
Well, essentially, we would need to see two formations. The ideal one for me would be a strong one where we have um, a drop, maybe below this 5100 here, a fast recovery with a lot of volume. I don't have my volume lines here, but where maybe similar to this here, we have a drop, we have a wick, and a large increase in volume, right? This is an hourly chart, by the way, so it's not going to be a scalp. It's a trade I'm looking to hold for multiple days. And maybe more than this, a fast recovery, and that's where I would probably start scaling into the trade. That would be one way, one way of me considering to enter that. Now, if we get instead some type of structure like this one, where we have an move down, slow recovery, move down, slow recovery, and we start to kind of reverse once my highs start to be. So if I could put this, so we had a move down, slow recovery, move down, recovery, move down. And here our highs are starting to go higher than our previous highs, and our lows are forming more of a bullish turn. Then I would consider to enter. So it's either a fast recovery, kind of a V-shaped recovery as they call it, or we get kind of, maybe I could show it here. So fast recovery here, and then I would look to enter, or sorry, let's escape. Or we get some kind of structure where we see, okay, we're pushing down slowly, and then we get type of a reversal pattern, and I would consider to kind of scale into here, because we can't eliminate the fact that we might go back down lower before going back higher and form maybe one of those Quasimodo patterns you always talk about.
I was just about to say that the second reversal pattern, not a V shape, the Victor shape recovery, but the second one it looks I would call that a quasi, of course. So you're waiting. So you have two different, basically two ways to understand that the market is reversing, and it's okay to start thinking about putting a trade on. I like that, and I see that gold has already broken that trade, that breakout line that we had before, which was at 5,118, at least on the CFDs it was, and currently it is about $16 about that level, meaning it's coming back below the breakout level, which is a sign of yes, exactly. Thank you for that, whoever did show mine. All right, so we talked about this not so long ago, a couple of minutes before I had the cyber blackout. Um, so you had the previous the breakout we had before. We had an initial break and retest and continuation, and now we're coming back to that same level. And you can see that the market is very, very weak. If you consider that the market has traveled a relatively a long distance in only two candles compared to the number of candles you can see when it's compressing. So it's very directional, and it does not even have on the hourly candle, it doesn't have a reaction before the close, meaning it just closed there below the level right there. See that close? That to me is a sign of weakness. Normally, even if it breaks down, it is very common for the market to have a just before the close a little reaction, and it leaves you in limbo because there is a lower wick, and that could be the beginning of the reversal. But now it tells you very clearly, very bluntly, we're not interested. Buyers are not here. We're able to. Sellers are telling us they're able to close the market below the line in the sand, and it's doesn't. And we talked about the gap. At least Samir, you mentioned that a couple of times. The gap is now filled, so very very nice on that part. And you're looking at on the H4, or at least on the hourly, you were looking for a level. I'm trying to see here. My apparently my internet isn't as quick. I'm using a hotspot as a secondary internet. But I'm wondering what is the level, the area that you indicated, Dave, for those viewers out there who are considering to get in on a possible continuation, maybe later on today, maybe tomorrow, later on this week. I personally, if I may, before we switch to yours, this is on the H4. That's the first structure that I come into, which is the outside bar that created the order block, which is on the CFDs for those who are trading CFDs with gold or gold with CFDs. Let me mark that, and perhaps you can share the levels on the futures market, Dave, being the future guy at the Fivers. So the level starts at 5,056.77 and ends, at least on my chart, on 4,989. Basically, it's a wide area, I know, but that's the area given by the H4 that tells us this is, if the breakout line doesn't get defended, then this is the next level, the next area that should be defended if we are going to later on have a continuation, right? So, what are those levels on your side, Dave? Let me switch back to yours.
Can you show me that? Wait,
Let's
before you switch, since I have the hourly open, can you show me that on an hourly chart instead of an H4? Okay,
Sure.
got it. Yeah. I got similar levels. So on mine, these levels would be 5,061 all the way down to 5,006. So I think we're talking about maybe a 20-point difference from what I'm gathering from what you have. You says yours is 66, so a little bit higher, but close enough. And then the bottom one was what?
The bottom one was 4,980.
Yeah,
Let me double
80.
check.
So yeah.
89. However, there is a difference between the CFD price and Forex.
Yes.
Futures. So that could be the explanation, because right now on the CFDs, the gold is quoted at 5,114, and while I see it on your, actually I can bring up we can see it right here on my chart. You can see that there's a difference of about $16 when you compare the gold, the futures against the CFD, which is spot. It's synthetic, but still that's the spot price and not the futures price indicated. So that's why I mentioned that you can show on the future side of things what the levels are for the audience. And while I just indicated here, you can see, for those who are wondering, I can't. It's gonna be shown here in blue, if I'm not mistaken. Let me highlight it again. These two levels, that's my level, right? 5,054 point and 4,989.40. Those are the levels that I have indicated on my chart as a demand zone, where you can start looking for possible reversal patterns. Don't jump the gun, but wait for those patterns. Wait for your entry model to tell you that there is a possibility of a push higher, and if it's doing that within the area, then it makes sense to consider it.
Yep. The levels are very similar on the future side. There's about 10 to 20 point difference, more or less. In comparison to the CFD levels, but they are very similar. In yellow are the equivalent of the levels you showed me. So it would be 561 to 5,000, about 5,005, 5,006. And then in blue are the CFD levels. So really, there's not a huge difference there. If somebody's looking to take a swing trade that you're going to hold for multiple days, then it's very okay for you to consider this area. And what's nice about it is it sits right almost smack dab in the middle of my inflection area, where in my opinion, as long as we remain above this inflection area. So let's say we would, wick all the way down, all the way. Although I would prefer us to stay here, which would be a sign of more bullishness when we don't touch the level. But if we move all the way down here and form our quick recovery, then it would look something like this. And as long as we stay, above this second inflection, the previous resistance, I think we would be good. Or we could form, like Victor mentioned previously, some type of structure like this where we slowly recover, and this would indicate that, okay, buyers are stepping in, but there is hesitation, there's trepidation, people are not sure yet if we're going to move lower or not. A fast recovery means buyers are aggressive, we are convinced, we see the level, everybody's looking at the same thing, and we're piling in at the same time. That's what I would prefer. I would prefer a fast move. But if we get this, then I think it's also very, very valid and gives you more time to scale in. So yes, that's what I was looking at on gold, just like you guys.
Perfect. Have you taken a trade yet today, Dave?
Today I have not taken a trade, but I'm looking at the Nasdaq and the ES. So let's just jump into. I'm trading micros on this particular account. So let's look here. Well, all right. So as usual, I have my ways of looking at the chart. The first is we're looking at price levels based on the volume profile. So this area here is kind of no man's land for me. So I don't want to take any trades inside here, really. Now, what I would
the blue lines.
Between these two blue lines, exactly. Because here is where we could get a lot of sideways action like we saw here. You could see, sorry, I put this to show you. You can see there's a huge concentration of volume around this area here. And I don't want to touch with that. I don't want to get stuck in sideways action here. Now you could, so I have my trend lines, which is showing the speed at which price is moving. So ideally, we can either maintain this level here and then kind of form a pattern and move up. And I would attempt a break of the prior high for a breakout. If we're unable to hold this move and this on the contrary forms gives me a bearish signal where this area acts as resistance, then I would be looking to short here and kind of trade the break of this trend line, targeting one of these prior levels, maybe all the way down to my inflection line here, which was the previous day's point of control right there. So I am going to be patient and timid today on the with the indices and see what they show us and then decide from there. But yeah, I'm not looking to trade inside this blue area. And if we maybe do a break and recovery, maybe I'll enter short because we'll be below my trend. If we continue to move up, then I want to trade some kind of breakout. Now, since we always talk about the average daily range, we want to see if we go to this, if we start measuring from here, an average of 350 points, that means, 200 points would be all the way right there. So we have all this room to move. And if we go on the upside, all the way to my lines here, which is the prior high, we have about 150 points. So from this here all the way down here, the NASDAQ could move, this whole range is the range we're looking at for today. And we're starting to move down. It's the open. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be patient and see what happens.
What about you, Samir? The market is about to open. Do you think, are you with your fingers ready to trigger a trade, or do you think this is not the moment to be
Yeah,
too?
I will
Uh,
take 0.01 today. You know,
Remember, today's
yeah, as
Tuesday.
I mentioned, I will
yes.
probably take 0.01 as a, yeah, that's why I'll just go for
Those
zero
who,
point zero 0.01 just to be active in the markets. But I do see liquidity set up today. So this is the, you can share my screen, then maybe I can share my thoughts. Okay, we are
yes.
at the market open already.
Yes, the market just opened,
So yeah.
and we're looking.
For those who are wondering what 0.01 means, it's not code. Samir isn't a
Okay, so
secret
this is the
agent
daily low that I
giving out
have.
any coded message. It's just micro lots.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
So
a
it
little
is just
delay in between when we talk and
yeah, I'll
when you
just
get
stick
the
with that.
information. But go ahead.
So yeah, we have a daily low here, and we have this. Okay, so I was referring to these areas. We have the support, we have this daily low, and we have this demand area. So definitely, longs for today can be the play. And if we see the 200 EMA also, like I want the price to overextend, and this is also a part of my setup so that I can take the reversal at least towards the 200 EMA. Get involved in longs, but remember with 0.01 lot size, because I don't want to risk my money on Tuesday, because I don't have a good win rate on Tuesdays. Mondays is fine, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, these days are fine, but on Tuesdays my win rate has been not that well, so I just avoid trading on Tuesdays. So yeah, just US 30 wise. So yeah, this is the daily low. We have couple of support areas and demand areas. So I have drawn my areas here, and let's see what kind of entry pattern we get here. So yeah.
Nice. I have a
I
nice
think if
little.
we just go like
Go ahead.
this also. Yeah.
No, no,
I
go
think
ahead.
if we just liquidate this area, then we, print some rejections here, then definitely I can look for shorts. These are the two plans for today. Let's see what do we get. So now you can take over, Victor.
No problem. We have, as I said, some delay, but so we'll manage between the three of us with the delay. No problem at all. I'm gonna switch to mine to show you guys what I'm looking for on my side for the NQ, right? Something quite interesting,
Okay.
because I think the market is, it looks weak if you're looking at the daily time frame, meaning we have been putting the market seems to be making lower lows, or at least this isn't a confirmed higher low, I mean lower high, I mean, yet, since it hasn't taken this low. However, we can all see the swing point on the lower time frames, and it's already doing the same. The last couple of bars, if you go to the lower time frames, we will see that. Maybe I should do that before meaning and saying anything. We can see these swing points as there. It looks like we're going to be moving lower. That said, there is actually a nice, since we haven't broken the area yet, and we have actually two patterns that are in play. One is the quasi that we indicated before, which is this quasi. Let me see if I'm getting it correctly. Yes, that's this one. Indeed, this is the head, left shoulder, and we broke that line, that daily order block trigger line. Whether you have it here or all the way down doesn't really matter, because this low took it out, and then we went where we did not react to the first entry order block that we saw here, but it was the second one that triggered the reversal. There you go. That's the entry order block on the daily. You can see it had a reaction. It did have the reaction first, but it eventually came back for the second time and had that move down. That move did not, that pattern did not conclude yet. If you see that this is the low of the pattern, and that's the target basically for the quasi, the meanings that we should, if the pattern is going to be completed, that means that we're going to be hitting this. There's a high likelihood of us hitting that level. So there's one thing. There's the quasi to be completed. However, in the same time frame, in the daily time frame, you can see that the market is showing signs of a possible reversal. Why do I say that? If you look back, with me here, you'll see that the market created this order block, right, at the daily time frame, and we haven't left the order block yet, right? So it's a bullish order block that is being retested while still being young, being fresh, and we are basically in a very complex reversal or possible reaction, but it can still happen. And actually, we did have a fresh one being created inside, which can be a confirmation of the market going to have that reaction, meaning we had the move down, the move up, and we're coming back, and then likely to be taking that way. But before we get the confirmation is we need that follow through movement. So we're right there at the last leg of a possible reaction of this daily order block. And we did have two order blocks that was created as we were moving. At least it seems to be that we wanted to be moving in that direction. And we're about to break or take out the first of these two structures that was created. So it could be that we're gonna invalidate this structure, right? Invalidate this structure, and that could be the beginning of the market really going all the way down. You'll see the invalidation of increasingly more bullish structures, meaning that's the beginning of the end, basically, of that possible reversal, meaning it's not going to happen. Or we're going back to retest this order block, right? Which is part of the bigger reversal that we taught, meaning that we're very close to that cliff or that edge of the cliff that we talked about before, Dave, where we could have, and Nas is very notorious for doing this, where it gets to one side, gets liquidity, perhaps this low, takes it out for maybe an hour or two because this is the daily, right? And then switches and then leaves everyone behind thinking it's going to break down. It only goes to go and, confirming the order block that it might happen, right? This is just one scenario. We don't know the future. I don't have that crystal ball. If you do, call me. My number is 1-800. No, I'm just kidding. So that's the daily order block, right? So we have this. That's fine. So we have that number. However, that daily, not the number, the daily order block is being retested. So if you go to the H4, this gets even more beautiful. Look at this. So we have a possible reversal within the bigger structure, which is this, right? That's the left shoulder, the head. It breaks it out and comes back to one of these two order blocks. There's one a little bit lower, but we're currently in one of those entry order blocks. So you have the alignment of the H4 within a daily structure that could be the beginning, not the beginning, the last leg before it shoots out for the continuation all the way to the target to be at least this level. I don't know why that tool is being summoned to be used, but I wasn't. So at least this level, which is the highest point before we recreate the order block, but possibly a little bit higher. So, and let's go to the lower time frames even. So if you go lower, you see there's a even nicer area here on the H1 that could be used. So there you go. You have an area right here. Let me mark that with the typical template that I use, which is this, the H1 right here. And that's the overlap that we have between these two lines. That's the area of interest. And you can see the market actually, as we were speaking, reacted quite nicely to it. Look at that. Look at that big.
Indeed. I missed my entry.
It's your entry, right?
I missed it. I missed it. I was looking at you, and then I'm like, "Whoa!" It left. Yeah,
look
it
at that.
My inflection level and reversed.
Okay, so that's the area I'm. So we actually, I'm also interested in getting an entry there. So let me go back to the. Let me go back and do this. My way, which is That's the area that I'm interested in, and it came back, touched it. Too bad I was talking at that time. But that's it. Let's take a look. So we have, this is the entry area. So do we have a reason to go in there? We don't. We don't. Do we? Yeah, nope, not. We don't. I do. I do not. Okay, so that means that my quasi line would be over here, which hasn't been triggered yet. That means that I wouldn't be using this as the head, right? And if we can have a quasi here, which we don't, I couldn't be entering there as well. So let's go to another time frame. Let's change frequency of this radio. The market is reacting quite nicely there. That's the kind of movement you want to be seeing. That's the V-shaped reaction that you were talking about, Dave. That's the big players coming in, swooping the market, and creating these big candles in the opposite direction after we hit that level. And I'm not in the trade.
Indeed, that was a very nice pointer. It touched both of my levels.
That was a nice area,
exactly. Yeah. But hey, it is what it is. We'll see if we get another opportunity. But it was a nice 100-point move there, more or less from my, the 2700 area all the way back to about 2400, 842. So it's really reacting nicely in relation to the trend lines I had and the levels I had. But hey, it is what it is. So if we look here real closely, you'll see that the market opened around here, 9:30. Let me put my yeah. So we opened around here. We moved down. We touched my inflection point, and then we tagged here my area, which corresponded to yesterday's low, which was a possible area of interest here for me. If we look on the lower time frame, so if we drill down to a 1-minute chart, which is probably where I would have been entering, I probably would have entered here on my inflection point, which would have given us a nice. So I would have been risking 50 to make 100 to 2 to 1, and right here at the trend line I had before is where I would be taking my profits. So hopefully we get some type of pullback. We get the asset to slow down and give us a chance to enter, and if it doesn't, we won't enter because we're not going to be chasing anything today. This is my actual 25K account for the futures, which I started, I think, 2 days ago. And yeah, one loss, one win on it so far. So we're trading it slowly and precisely as we should be.
Very nice indeed. Let me double check a couple of things. But yes, that was a nice reaction.
Awesome.
It was
very
too
nice.
bad.
That's really
Yeah,
nice area that you have.
Indeed.
Too bad that I was a bit after. I should have done that, way before, because that level has been there from last day. I mean, from yesterday night, the area. And actually the three. If I
Yeah.
may, let me switch back to my screen. If I am, thank you for that. So the area that I didn't use the entry because I didn't analyze that before, but that would be, we had probably one entry order block up here, and the other one here, and the last one. This one isn't too. It's nice if the market comes back and touches it, but I'm more interested in the one that sits right in that order block on the hourlies, which is this area, and we can see very nicely how the market came back and had that huge reaction. At least that's how it looks on the chart. Um, yes, that's a nice trade. Well, not nice trade because I didn't take it, but a nice setup that you had that reaction. And you can see when you have these alignments from the higher time frames, the daily, the H4, and the H1, and you have it on the lower time frame as well. There's a distinct entry order block or a couple, and it comes to these areas. You can see that the reaction. It doesn't leave you any any area or any space for doubts. I mean, the reaction comes in and it's bam, it's right
Yep.
away, and you know you hit something. It's like when you go fishing and you get a big fish on the rod. You will feel it. You will know right away. This isn't just a small little thing. This is the big one.
Exactly. No, this was great setup. And you're confirmed that it's real
You
because
use
you get
limit
a
orders, right?
huge. It depends. I'll use limit orders or market orders as long as it matches my risk. I'm not too picky on where the entry is. I'm not gonna cry about 1 or 2 points because I'm giving it a 50-point stop. So it's an asset that can move 300-400 points in a day. So I'm not too
Yeah, yeah.
picky about a couple of points of movement. If it was a stock, it would have been different. But yeah, we're looking. We're just climbing here, and we're not looking back. And speaking of overtrading, this is a scenario, guys, where you have to maintain discipline and not chase. Because if I enter anywhere now, um, I'm
You'll be
basically
chasing.
chasing, and I don't
Yeah.
know if we're gonna. We might continue to be bullish the whole day, but we might get 100-point, 150-point pullback and continue higher. Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to take a loss in a bullish trend where I shouldn't be taking one. So this is where you need to step back, relax, wait, and wait for a correct entry. And if the audience wants to know, well, since I missed this initial entry here, the next area I would be looking for entries is in this area here above or close to the previous resistance. We'll see how strong or weak the asset is. We might get one, we might not get one. If we do, great, and we'll be able to enter. But if not, then we'll wait and we'll see. Everybody's muted, I think.
Okay.
Everybody's looking at the
At the
price
I think I
action.
am getting
Let me take a second while
it
everybody's
has delays
focused.
on my audio.
No problem. I just want to. Oh, okay. I have a couple of questions, so I can take the time to answer them. But I want to remind everybody that the future is here. The future is live. We have 25K accounts, 50K accounts, and you can go to the Fiverr's website and purchase your account. Now, it says, but Dave, how do you enter after a huge candle that shoots up after the reaction? Well, the first thing is you don't enter. That's what I'm talking about. You don't chase, because there is no way. Let me put this bigger here on the 1 minute, and then let me clear all the lines. So my risk is 50 points. So you have this huge candle here. I could have possibly taken the risk and entered here as we were breaking this little consolidation, maybe. But I didn't know if we were gonna, maybe get a pullback here because of the time. At the open, the Nasdaq can move violently and you can get stopped out. So the only possible entry could have been, on the open of the next candle here, but that wouldn't have been a very good and very sensible trade. So how do you enter? Well, you don't enter. You wait for an opportunity, and if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, well, you missed it. The good thing about the market is it will be here today, tomorrow, and you're going to get opportunities just like that, and you're going to get better ones. So that's the discipline part of trading, where hey, you let it go. It wasn't your fish to catch today.
Yes, indeed. All right. So the market is NAS is moving. Like we know NAS to move. In great strides and
Indeed,
quickly.
265 points so far.
And it's been only 19 minutes of the market being open.
Indeed.
Right.
So yeah, and I'm sure we'll get another opportunity during the day. We might have to wait a while. So maybe Maybe you'll get a little fade there, but I don't think so. Today is a day where I'll only be looking for longs if I'm able to get them. And then the other option is to look at the ES, which is which is which is also beautiful, and maybe look for opportunities there too. Since it's slower, but the reaction on the index is very similar to the NQ. So we'll have to be patient there. We'll have to be patient there, guys, and see what we can find.
Yes, nicely said there. Let's take a look at. I'm gonna be looking at possible areas. If one is to be looking for an entry, where would that entry be? Well, first of all, let's the initial reaction, you missed it. That's in fact, and try not to be, keep your head cool and not chase anything. So, depending on where the market closes in the next 9 minutes or so, it's going to create a fresh order block on the H1, and that's going to be the first indication of where you could be looking for a possible reaction. If price comes back, it would be it's a huge area, I know, but I didn't make it, so don't shoot the messenger. So that's the H1. If you go lower time frames, you will all see the same structure, because that's what it is on the 15, on the 5 minute. There isn't anything else. You never know what the market will do, and the market could easily come back and retest these areas. Although we'll have to wait for the for not an entry, but just a regular 3 minute. That would be a very. Let me change that again. Well, apparently it does not change. So that would be the absolute area that I would be totally looking for the reaction, and look for indication if the market wants to react off of these lines, either the beginning or the end of that area, and other patterns within the box. Um, Before it continues higher. Although with this reaction, these are extreme levels. They don't come back. Price do not retest them easily, but it can. Just like in news events, it comes back to the initiator, the fire starter area, and it makes you think the whole thing is over, and before you know it, it then gets like a second stage rocket. And if you don't watch out, you miss the initial move, you chase it, it stops you out, and then when you're already stopped out, maybe you're hitting your risk limits for the day, it then comes in and then actually does the move, and you're twice seeing it go by without you actually catching that bull on its horns. All right, so let's take a look on as Naz is taking our eyes and our attention all day, not all day, but all the last couple 22 minutes or so. Let's take a look at the EU. I haven't really done the analysis. Let us know, Dave, if there's anything happening on NAS or ES that needs our attention. But if we were to look for higher time frames on this, we are getting near to that. Actually, we already retested the monthly order block on EU. That means that we should be looking for that reversal coming in, the bullish reversal on EU, because we just had retested, and we're only a few days until this candle, the monthly candle closes, right? So that's interesting. The closer we get to the close, the closer we get to the close of that candle, the more intense it becomes, because it will depend whether it closes above or below the level. Will depend whether or not the market participant will perceive it as a bullish price action or a neutral or a bearish one. So we had the first reaction. This is the monthly that we're talking about. The weekly is just way lower, but even so, you can see that there is a reaction. Actually, we are within the bullish order block. It creates a bearish in the same area. It tells us a little bit about the compression of the two forces. And the reaction so far is muted. We can see on the daily time frame, it comes back. It is 468. So yes, it is fresh, and it did not invalidate it yet by having a close below that, but it looks like very weak right, making these swing points lower and lower. It really looks like it's menacing to take out this low and likely to be going to the next level on the daily time frame, which is much lower than where we are now. Actually, about what is it? About not too much. It looks a lot more than it is in reality. We're only talking about what? Well, about 60 pips, 50 pips. That's the next level that we're looking for. The daily time frame is not telling us that the market is reacting off of the level to the structure to the left yet. On the H4, we do not have a quasi, right? So you can see the difference with the NAS that I just presented, where you had all the alignment nicely from the daily and the daily coming back and forth with its structure, and then the H4 in 5 minutes. And if you look on the EU, you will see that the alignment is dotted line to be at best. It's not a straight line, still a straight alignment, and that's what Samir was talking about before as well, right? It's not very clear whether we're going to have a reaction or not. And so far, it looks quite weak. But on the H4, we are retesting a fresh order block here. That's the H2, I'm sorry. That's the H4. We have the H2 as well. And within this area, and we're already below it, as you can see. Whenever we are below the area, that's to be perceived as a sign of weakness of the market, continuing wanting to go in the opposite direction. But just as NAS, Forex as well, the market likes to retest, take liquidity from these lows, because that's where these stops are typically located, and comes back. And who knows, maybe we'll have some kind of a reaction, but it still is not exactly too clear on its intention. Let's take a look. There isn't a broader reversal pattern here. At least I don't see it. Right? If you look at the quasi line is all the way up here, and we haven't broken, right? That level never broke it. That means that the structure here is not exactly telling us a buyers coming in with appetite, not yet, at least. And so far, if that doesn't happen, your best bet is to just consider this as for what it is, weakness, and prices are going to continue to go lower, most likely. If you go to the lower time frames, I could see myself take a trade right here, and you can see it already. I have been looking for that area for some time on the 5 minute, and it's already been invalidated by that area. However, you can see that there is a nice area here on this entry order block on that, but it hasn't triggered me yet. And this one has been invalidated, so I'm not too sure. When the setup is solid, A plus, it doesn't take you a lot of searching to find the signal to be good, right? It's right there, everything lines up, and you don't have to be convinced. It's there, it's objectively there. And here, I'm not sure yet. There's a nice reaction right now, but on the 5 minute, it's kind of out of sync to me. So let's take a look on the lower time frame. If this could be something, yeah, it's kind of out of sync to me, to be fair. So I don't have the signal yet, so I'm not allowed to take the trade. But you can see how it reacts to these area. That's the 5 minute. You can see how it comes to the 5 minute was created all the way back here, and it comes there, and you can see it on the 1 minute how it has some trepidations, and on the second time around as well. So the market is technical. That's good. That's a nice thing. But is it really telling us of a possible reversal? There is a quasi, as you can see here in my chart. This is the 1 minute, but on the 5, that the quasi is still there, but no entry order block. If you want to know what I'm talking about, then I'm gonna zoom in and show you guys. And don't forget, if you enjoy our session, then consider the like button, give it some love, press it, massage it, do whatever you want, but make sure it's being clicked, at least if you want to. So this is the left shoulder, the head, that's the neckline. But where is, from the highest point from the structure all the way to the lowest, the head, where's the entry order block? I don't see it. So you see what I mean? It's missing some bits and pieces here and there, and that's a reason. It's not lining up. So At least not right now. We'll have to wait and see what it's going. Do you have any traits, Samir? You've been suspiciously in the background looking. I think you have
I
a
was
trade there.
I was looking at gold buys here based on my previous, that day high, day low FVG strategy. So right now, I was, if I would have taken a trade right here, as I have discussed this strategy also, I would be targeting this area. So this would have been the trade which I normally would have taken based on the daily high or daily low strategy, which I used to use. I have couple of strategies, as I mentioned here, like whatever market condition is working good in that particular point of time, I might can pick that strategy use. So I was looking at this setup here, and I was looking at US 30. So US 30 wise, we are closing below this area. So but it is very fishy right now to me. I cannot sell this and I cannot buy this. So we are in the 50-50 area, and 5 minute wise we are bullish, having the bullish market structure. 1 minute also, 15 minute, if you see this leg, we are having bearish market structure. I think US 100 would have been good area, good sells if market taps this area. But again, it is just melting right from here. So I was seeing some markets here and there, but there was one guy who was asking gold. uh, yeah, it was PRAG. Okay, so I will drop the analysis on gold here before we end the stream. So gold wise, we have filled this daily gap as I have discussed on the live stream, and we have also breached the daily low, and we also have a very good market structure right here, which is simple, a resistance turning into a support. This kind of behavior we are seeing right now. On the 15 minute, we have this small demand area, and I am looking for longs from here. But again, just to be a little bit more confident, or just to be comfortable taking the longs, I think if we close above this trend line, then it will be a good long, or a good buy, something like this. Then you can place your stop loss, let's say somewhere around here, if this is a new structure, or here. And then you have plenty of targeting range. You have here, or you have previous areas which was never tested. You have plenty of targeting range. But I think you should wait for price to go above this area if you want to scalp it. So the scalping opportunity is already gone, as this was a fair value gap. I could have easily squeezed 1 to 1 here, but I was testing if we could get to 1 to 2. So yeah, gold wise above this trend line, bullish. I am not looking for sells. Yesterday also I mentioned. So this can be the first area. If gold goes get a deeper pullback, I think this can be the area, which is 0.70, which is, let me give you the price point, which is 5047. Somewhere around this area you can plan for longs, and your stop loss placement should be below this area to be a little bit safe, because this is the last structure which we have. So this is it for gold, and let's see, trend line
Uh,
breakout or this area and little bit rejections. Two areas we have. I can erase
as we
everything.
have, as
So
we have, go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna draw this, and this can be the first area, and this can be the second area. So these two areas for longs, that's it for gold. Other than that, I will not recommend you to sell this asset class. So that is it from my side, analyzing gold. And I know we are here, and the stream time is over. It's 8:30 my time zone. So yeah, guys, so that's it for gold. We can do some more analysis tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
So yeah,
Dave, before we finish, these are the last few minutes of our stream
I
today.
think I'm getting a little bit delays on my.
Yes, yes, yeah, that's okay, Samir. Thank you. Um, uh, Dave, any last words before we conclude our session for today? You're muted.
Sorry about that. Somebody was asking me, how do you take the trade? Well, I just took a short on the NAS. Before that, recovered, made about just 1 hour, because it touched my levels. So I could go over that. And then somebody was asking, how much do I risk on the 25K account? So I'm risking $100 per trade, so that's 1 hour for me. The max you can lose is 750. So that's for my style of trading. I could. This allows me to take 4 or 5 losses in a row, which is usually the maximum I will get, and comfortably trade the account. But I was able to take a quick short. Let me put this here. I don't know if you could see my executions, but I took a quick short here and then covered once we touched
Nice
VWAP.
one.
I got out exactly at 9:59 before the 10 o'clock open, because we'll have some weird reactions there, and then I'm using this profit to scale into my long trade now. So usually I'm risking 50 points, but now I'm risking about 100. Ideally I would want to go lower, but we'll see what happens. I just want to scale into the long and see if we can get some type of recovery. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe I entered a little too early. I was trigger happy, but we'll see.
All right, so that's it for our stream for today. We want to thank everyone who's watching us today. Don't forget the like button, subscribe to our channel. We are on a mission to reach as many traders and prospective traders out there, visionaries, dreamers, but realistic dreamers, those who think and have that believe in themselves, like you, like we did when we started. So we are here for you. Dave, the futures guys from the Fiverr is here to answer all your questions, futures related, and Samir and myself and all the other hosts are here to help you in any other way we can as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for today's session. I would like to actually, before we go, invite anyone and everyone to our Discord session as well. We have one in about 40 minutes or so. It's on the Discord community of the Fivers. Awesome if you could join us. That's it for today. So thank you very much and goodbye.
All right.
Picker guys, thank you.